for the Global Marijuana March. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I'm the doobie.
We're excited to be down here and there is Al. He's a doobie too, I believe.
He's a doobie, not the doobie.
We got to get him one of these name tags.
We do.
Yeah,
we do.
We're trying to get the word out about that. If you want to have a name tag like this, a little special designation, we can get you one. We've given out, we've sold very many newbie ones, but everybody has a newbie in their life that deserves to have. So you can get that personalized as well.
Speaking of doobies, I brought a special one for today.
That's a huge doobie.
Why did I bring this celebratory doobie, Timmy? What is today?
May the 4th. May the 4th be with you, by the way.
And may you be with us at Queens Park North.
Do you know what the proper response is for May the 4th be with you?
And also with you.
And also with you. So
anyway,
there is already a lot going on, but talk to us about this special, bigger joint than normal.
Kind of reminds me of my first boyfriend.
Yeah.
Anyways, so today.
That wasn't me, by the way.
No, that was my. Oh yeah, we should specify. So the GMM, this is the 25th here in Toronto, stands for the Global Marijuana March. Happens all over the world. First Saturday of May, every year.
Even in Indonesia?
Well, see, this is the thing. Can't say all over the world because not every city or town or country, I guess, like spot has their own. I know there's one in New York this year. I actually was debating driving down there, but I did a little bit of planning on the back end for the committee this year for this event. So I wanted to see how it turned out.
You've been working hard with this event. Just as a side note regarding Indonesia, I'm a big.
He's like number one.
I have a big fan base down there. Yeah.
Well, you're the second best comedian in Indonesia.
Probably, yeah.
We don't know who the first is.
No, but just in case there is one.
Yeah.
But if you're in Indonesia watching this, you've probably seen me.
So I don't know if you can see what's going on behind us, but we literally, the crowd has started to form around the. What is that?
That's a horse with a man on it.
What horse is that? Oh my God! There's actually a hole.
Wait, is there a man on it?
There is.
There is. There's some guy.
Every day you see a horse with two rear ends.
There's some guy with a dress on a horse behind us. So already though.
Oh, I thought you meant like in real life.
No. So already though, there is.
It's a party vibe.
There's more people than last year.
Oh, definitely.
Now there was a time though where this was packed, and then it kind of died out, and now the rebuild is beginning.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if COVID was responsible for that or a little bit of legalization. Some people have said that since legalization, the push for cannabis reform doesn't feel as necessary. And to that, I say poo-poo. Our job is still not done. That's why we've made signs, right? Here, let me grab the signs.
We have made signs. I think that's one thing that I realized very quickly, because when I came into this community through the podcast here and through connecting with MJ, is that I came in, I met you, 3 months before legalization?
Yep.
There's my sign.
There's Timmy.
I made that one. Have the conversation. That's probably the biggest thing that I advocate for as a non-consuming advocate, is I just want to be able to have the conversation. Regardless of what you believe on the issue, the fact is that more conversation needs to be had regarding cannabis. And even if it's not for everybody, which I don't think anything is for everybody, the conversation needs to be had. People need to open up that dialogue and really find out where does it fit amongst we as a human population. And that's MJ's sign, Break the Stigma. She worked on hers last night. I worked on mine this morning. The podcast...
Timmy's is pretty amazing, the amount of time that he did it in.
Our podcast follows 4 things. Bring the fun, raise the bar, and then it's break the stigma, and then having the conversation. So in any order, that's what we want to do. We want to have that conversation to break the stigma, have some fun while doing it, and raise the bar in regards to the way we do it in a lot of ways. So MJ is currently going to be attaching our signs to that stroller. You might be able to see Church Groves Peterborough. That's his Instagram handle. He is behind us, I believe. Yes, waving that flag.
Getting tangled in string.
A perfect example, not
Don
just as a
Kron!
non-consumer,
Don Kron!
hanging out and making friends with consumers and standing for the same cause here, but also the fact that he is a Superman fan.
Oh, yes, I did. My kids still want them.
Stand as one. I don't. Is MJ? She's already gone. She's gone. She's gone to Don Kron. What's up, D? Hey, how are you? We are live here, everybody. He's been on our show for sure. We actually had a conversation with you down at the where were we? Can Expo. Yes. Hey, come sit down. MJ's gone. Come sit down. Have a brief seat. All right.
Boy, how you doing?
Doing good. Good to see you.
Nice to meet you. Hey, good to see you.
Oh my! I don't even know how to hold this thing.
I know it's funny seeing you.
Shout out to CBC.
Yeah.
It's funny seeing you
How
with
you
that.
That just it felt weird. I picked this up and I realized I haven't even like held a joint.
I got restaurant.
Run a promo
Yeah.
for what?
I know you're gonna run a promo.
Oh, and then we're gonna talk to D.
Sure.
Okay, we're gonna run a promo and then we're gonna talk to D. There's the promo right now.
Sounds good.
All right.
Sorry, you don't mind if I change, if I move this?
Yeah, yeah, no,
In
there's-
fact, I'm gonna just.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Or clip it, whatever you want
Can I
to do.
clip it? Is that
And we are back,
Whatever you want.
okay?
right? It looks like we're back. We're on the screen here. Yeah, there we go. We are back.
Awesome.
We're here with D, the Bud Guy, and you were just talking to me about what was it? The prohibition against the coalition.
It's the Anti-Prohibition Coalition. That's what brought us all today together. In a sense, great big ups to all the organizers. We're just getting here ourselves, but you can already tell that the support's immense. We've seen a lot of people on the way. We could overhear the conversations, the words getting out. And we actually ran into some of Metro's finest on the way. They actually commended us on our conduct.
Yep.
And that's you and I were talking about that. You mentioned last time we seen each other was the expo, and you and me and Mary. It might have been just Mary and I, but I think you were there too. We were talking about breaking down the stigma is also our conduct, like how we conduct things. And a lot of my discussions were based around the fact that I think that if you're a willing partner and you're somebody that they're willing to speak to, you're gonna get further in the conversation.
Yeah.
So our hope is just not to always be on the other side of things. It's our hope is to actually come to that agreement like anything else. And they commended us on the way that we did things. There's a lot of things going on in the city. If you're not from the city, it's a pretty hype city today. There's a lot to say in the city.
Yep.
And there's a lot of, again, a combination of just the conduct in which we are, and that's good citizenship. That's good cannabis advocacy through being a welcome guest.
Yeah.
And throwing us back. Like, this is a beautiful park in a beautiful city. We're near very important buildings, very important to us as how many years ago was it that we stood here and we were fighting for completely different reasons, but today we're here on support of others, right?
So what is your reason? Because one of the things that MJ and I have talked a lot about is the because at one point it was kind of like, what if somebody's like, well, it's legalized, that's all I wanted it to be. But we've realized that there's so many other things. Like for me, my sign is I still think that the conversation is lacking. Even though it's been legal, people still aren't willing to really discuss. MJ's is about breaking that stigma. What is your reason for being here?
If I'm being honest with you, it's a combination of both.
Yeah.
I think you both summarized it so well. The thing is it's easy for us to accept the fact that we have a lot more opportunity than some other places and just kind of look at it as we won and we stop here. But
right.
I think we can all agree that there's still work to be done. Like, there's still access issues for patients. There's a lot of competitiveness. On the recreational side, there's not a lot of I think that, sorry, let me change the wording here on that one. On the recreational side, I think that a lot of people will have mixed experience with what's available. And like we're actually in a unique position where we get to associate not with just the commercial market, but the legacy market, as well as the homegrown market, and that's where I kind of fit into things, I think. And I think that we're starting to close gaps between those lines and work together for cannabis again, versus looking at things as we're this market and that market. The moment we unify and we get the conversations open again, we can make those final steps towards getting those accesses closed, and we can make, get our plant counts up, and maybe get, the fees for growing reduced or completely eradicated would be the end goal.
Yeah.
But but I think it's also important to be careful, and I think we talked about this when I was on your very first podcast, and I said this is we want to fight for rights and access. We want to acknowledge the medical properties of the plant, but we also have to be careful about how medical we want it.
Right.
Because that's when controls and variables and things are even more enforced. And right now, like, we speak a lot about the government, but just imagine when industry takes over, like when pharma, as an example, steps in and has that access because of that. So we need to find that line and make sure that we're not trading a good thing for a bad thing when it comes to these. And these conversations allow this.
Well, and I hope what you said, I hope when you talked about the city and some of the enforcement that's around sees the conduct, I hope that when the march begins, that once again, you're going out there in a very public manner with the signs, with the paraphernalia, and the reality is that the stigma is based on a very real perception that was established and built, and we need to be very careful that as the march becomes very public and we head out into that street there, that other people who are watching aren't going, that typical thing would be, oh, look, it's just a bunch of stoners. They need to see people who are walking out there with a sense of community, a sense of care for their thing, but also not trying to be disruptive, not trying to, be destructive. So I don't know. Last year, I thought it was a very peaceful thing, and I hope that this one is too.
I wasn't fortunate enough to be here last year, and I'll make the same excuses. Like, I think a lot of us go right to is like, well, I must have been busy. I really don't know, but what I do have to say is bit by bit, a lot of these things you just don't know. Again, that's part of the problem, isn't it? Is that, like, I'm in the community and I didn't know that there was an event here last year. You know what I mean? Like, so if I'm as informed as I hope that I am, I feel like I try to, by getting involved, I feel like I'm closer to it at least. And I'm not saying I'm that guy. I'm just saying is that by being involved, you hear things that you wouldn't otherwise hear online. Like, and it's not like a secret society at all. It's just you're there when they make that announcement, or you're talking to somebody who you didn't otherwise maybe see because they've been shadow banned or some crap like that. Like, and that's the stigma again at work.
Well, I think some people think even in a small, tight community that word just, because it's funny, because word just gets around. Sometimes it's the things where you're like, how did that get around so fast? And then there's other things like this, because from what MJ was telling me, I don't know where she's gone off to now, but MJ was telling me that it wasn't too long ago that Toronto broke records for the marijuana march in terms of participants. What's up? And then it disappeared, and COVID might have been part of that. Legalization might have been part of that. And everyone just assumed, oh, well, when we get it going again, everyone's just going to fill back up again. And there was the impetus for MJ getting so heavily involved this year was being so disappointed last year at the turnout. And I don't think it was the fault of people being nonchalant about it. I think it was the fact that everyone just assumed, come on, guys, we all know that May the 4th is, that weekend is going to be the Global Marijuana March, but not everybody did.
I think that, there was the division of for a while we were told not to go out. So maybe some of that was conditioning, but I think also the fact that you said that we have the numbers that we did is a reflection of the fact that, legalization for us hasn't been that long. Like, you could still very easily search back. It's almost like our guilty feeling of, like, if I talk to you about high school,
Yeah.
you almost feel like it's the same amount of time until you actually do the math, right? Like, you know what I'm saying when I
Yes.
say that?
Yep.
Because you forget how much time had passed. But
Yep.
my point being is that we're not that removed from it. And I think that it took time for some of the maybe more reserved and more quieter types to be able to also join our cause and come out and start to participate. Like, do you want to hear something really cool? So I'm going to an event here in Toronto at the end of May.
Yep.
With the Hetty Dab and Ross Consultant and stuff. And well, the reason I bring that up is a friend of mine, he's a family friend, both myself and my wife, who's a non-cannabis smoker. And she's the lady who gave me my very first dab ever. So now here I am. I'm going to this rosin consultant event. So it's all about extracts and stuff, okay? And she's about 70 years old. In the 70s and 80s, she had like OPP tactical helicopters raining down on her. She was that gal. Like, she was, her and her hubby, they were growing like Alaskan Thunderfuck. She was a guerrilla grower. So here she is, like, kind of in her twilight years, I think they call it. And she's coming to her very first Canada event.
Nice.
Her very first. So, like, with me. And
I
so
couldn't find my doobie.
I think, like, that's.
Welcome back.
So when I said what I said, I kind of thought of her.
Yeah.
Is like she had like helicopters raining down on her at one point, and she had a dissonance with that law. Like, she was doing what she was doing, but the law was just doing the law.
Yep.
And now it's pretty, like, when we speak and she'll be like, how was your event? And I start to tell her about like some of the more humbler and smaller parts of it. Her fucking mind is blown already. Like, so it's like, I can't wait to unlock Pandora's box for her.
Right.
And be able to allow her to see kind of like what she always fought for. Like, I wish she was here today, but like the walk would have been a bit much for her. She's not like, she's very vigorous, but still it's a lot. Right?
Look, the march isn't for everyone, and for all those who weren't able to make it down, that's cool. Like, it's going to be back next year.
Yeah.
And it really isn't. I think
it won't be May 4th.
it won't be May 4th, unfortunately.
You know what?
It'll be the first Saturday.
And I think this is a good time as well too to point out how they can help. If you can't make it down to it, what you do is to support those that did.
There's lots of other ways.
If you support the content associated with today's march, and those that like take the time, like as exactly like the Newbie and the Doobie and Timmy and Mary Jane, and CBG Television, if you support them, then they're able to bring you next year, and maybe you're part of it. That's a special part of it. So, like, that's the part that you, as the person who couldn't make it down, that you play a very important part. You get to be our echo. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. Yeah, and hopefully people are watching now, and you're going to enjoy the experience.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring MJ in and get a chance to hear what she's going on.
And, I just
D, thank you. Thanks, man. Always
thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Simon, thank you. Much love.
All right.
One plant, one love.
Follow D the Bud Guy on Instagram. Is that Facebook as well?
I know. Well, yeah, it's linked. So if you
All the
go
links.
there, you can link me. I'm also on YouTube. He's a Bud Guy.
Go to D the Bud Guy and follow those links. All right, man. We'll see you on the march. For sure. All right, dude. MJ. Let's bring Mary Jane Baker back in here. Let's bring the Doobie back in and find out what she's been seeing as she's been wandering around. She's got the stroller ready. I want to find out what you've seen as you've wandered around, and you've got our signs ready.
Yeah, I didn't see much. I seen a lot of faces, and I got stopped a couple times, and I was just chatting it up with the other organizers there to say we're going to meet over at the banner. We're going to start gathering people about 2:15, so we got about 20
There you go.
minutes.
So if you happen to be in the area, come on down. At 2:15, the march will start. And
if you're not in the area, you should get in the area because it's going till like 5. So, and then there's after parties at 6.
You know what I was thinking about this morning was the difference between, because this isn't for everybody.
No,
I think there's a difference between, even in myself, like you're pumped about this, and I think it's the difference between you being an activist,
yeah,
versus an advocate. So
oh,
I am all behind like advocating for the breaking down of the stigma and having the conversation and all that stuff. But
and I'm take action.
yeah, the activist in you.
Oh,
is
let me get my baby.
Thrilled about marching down the road with signs. And
The signs are the best part, honestly.
and I'll admit, look, as much as I am a performer and stuff, to me, I'm here, yes, to support this, yes, to be a part of you know, the newbie and the doobie and CBG TV, and to be here to support MJ in terms of our relationship, all that stuff. But it's like there's all these different roles to be played, and sometimes the advocate isn't the activist, but that's okay. We need both.
Oh, I don't know what you said, but it's the 420 Pace Network.
Oh, is that what we're on?
Right.
We're on the 420 Pace Network.
Oh, we're on the 420 Pace Network.
We are.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Because the 420 Pace is very chill.
Very chill. Think of young island time.
Oh, I get it. The
Because everything is Irie.
Right. It's more 420 pace.
Yeah. So I don't know what he said, but it's the 420 Pace Network.
scratch all that from the record. Good thing we're not live.
We're not?
What?
We're dead?
Oh, look at that. We get the feed got cut.
Our
late.
producer's like, nope. Well, what do you think? We have about 15 minutes left. Should we
15 minutes to go.
Well, what do you want to say?
around? I don't have anything to say other than I got to start telling people that we got to start getting ready. So
I'll
more people I can talk to.
join in on my end.
okay,
All right. And that way we'll have you. If you guys just do mobile, we'll have 2 cameras running
yeah.
here.
I'm gonna turn my mic off.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
Al can show both, or Al can show one, whatever, back and forth. However.
There's Al.
All right.
All right. So you will be getting. Yeah, I'll bring the camera with us. Why not?
Yeah,
We'll just
yeah.
you'll get footage of the march.
It just
And,
you'll swap it back and forth in between, so you'll see
Yeah.
when you're on the screen.
Yeah. All right. Very cool.
Okay,
Al,
I'm gonna put my
enjoy
chair
your
away.
time back in the what is that? The bunker? Is that what we call that? I can't hear you,
Studio?
Al, but it looks like you're in like kind of the control studio bunker. We need to come up with a really cool name for it down here on 420 Pace Radio.
Pace Network.
Pace Network. Sometimes I even call us the doobie and the newbie, which isn't right. You know how many people don't put the in front of
I know. Look
our,
at the logo. In all fairness, there's only one the.
we can't even see it. You're on the thing there. The newbie and the doobie.
That's
It was
why
very-
the is sideways and it covers both. Like,
It was very artistic. We tried to be artistic with it, and
artsy.
yeah, not everybody thinks the way we do. So we are going to get ready to go on to the march here.
I just want to say sorry. That must have sounded terrible. Microphone was on my bag and I was like, and I know how much our producer Al loves that when I do that.
How long is the march, anyways?
But now,
Hi, Sherry Ann Baker.
hi.
There's
An
Sherry
hour.
Ann back there. How long is the march? An hour?
About an hour.
Oh,
How many people there are?
it's hot out here. Oh no, I'm gonna go. I gotta bring the camera with me. So we've got about an hour march ahead of us. The crowd is definitely bigger than last year, right, Sherry Ann? You were here last year. That's a bigger crowd for sure. We've seen a lot of familiar friends and faces. And
So are you going to carry the phone just like that?
allowed.
Yeah. Are we not still on?
We are, but we're going to walk around. I need to go and talk to your store
Okay.
and everything.
No.
So then
Al, we can't hear you.
Just carry the
Okay.
phone and-
There you go. Got that? All right. Al, you better talk to Al because I think we're doing packing up right now. And I don't know where anything goes.
I'm going to pack up. I just need you to take the phone and keep doing the live. I even turned my mic off so you could wouldn't hear any of the.
How's that, Al?
That's much better, buddy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you
Like-
fine, man. I can hear you super.
My
Not a problem.
newfangled microphone.
Yeah, as long as I stay out of the loud music, because I left my super duper headphones at home because I didn't think it was going to be
No.
loud.
You've got stuff on your teeth.
But
Are we still live?
I'm gonna mute them. Now we can
Sure.
hear you.
All right, sounds good.
And I'm gonna turn you up here.
All right,
There we go.
just get rid of my sunglasses there. So yeah, there we are. Queens Park, Toronto. the Global Marijuana March, and I have to agree with the newbie and the doobie. It is bigger this year. There are more people here, attendance-wise. There's no doubt about that. So instead of looking at me, why don't I just walk through some vending area here and give you a bit of an idea of what's going on?
Yeah, good. Do whatever you got to do, buddy. I'm just, I have to get familiar with these fucking controls here. Again.
I know, eh? Okay, here we go. Guys, switch it around. Back camera.
There we go.
There we go. All right, here we are. So as you can see, vendors. Oh, right back here. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. Come all the way down from Campbellford. They're down here selling T-shirts and hats and flags. Al says hi. We'll talk to them before we depart from the broadcast. We'll talk to more people. Well, people before we leave. I just want to make sure we catch the march, right? So here you go.
When did that
Booth.
start out?
The march starts at 2:15.
Okay. You better
All
get
right.
walking over that way.
So yeah, you can see beverages, chips, and stuff there. Look at the baked goods.
Oh, that's got to be Sofa King. No,
What's that, Al?
is that Sofa King?
Yes, right there. There's Ashley right
Hi,
there.
Ashley.
And this is
I'm Akosia.
Akosia. That's right. We're gonna come around and do proper interviews after the march. I just want to make sure we get up there in time. Good to see you. Bye-bye. Hey, Anthony, man.
What's up, guys? This is Anthony from Hamilton Vape at the GMM today.
That's right. And look, he's got his little nugs on the table too. Oh, while you're here, have a hit on the there on the in there. You got some stuff here for sale. We'll be around, Anthony, after the march. Papers. One Love Enterprise. Lots of blunts in there. How you doing, guys? Over on this side, there we got more people over here. I hope I didn't get you dizzy. Hi. Vendor over here. All kinds of candies. Okay. Watermelon, orange, root beer, peach, blueberry, green apple. Oh. Down here, more stuff. Oh, even samples. Sampling. And here we have Pod H, Parents Against Driving. Hi, how you doing, buddy?
We're here again doing what we do best, providing a safe ride for people that are going to be impaired.
Giving them a ride.
Yes.
Awesome. Did you hear that, Al? They're giving free rides to people who are impaired.
Yep, that's awesome.
Absolutely. So that people don't get, they are not impaired. So we provide free Uber chips and taxi chips. We're here again doing what we do best. And we're providing you with the best snack in the industry. Afrobeat snacks, the only snack that is guaranteed to make you dance.
All right, I'm going to be around to do interviews and stuff later, but I thought I'd stop in and say hi.
It's good to see you again.
Good to see you, man.
So the
Well,
usual
then-
suspects are there, huh?
How often do you see, Parents Against Driving High? I've had a couple of interviews with them. How you doing? Look, Jimmy Bongstock in there with their tie-dye. There's Amy. And this is some more booths around here to the left. There's the dog pound. Whoa, almost walked into the dog. A different dog, though. Hey, how you doing? Thomas. Another vendor. Yeah, much bigger than last year, Al. Much bigger. More
That's
people
good.
here for sure. Yeah. Yeah. And there's Sherry Ann hanging around on the bench, giving the wave. Hi, guys. Yeah, good. In the years, this used to be just full, right?
Oh, yeah. Jesus.
But this is like a restart.
I
of things.
believe, and if you can find Neve at some point, he'll probably
Yeah.
confirm this.
Well, there you go.
The last global marijuana march that I was at, there was over 20,000 people there. Over.
Wow. Yeah, exactly. There you go. We got Terry Parker. We got Allison Merlin. There's Danielle and Gabby. There's Gary. Gary's taking a picture of us. We'll be talking
That's all
with
Gary
them.
does.
Hey. Good. Hey, Naomi, how you doing? You stopped to light your joint.
About the only march I'm going to do is around this.
Around the
Just
horse.
around the
Around the statue. That's my march. You see the wall they're building?
There's a wall. Oh,
Taking the bricks out of the base of the castle and building a wall. If you keep walking, you'll see it.
Okay. That way. Right there. Yeah, I seen all that construction way down there. Oh, right here. Oh, I see right there. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, been pulled out.
Somebody's might be part of a protest movement. Who knows?
Yeah, that's right. Vandalism. Whoever's done it over. Yeah, it wasn't done today that we're aware of. All right, here we go. Walking around. This is the other side. Yeah, like you said, Al. 20,000 people used to come to the march.
Yeah.
Then COVID came, legalization came.
Yep.
And
I think, I honestly think, Al, I mean, I'm not putting COVID aside, but I think that it was more the legalization aspects that has created some.
Why protest? Cannabis is legal.
Yeah, exactly. But it's not over. We still have the medical program that we're sitting here with our fingers in our mouths going, are they going to cut us off? Are they going to cut us off? I mean, we still have work to do.
Oh, there's still work to do. There's things such as possession limits. Some people would like to see being able to grow more plants. We can still be charged for having 31 grams of cannabis on us.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. So that's what I mean. Like, I'm not looking
for. You can't go in and buy more than 30 grams at a time without risk of,
Yeah, exactly. You don't want it ends up with, people can still get arrested, for that amount. And even though they may be a patient, but couldn't find a doctor, or, maybe the doctor just said no, right?
Yep.
This statue again. This is the other side.
Welcome to the marijuana statue march.
Yeah. So there you go. Mary J's Munchables, premium edibles.
Yum.
Just as you can see, people walking by. This side's a little busier, where the booths are, right?
Chris Kringle I see over there.
Chris Kringle. Yeah. Yeah, and I mentioned Terry Parker earlier.
I saw him.
The fella, first guy who got cannabis. These guys got the medical cannabis for everybody that we all access now.
Look, some clones, would you?
Clones. There we go, man. Clones.
So while you're walking around, we're going to also have a peek at see what the newbie and the doobie are up to.
They're okay. You go check them out.
Roaming around.
Yeah.
Although they're making me dizzy, so we'll go back to Al.
Oh, okay. Oh, hang on. I lost an ear.
You lost an ear?
Yeah. I always said earbuds, earpods, whatever. It doesn't matter what you call them or what I use. I always have one that falls out.
I can just wait for the comments. Al, you're an environmentalist, and you let a magazine roll on past you.
I didn't even see it. I'm looking at this.
It was going pretty quick. There it is over there, over by the booth.
Oh, right there.
Yep.
There's no garbage cans.
I was like, pick that up, dude.
There's no garbage cans, man. Look around. There's no garbage cans.
Well,
sorry. Look at that right there. I found some.
They do have outhouses there, so I guess they were anticipating us.
Well, yeah. I know that they were informed.
Oh, were they?
Yeah, I think what the it could be because there are some
Do we
tents
know
here.
what response they gave?
There are some homeless people here.
Do-
I see tents and there's
Do we
stuff
know
outside of it.
what they said when they were informed?
Well, I know when the police were informed that they wanted to know who the marshals were and things like that, eh?
Okay.
And that way, as far as are they identifiable? So the committee got what do you call those things?
There's a few with vests.
Vests. That's the word.
Yes.
Yeah.
Although
They
we
have
haven't seen
vests.
any yet, I'm sure we'll find the vested people. They've
Yeah.
invested themselves. I'm
Well-
gonna. There's one. There's one.
No, I don't know if he's with us. I couldn't tell you. He could have because this is mixed in also with the
Yes. Yes.
freedom people. Look, there you go. This is what Naomi was talking about here. She was talking about the bricks.
Oh yes.
Someone's taking the bricks out of here to build this wall.
Wow. Wow, ain't that cute?
It's pretty
Little
senseless.
destructive, but
That's right. Senseless, right?
there'll be a bill to somebody for another $5,000 to fix that.
Well, yeah, exactly. And that makes it gives them more reason to stop allowing, to stop. They used to again. They had the fence around it. They had a fence around this
While
at
they
one
were
time.
rebuilding.
Yeah. Well, I could see if that's going to be a problem. I could see a decorative fence
The
going.
statue's been there for years, but they have gone, as you'll see. Anybody who's been down to Queens Park before, the landscape has changed. There's a lot more trees. Things
There's
like
actually
this.
there's actually some grass growing too.
Yep.
There's an old T-shirt right there. He's got a Oshawa Cannabis Day. That's old.
Ooh, wow.
There you go. See, down that way. This is more where the vendors area is, eh? So a little busier, Janine.
We haven't been down there yet.
Oh, I started here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. There's some people I know over there. Hey, there's 420 Dad waving. And the Scott, the leaky
she
things
said she
on.
was coming.
Yeah. I brought her down.
Oh,
She
you
was
came with her?
encouraging.
Oh, that's nice of you, Al.
I went into town to pick her up.
As you used to do.
Yeah, well, I used to live across the street from her, basically.
Fair enough.
Hey. Okay. We got going on here.
There's a newbie and a doobie.
Yeah. Break the stigma.
And
Now,
their baby.
their baby, and there is the little nug is in there.
We have a picture of Mary Jane's chin.
Mary Jane, nice chin. Nice chin. Here, can we see the little nug? Oh, we can't. There he is. You
Is
see
Larry
him
in there?
Yeah, you see him there. There you go. The little nug is. All right. Getting people ready to go. Here we go. Gathering up people. Everybody can see people heading that way. I'm heading the other way.
Yeah,
Just
go
temporary.
let's
Just
go
temporary.
backwards, Al.
Let's go backwards. That's right.
We'll meet you somewhere over by Wellesley.
Yeah, I gotta do. Yeah, exactly. You see how long the line is.
I remember one year you started at the back and then walked all the way to the front during the march and caught up. And there was a lot of people there.
All right. Just fella asked where we were being broadcasted live at so we can watch it.
You know what? I'm gonna put the stream into the Global Marijuana March group.
Oh yeah. 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 You know, Pat H. They approached the March committee, asked about coming and all that stuff, and being that I had interviewed them a couple of times, I gave my feedback on it. And good to see that Danielle, that they are here. We got Gabs and Dabs, Dabs and Gabs. They're sending people towards the start. This way, correct. Hi, Allison.
Hi, everybody in Owlsland.
Al is on. I have Al in my
I'm
head.
in Al's land.
Good
Al's
to
in
see you
Al's
at the
land.
Global Marijuana March 2024, everybody.
Oh.
We are here to make a difference. Legalize cannabis everywhere.
Still hanging people.
Teach the world. You better believe they are. They have death sentences in Singapore, and that is unacceptable.
Exactly. 2 people last year hung.
Gotcha. That's why we fight, my darling. We need you. We need all of you out here with us, and we need to fight this as one. Legalize cannabis, get it out in the open, and make sure that everybody's taking care of you guys. Peace, love, and grooviness.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you. Hi, Terry. You heading up to the front there? Gonna be up at the front of the parade?
Well, I guess I'll get up there. Sure, why not? I'll do what I can.
Yeah, baby, you've done this several times.
Since what, 1974?
Holy Jesus Christ, that's a long time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's unfortunate. A lot of brothers and sisters passed away over the years, but Whole Foods appears perseverant, so everything's kosher for everyone.
Things quieted down over the last few years, but it's time to get things up because we're still, back then we were fighting for cannabis law reform, and today we're still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Yeah, that's true. And if we don't, I'll put it short for you, okay? You know me, right? What we need in this country is more transparency, accountability. Until we have that, there'll be no peace, we know sustainability as a country or as a planet. But we need more transparency, accountability. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, it is. I see some people. I don't know. Okay, there's 2 marches today, Al, because there's 2 groups here today. There's the freedom people who are here. They're going. They're ahead there. They're going. They're getting ready to leave, and we're gathering.
What freedom people? The Freedom March or Freedom? It used to be down there the Global Marijuana March and the Toronto Freedom Festival.
Oh yeah, but this is a different freedom festival.
I assume so.
This is the people who are under basically are against the Trudeau government, vaccines. Part of the. So they've been here every Saturday for years. They've been coming for the last probably 4 years. Like we've been here for the May Saturday. So last year they were here as well, and there was the Kings. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna let the other group go ahead. Last year there was a problem where the groups got mixed together, and things got split. Things got split up.
What's his name was down there on the other side there on the south side of Queen's Park doing a festival.
The King, yeah, that was the King thing. The government was
Charles. The induction.
Exactly. We'll be around for any of you guys when the march is done. Yeah, there you go. Gift for Naomi. Hey, Naomi, here's respect. Hey. You gave him your first stat? Really?
Yeah.
And Dog Pound's confirming that, guys.
Yeah.
He did.
That was that was in Bayford Central a long time ago when the counter was at the back, and he came in. His dad was. We won't go into that.
Those old these old stories are good to hear when you come to these things.
All of them. I've got
I imagine you are full of them.
I've had so many Jesus on the couch. One was under the kitchen table one time.
Oh, Naomi.
Was kicked out of school, and when I got her back into school, they had her all set and everything, and she went to school and she was told she was not fit for the school and was not her. So couldn't find. I was working full time. Why in Toronto is it the mother's responsibility to get a 14-year-old into school? She ended up home for a year.
At home for home.
With no supervision, and her friends they played video games.
Oh, that's educational.
I don't know how many drugs, but she certainly spent her youth. But in that year, she ended up working in the illegal market, and she now has her master's degree.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go. All right, I'm going to move on. We're going to get ready for the beginning of the parade there, see what's going on. More people are gathering.
Now, I want to know whose agenda.
All right. There we go. Hey, look, there's a familiar face there, Al. Hey, how you doing? Good to see ya. And this hit me that from the side. Didn't expect to see 11 and Winnie. There's Matt and Val. How you doing? Good. Yeah, Al's on the other side.
Buddy.
Hi, Butthead.
Hi, Butthead.
Hello, Butthead. It's a microphone.
Oh, you were listening into the
I was trying to hear Al, but. How are you, Butthead?
I'm all right.
Good.
I'm cold up here.
Good. Yeah. We just got here now late because Tyler had a baseball game, and I'm the coach. So we won 15-0, big game, first win of the year. Yeah.
Wow, who'd you smoke?
Who did we played the Pirates. So we are the Rockies. We killed the Pirates.
He was smoking 8 ball kush. That's what he was doing.
Yeah, he's smoking kush, Al said. Selfies.
Oh,
yeah, you can't see him. He's just got me on the screen. All right.
See you, buddy.
See ya.
All right. What was that? I missed that. What was that on the speaker? 6 minutes out. 2:30.
All righty then. You know, I think that we should get you a karaoke mic with a little speaker on it, Al.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, I was going to I even charged it up.
Your little thing?
My portable speaker that I attached to my body so they could hear you.
Oh.
Oh, you know, when I go places, I forget 3 things, man.
I know.
That was one of them.
Yep. It's usually your headset.
Well, you know, I left my big headphones at home, but it hasn't been a problem. Obviously, I've been hearing you. So no, I came here. I know.
We have to work on the newbie and the doobie situation, though.
Yeah, that was unfortunate there, but you know they were still able to talk to some people.
Well, they're using their lapel mics. That's why that's happening.
I put the mic down. I'm getting a drink.
All righty. We'll look at this guy's truck.
All right, I'm back. Here we go. Okay, all right. I was just talking to Naomi.
So you could have parked over here, Al.
Yeah, these are the vendors that are parking in here.
Yeah, they wouldn't have known.
Well, see, Wayne, who's here,
yeah.
He parked right across the street, straight across there. Where that vehicle's driving right there?
Yeah.
He parked right there. I can see his car.
Yeah.
I've never parked that close.
Time I was there, I parked directly across the street, just over by U of T, and I could see my car the whole time, but I did get a ticket.
Yeah, same here. I parked over there for a few years, and I got tired of I got some years I was fine because I was in a actual parking spot at the U of T, and I was fine there. But other years I came in, it was full, so I just parked on the road. And
you see,
I
got
I got 2 tickets one year.
I don't get tickets anymore because I have a handicap thingy on my car. Although, I parked in a handicap spot at Sunnybrook Hospital.
Did you?
With my sticker, and I got a ticket because I didn't put any money in the meter.
That happened.
Yep. Overzealous security guy.
People sitting everywhere. Oh, look at that. They even got a sign up there. Pre-rolls and shrooms. Oh, shame.
So are we going for a walk, Al?
Yeah, well, I was told they're leaving at 2:30.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were leaving at 2:15, and then it got changed to allow the other group to go ahead.
Oh, yes.
And then we're going to come in behind them. That way we don't do what happened last year where everybody got mixed in together.
God, we wouldn't want that.
No. Well, but yeah, it won't be like in the past years. That's for sure.
But it's a new generation. You see, like
correct.
It's not all of us old farts. If you look at the crowd,
it's a kickstart. It's
right.
It's a kick. Yeah, it's
it's what we used to call a pop up.
Yeah, and seeing Allison and Terry here, who were in those first marches.
Yeah,
still here 25 years later, right?
Yep. Although Allie's now in a scooter.
Correct. Yeah, and she'll be up there at the front of the parade.
Oh yeah,
she always is.
And she won't stay on the sidewalk. She'll be right on the road, blocking traffic. I guarantee you.
Yeah, it might. Yeah. Now, based on last year, they told us last year that if there was enough people, they would start to, be the provide, security or whatever, right? But the group was so small last year, they just told us to stay on the sidewalk. No, I'm going with you. All right, there we go.
And away we go. I'm just gonna play the little thing we made for the march here as we're getting going. If I can find it, I'm using StreamYard today, and I'm not used to it anymore.
Yeah, that's if everything's even loaded in there because you had to jump in there.
I've been loading stuff while we've been chatting. We'll be right back.
Okay, good stuff.
And we are back, Al.
All right. I'm going to just sort of...
I think MJ is frozen.
Is she?
I think so.
I'm just trying to see where she is. She must be behind me. Oh, okay.
That's where she is. She's frozen. Okay, you're making me dizzy now, buddy.
Oh, sorry, man, but I have to try to get up to the front, right? See, look, there's nobody here, right?
Al's always got to be first.
Oh, I got to be able to show you the group of people behind me.
I know, and they walk fast.
Yeah. Well, Allison
goes
like
100 miles an hour. About a mile.
Here we go.
There we go. Now picture this 5-10 years ago.
Oh, it was solid people, man. It was huge.
But okay, I grew up in Toronto, And we used to go downtown on any given day, and you'd be shoulder to shoulder people like this.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
that
yeah.
doesn't even happen anymore downtown
Sidewalk
unless
to
there's an event.
sidewalk.
Yep.
Yeah. Sidewalk to sidewalk. But it's not one of those this year, and then we have to start fresh and build again.
Yep.
It's doing things like this to allowing people to know that, hey, this is still going on, and why we should be getting involved in it.
And we like to air these things so that people like myself who can't do this anymore, get a. I mean, even if you're not there, you're still supporting us, and you're supporting this event, and that helps because it creates a conversation, and maybe next year there'll be double what's here.
Yeah, exactly. As long as I don't forget, throughout the parade, I'll grab some people. I'll ask them why they are marching.
Yes, I think you should.
Yeah, I see MJ's is she frozen again? Or?
Yeah, MJ's frozen.
Yeah, okay. Because she's
you can
she's here. Well, you can see her in the camera, right?
Maybe let me know, and you can fix it.
Okay, you want me to let her know she's frozen?
Yes, please.
All righty, here we are. Okay, our first intersection where we got to cross the road. You're frozen.
I know.
It's just, yeah. We're on the march. That's right. She's right. Okay, we're crossing. There we go.
There she goes.
There she goes. There she goes down the road.
And she's not going on the sidewalk.
She's not going on.
Is that Dabs there?
Yes, that's Miss Daz there. Okay, I'm looking back. Yeah.
More streetwalkers.
Oh, there's a pothead. Break the stigma.
And a newbie in the doobie.
There you go. Got the big joint going to church. Hey.
I've got oil from my Shatterizer all over me, Al.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think I put a bit too much in.
Yeah, I gotta reach for a joint. Can you hold this? All right, there you go. So what do you think?
I think it's excellent. I love, again, I was talking with Timmy earlier, and it's always like somebody starts something and everybody responds. And that's the beautiful thing about it is we're all here, and it's these events to give us a chance to kind of find each other. So this is my first march. I've been involved in plenty of events, but my first march. So
really,
yeah, so it's really exciting to be part of the movement and has, excuse me, in that sense. And again, any opportunity that we get to kind of unite commercial, legacy, home grower, and just cannabis advocate together as one voice collectively, we're going to get more done. So, bueno.
Exactly. More people will speak up, our voices are louder.
Yeah, that's it. I I think it was Dalai Lama said, if you think you're too small to make a difference, sleep in a tent with a mosquito. So, kind of
not lots of times.
So if you don't believe, anybody who's done that can definitely agree how a small thing can make a big difference.
You should let everybody know who you're talking to.
So, pardon me?
Should let everybody know who's talking.
Oh, I'm D the Bug Guy. I'm just I'm a Canadian grower. I'm medically licensed. I'm also CanCell certified. So I love exploring the different aspects of the industry, as well as being part of the moving change. We have a good system in the sense that it's better than not having one.
Yeah.
But there's still work to be done.
That's right. Sure is. So basically, you march for
access, and I march for everybody. I march for those that can't be here today. I march for those that have been incarcerated for this plant, that still feel silenced, that don't have the access. But like I said, otherwise, just we're here to support the plant. And the people that are here are trying to make a difference. A lot of familiar faces and a lot of new faces. So,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So, like I said, me being one of them with the march. But, there's events surrounding it. We come together. It's a round table. Next time is better.
Yeah.
So it's all about execution. And like I said before, you build it and they come.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. All right. Well, thank you for the words.
Anytime, man. I'll see you throughout the day, bro.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We will. Yeah, I got my joint lit.
We have 25 people watching on the other stream, Al.
Oh, cool. Cool.
Yeah.
This is a triple infused doobie.
Oh.
Yeah. Some kiff and some oil in there. A little bit of hash. Look at this. Same day weed and delivery, mushroom delivery. I seen the signs all over the poles on the way down.
Oh, they're probably scattered all over the city. I just
Probably.
started seeing fungi ads pop up on Facebook now.
Oh, are they? Yeah. Okay. Well, can't miss that pink head. Makes it easier to find her when her head's all lit up like
Well,
that.
she does stand out, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, that's how we knew it was her over in the parking lot.
How many people have asked MJ if she's pregnant or had a baby?
Oh, I haven't got a clue because of the stroller, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm closer to the front.
I see that. Allie's up there in her driving couch.
Legalize cannabis everywhere. Stop the incarcerations. Stop the deaths. Legalize and regulate cannabis globally. You can do it. Come on, Canada. We need your help. Legalize cannabis globally. Get out there and teach the world. Get out there and teach the world. Legalize and regulate cannabis globally. Stop
Yeah, there they go. Free the weed.
Free the weed. The weed's kind of been freed, but not really.
Not completely. That's right. There's still more work to be done, right?
Yep.
We can do it. Get out there and teach the world.
Are we on there, Al?
On where? On that post? On that banner? Yeah, we were on there, man.
Awesome.
Yeah. So yeah, most definitely longer than last year. Sure. I don't know if these people are part of the march or not. Could be.
They're going. They're going to Marks and Spencer's.
Well, it could be a.
That's Cumberland right there, isn't it?
No,
that's the varsity. What do you call it?
I don't know,
yeah.
man.
I know exactly where you are. I just can't remember what it's called. It's where the theater is.
Is there? There's like some expensive stores to me, man.
Yeah, well, you're right in Yorkville. This is the area that I grew up in, Al, but before the buildings. Before the buildings.
Okay.
The only big building that was on that corner really was the Bay.
Yeah.
At that time, we get to go by the places that I used to work at.
Right. I'm gonna see if I can grab Scott here.
Who?
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Dad, how are you doing these days?
Can I ask you a question?
The answer is 8. It's always 8.
It's always 8. Not for this question, though. Why do you march?
I march because we still have a message to send around the world. We've legalized it. We've made it work for the best. I think it's not perfect, but we've made it. And we were talking earlier, a few of us, about the old Expo days and treating yourself and how far we've come. And yet the world still is trying to catch up, I think.
And back in those days, we were out advocating for cannabis law reform, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform because there's always, like you said, it's not perfect. There's always changes that could be made.
Lots of changes there can be made. From the fact that they're talking about decriminalizing hard drugs right now, I think that's a good conversation to be having, and I think it's the right time. Also, I want to say something. I have a very nasty injury I recently suffered, and I have really come to realize this. We should maybe
we should move along, eh?
That some of the damn packaging. Did you get it? Some of the damn packaging in these containers and stuff that we're buying nowadays.
Oh, brutal!
I have suffered greatly trying to get into these.
Oh, big time! Oh, I know.
Putting my foot down, I'm tired of it, and I know a lot of people are.
Yeah, like I anything that I've had to open, majority of the time I've had to use scissors in order to get into them.
It's very difficult to do right now. So, and I'm not complaining, not at all. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
I'm saying that this is a simple injury in a lot of people's lives to what they've suffered. And if I'm having that much difficulty trying to get into my medicine, I can't imagine what it must be for a lot of people.
Oh yes, because especially so many people go to the stores for medicinal purposes, and I think that's I'm going to say too, because a lot of there's been a lot of increase in the older category of people going in, right? So they're having to deal with these packages.
And yes, from seniors to disabled people, even to people that are new to it, they're befuddled by some of these packagings. And I just look at them and just have to roll my eyes and go, yeah.
Yeah. Organization. Yeah, correct. Well, we caught up to the parade again there, Al. All right, Scott. Thanks. We'll be talking, man.
I will look forward to it.
That's right. Bye. All right.
Go and ask Amy that question.
Oh, why do you march?
Yeah.
Okay. We got traffic coming both directions on the sidewalk there.
I see that.
Hey.
It's called Toronto for a reason.
Yeah. I driving down here, man. I was just going like, holy crap! It's Saturday morning.
Yeah.
Where's everybody going?
They're all going to Kensington Market downtown.
I hope they're all going to the march.
At least it's not going to take you 3 hours to leave like it used to.
Correct. Exactly.
How are you?
Can I ask you a question? Just so you know, I'm Al. Here's my producer, and we're live on 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. So basically, my basic question is pretty simple. Why do you march?
I've been doing it for years, and we still need to recognize it globally, so I march.
There you go. Exactly.
I want to travel and be able to smoke weed in other countries.
Yeah, exactly. Good answer. Thank you. Okay. Oh, we're at a stoplight.
Uh-oh.
My joint went out.
Oh, God. So just so people who might be watching from other countries, it is legal to walk down the street and smoke cannabis in most places in Canada. In Toronto, it is. That's in Ontario, though, we can't smoke anywhere in any businesses. We can't have any lounges or anything because of a stupid thing called the Smoke-Free Ontario Act. But yet we can pollute the street by walking down the street and smoking,
we lost the lounges with legalization.
Yeah.
Right. So we need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality too. We definitely need lounges. We
Exactly.
used to have a lot of them in Toronto. Not
Yeah.
Now there's
Exactly.
like 4.
We'll get there. You know, as I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
to this day, 100%. We still need to up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grams or a ticket for 32 grams when you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website.
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay. Thank you. All right. This is.
See, you know what, Al? The unfortunate thing is that some people hearing that will be going, it's already legal, man. But it's not.
Yeah, and that's why in the chant they're yelling everywhere. I don't know if you can hear them.
Yeah.
Okay. That's 11. He's leading the chant up there with the bullhorn.
Did he steal Allison's blowhorn?
Yeah. I gotta say so. There we go. Do you remember the days when the chant was so loud it would echo off the buildings?
Oh my God, you couldn't see the street.
Oh, yeah, side to side. Sidewalk to sidewalk. Yeah. Oh yeah. I have a simple question for you. I'm asking everybody as we go along here. Why do you march?
I march because just because cannabis is legal here, it doesn't mean it is in other parts of the world. People are jailed for this everywhere.
Yeah.
And even with legalization, there's still there's still a legal system that's attached to this. Like
Legalize
people have 28
cannabis
grams of
everywhere.
cannabis. It's a little crazy. And there's people suffering around the world, jailed, facing death sentences for cannabis.
A year ago, there was a couple of guys in Singapore that got hung.
That exactly.
I
And
think
so
there's
this is why we
somebody
do
else
this.
waiting to be
Our
hung as
crowd's
well.
a bit smaller than it has been in other years, but the message is still the same, and it will still be the same until cannabis is legalized and it's legal and accepted.
Exactly.
Stigma needs to be removed as well, right? So
Exactly.
we're working on that. I mean, we're 5 years here legalization, and it's still, stigma's still attached to it.
Exactly.
So it's not going to be a quick fix, but we keep this up and we keep normalizing it.
It's like 90 years of prohibition. That ain't going away.
Exactly. And we think it's just because now we have stores everywhere. It's just going to be, oh, hoity-toity and fun and it's not. People still have bad are still, brainwashed. The reefer madness, that generation is still around. So,
Yeah, exactly.
And their kids. So we just need to change the way cannabis is viewed. And again, not just here globally. This is a global march. This isn't just in Toronto. This is just Toronto's section of this global march.
Yeah, exactly.
So we just need to, keep fighting the good fight.
Yeah,
There's a big
exactly.
one going on in New York right now too.
Al says there's one going on in New York right now.
I love it. Well, it is global, right, guys?
That's right, global. All right. Oh, we got a poll there. All right,
Uh-oh.
thanks, Amy.
Take a poll.
Yeah, I don't want to walk into the poll. Okay. Yeah, I'll make my way through the crowd. Yeah, I'll just wiggle along here.
Wiggle.
Okay.
Now we're turning down to Yonge Street, going down Yonge.
Are we?
Yonge and Bloor. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
there you go. Look at that.
That's the old Hudson Bay building right there.
Yeah. You see the Karma Cup poster?
No, I didn't. Where's that?
It's back here.
Oh, cool. She just put the new one out.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Is this the new one?
It must be.
Yep, it is the new one. Yep, it's the one she just posted this morning.
Oh.
I haven't seen Sarah.
No, you're right. Okay. So this is Young Street. Is that what you're telling me?
Wow, man.
And
Doesn't look like, and that's the back of Matt's head.
Yeah, that's right, man. That is the back of Matt's head. Okay, I'm gonna zoom up here.
Just push him out of the way.
No, I'm just gonna make you bounce.
Put some
Oh,
rap music
yeah.
on.
I'll stop and ask Church a question. I'm asking everybody the same question. Okay. All right. Okay. Why do you march?
I march to spread awareness and to show my experience along with having a good time and hanging out with some friends.
That's right. Yeah. Awareness is good. That's right. Okay. Thank you.
You know, Al, I went to school just up the road from there at Jesse Ketchum Public School, and that library was just being built then.
Oh, is that the red building with the gray top?
That right across the street there from you. Yep. And that Burger King.
Burger King.
Is there a Burger King there?
Oh, I don't know, man. I just smell some good smoke.
Oh, that's a Grates. What is that? What is that one right there?
Is this 401 Games?
Yeah, that used to be McDonald's.
Brass Rail.
That's where I used to bounce.
Yeah.
Yeah. In my 20s.
Some traffic. All right, that's probably when I would see it in the Toronto Sun all the time. Big ad.
Probably.
All right.
You know, even though I just moved out of the city a couple of years ago, I never went downtown.
All right. Catching up to the front again.
Well, that's Cumberland Terrace right there. Cumberland, what do you call it there? I think. What do you call it? I don't know.
Allison Yellen, teach the world.
She's always on it. People.
Whoa, watch out for the pole. Educate, medicate, do not incarcerate. I say that after every news broadcast. Hi, Winnie. All right, here we go. Young and Charles.
Free the weed everywhere.
Tripped over the hole in the road, man.
I love you, Toronto people, and I love my weed.
There's Vapor Central's old home with the big for lease sign and in the window up there.
The store downstairs is even closed now, eh?
Yeah. Toronto Hemp Company. It's closed as well. Big for lease building signs and windows.
And you know, this is all being redeveloped, and they're going to put up condos here and everything. So
hey, thanks. I in the past years, 4 lanes wide of people.
Yeah.
And people would be out the windows here. Vapor Central waving at everybody. Everybody stopped. Look, we've all stopped here talking
about Vapor Central.
Telling stories. Yeah, about Vapor Central. Everybody stopped right here. Watch the traffic, 11.
Yeah. Somebody didn't want to be on camera.
Yeah.
Free the weed everywhere, Canada, even the entire world.
Exactly. People are being hung for this stuff, right?
Timmy's. Let's go to Timmy's. Let's all pile into Timmy's.
No.
It's
We got a good day from Australia, Al.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Good day from us. Good day from Australia. Well, good day from Canada.
There you
We're
go.
live. We're in downtown Toronto here at the Global Marijuana March.
Free the weed.
Did you hear him?
Who was that?
That was Matt.
Oh.
Matt was saying, hello, Al.
Karma Cup's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're showing the poster. Hey, there's Nibby and the Doobie. Yeah.
I took Buster on one of these walks, eh?
Yeah. Did you?
Yeah. Down to the Hamilton
Hey,
Police Headquarters.
I got yeah.
Yep.
I've got 11 here, and I've got a question for 11.
Okay, you go ahead and ask.
And I asked this question of everybody I've been talking to during the march.
Okay.
Why do you march?
7.5 inches. Oh, sorry, what?
Why do you march?
I thought it was something else. I thought you were gonna ask me something else. I mean, one, it's just great to see everyone. Let's be honest. Should we keep walking? Let's not lose the herd. So it's definitely a community thing. It's definitely a beautiful energy, but we got to show up, just like with the podcast, as the different manifestations as we are as like consistent cannabis users and community members, to show how diverse. Like, you got to show up for it to kind of like share the colors inside of the community and kind of just like represent. So I think it's rewarding, definitely, to be part of it. But yeah, like, to show up and to march, I think you gotta give that respect to the plant by like presenting yourself as part of something that is involved with cannabis. So I feel like it was just representing, but also, it's totally selfish. It's 100% selfish because I just get to hang out with a bunch of stoners.
Yeah, you do a purpose, fight for cannabis law reform and hang out with friends.
Yeah, I feel like we even just shifted the energy to like fun. I mean, it feels protesty because we have a chant, but it's like, me, I prefer to kind of focus on the, on what's working, on what the positive is. So if we can all just constantly live a good example, like by checking ourselves first, and then what people notice of the community is positive. Like, look, everyone's just goofing around, laughing, being creative, colorful bunch. Like, it's about the opportunity to, offer that impact as like what collectively as a group a stoner's supposed to like be. Not that it's period after this group. It's just like, here's a bit. Here's like a Toronto vibe. Yeah.
And in this march are some people who've been here since the beginning. And it's good to see that, this year's a bigger march than last year. And, last year was sort of, it wasn't really much promo or anything. And this year there's some promo done and we got more people up.
Just keep moving with it, man. That's it. Let the momentum build.
Do it all again next year. Just try to build again, rebuild.
It's always a fun time. And it gives you the opportunity to probably try some new shit or smoke a joint with someone you ain't never smoked a joint with before.
Somebody maybe you only knew through Facebook.
Well, that's what I said. I was joking about that when I was getting the chants together. I'm like, it's like this is a fucking bunch. Like, I see a bunch of faces that I only see online.
Yeah. Well, it's true. It's true. So, all right, 11. Well, let's shout out to where people can find you, man.
Discipline Stoners. Me and my wife, Winnie Clark, have a podcast called Discipline Stoners, and I mean, a bunch of people who are here have been on it and will be on it. And we just are lucky enough to be documenting this time period in history and going at it through the lens of mindfulness. So that's like what we talk about. And yeah, we do canna covers, all sorts of stuff like that. So you can check us out. Discipline.
We'll have a show about the march. And after, yeah, I don't know.
Or something?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe a song. Yeah.
Damn, didn't someone catch the ball? I think Spliff McKenzie, we just made history. I was just freestyling, and then a homie comes up and starts freestyling next. It was awesome, and like there's always those moments that happen authentically, and when you exist in the cut,
Yeah, exactly. All righty.
You're documenting it.
Oh yes. Been doing it for years. We should just do it in audio. Now you got the cameras going, so yeah, that's right. Cannabis. There we go. All right. Thanks, 11.
Yeah, buddy. Good chat.
We just passed
Just another dispensary. Woo-hoo. Love it. That is. It is. All right, get up there to the front. Let's see how
All
many
right,
people we got.
I'm shifting front to back, in the middle. Hey Val, can you hold on to this for a second, my mic?
Yes.
Hold my mic.
Hooray, it's great.
Thank you. Good to see you. I got a question for you, Val. All right. Why do you march?
Because we can.
Yeah, we can. That's right. It's allowed in our country.
We sure can.
There's a lot of countries where you can't.
Absolutely, you bet. And we're so lucky to be here in Canada.
Hmm. That's right. Yeah. 11 getting the chance going there.
Job.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? Eh?
Yeah, totally.
All right. Oh. Okay. On to my next interview, I guess.
On to your next victim.
Pop-up question. That's what I'm going around asking everybody. Why do you march?
That's a great question.
Talked to, I don't know, half a dozen, 7 people so far.
You march.
Why do I march? I march for cannabis law reform. That's the same reason I marched for when I started this, going to these approximately 20 years ago. And I still do it for today because even though cannabis is legal, we still need cannabis law reform. People can still get fined or even arrested for quantities of cannabis that are, they're only 30 grams. Some people need more than that. Or you go camping for 2 weeks. You're going to take, some people, 30 grams isn't going to be enough. So people risk that. There's the taxes. There's people getting just arrested. There's other stuff as well. If you could deal with those excise taxes, that would help lower the cannabis. Maybe make it so that you don't have to climb a mountain and swim through the ocean in order to get to the regulatory part of it all.
Yeah, agreed.
So, all right, Val. Good talking to you.
Hooray.
Right. Here we go, Al. Shifting gears again, buddy. Don't want to get run over, man.
No. Fuck, what?
Oh, there we go. Okay.
What did that shirt say?
Oh, I didn't notice. I didn't see it. Was that somebody?
You'd have to turn around. There it is again.
Oh. What was that? What was that?
Recorded it.
Turn. We almost went the wrong way. Oh, there's construction up
Wellesley now?
Oh, no, there's construction up here. Oh, okay. They got a sidewalk. There, we dropped the banner. Yeah. Somebody just said something about the ID, and they're not even part of the parade. Hey, Thomas, how you doing?
Good.
I got a quick. Yeah, that's right. I got a quick question for you.
Ask away.
All right.
Legalization globally, and for me, it's logical legislation here in Canada. We're just doing it badly for the wrong reasons. So for me, I want to stand against that.
Still fighting for cannabis law reform.
Exactly. What a way to say it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was thinking, well, why do I march? And I thought, why did I march in the beginning? And it had to do with to change the cannabis laws. because cannabis is illegal, right?
This is the second march for me to in the 25. I think I went 20 years ago when I moved way too much weed to be out here openly. I never went again.
Now back then I was marching for cannabis law reform, and today I still march for cannabis law reform because there's things that could be changed. The regulatory end of things, as well as I look at it as, taxes would obviously make it better. If they could adjust that, patients could have tax-free medicine. Why not a location where a patient can actually go into and get their medicine and talk to somebody who's,
Well, I would just take the boot off the neck of the industry. It's stifling innovation. Nobody can move. It's a stranglehold in favor of monopolizing for corporate interests that do not care about the average Canadian, doesn't care about the medical patient, doesn't care about the recreational user. Let's smarten up.
Yeah, exactly. And some countries use us as an example of way to do things, and we're still fighting in order to make change.
Yeah, well, one punch at a time, right?
That's right. Exactly. All right, Thomas. Thank you.
All right, keep marching.
We will.
I hope my mic didn't make too much noise there while you were talking to Thomas.
No.
It kind of fell off my desk.
I heard it a little bit. Is he
I haven't-
smacking that thing around or what?
I haven't found the right spot for it yet. And I move it around too much is what it is.
All right. Okay, here we are. Bay, Wellesley. All right. Hello. Squeezing. Okay.
I don't know how Amy can walk in those heels. She's the only one in heels.
Somebody else spoke to me about that, and they said, "Boy, being able to walk in those heels and do this march and be in the park and all that."
Uh-huh.
See, they wondered the same thing, but hey.
I probably say that every year, though.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
This is the Metro Toronto Police Department, isn't it? Where you at?
I don't think so.
Look
Go ahead.
behind
man.
you.
Behind me.
The building you're in front of. Oh, no. Okay, never mind. We're not that far yet. And it's down on College Street anyways. So.
Oh, there's people. Oh, their first march, and they didn't get through the light.
You got to be quick in the city of Toronto, folks.
Yeah, I'll ask him. Come on, let's go, guys. They're coming along. I think the newbie is burning up the tires on the little Nugs cart here.
Last time I checked, I don't even know if the baby's still in there.
Oh really?
It's been a long time since I've
Well,
looked.
you got it tied in there pretty good, though, with the string and all.
It's pretty secure, but ever since he's become mobile, he climbs out every once in a while. So, yeah, how big is Toronto? I'm sure we'll find him later.
You'll find him.
Ask Timmy if his house if his home is nug proof.
Is your home nug proof?
No. I believe in letting kids like failing to learn, right? If they fall down the stairs, then they won't run down the stairs next time, right? Remember, there was a whole generation in the 80s where at the end of the day, families got reminded of, do you know where your children are? Like literally families were going, wait a minute,
It's
Do I-
11
where are my
o'clock.
Kids.
You know where
We
your
need to get back to that time. Is what I'm saying.
I was saying it's 11 o'clock. You know where your children are.
Like literally for that entire decade, that's how they would end the broadcast. It was like, hey, by the way, you guys know where your kids are? Because parents, they didn't know.
No, exactly. They didn't. So I have a question for you. As you said, you're the newbie. Why do you march?
To have the conversation or to encourage having the conversation. I think my biggest thing is I do not like the fact that any conversation is cut down because people are uncomfortable or they only want one side to be told. And I think that the conversation regarding cannabis isn't fully being told or fully allowed to be told. And I think that's both the positives and the negatives. I'm not even advocate that it's, the miracle. I don't think anything is the one and all thing, but people have to at least be willing to do the studies on it, have the conversations. What is it actually doing? Where does it help? Who can it help? And allow people to find that personalization that I've really come to understand. Like I used to think that weed equals weed. And now I've become fully aware that it's so personal in terms of how you take it, how much you take it, what you take it for. And if the conversation isn't allowed to be had, then people will constantly be quite possibly utilizing it in the wrong way because they have nobody to really go to find out how they can improve, I guess, their experience with the plant. That make sense?
Yeah, it sure does. And being you're a newbie, it's good to hear.
Yeah, you know what? And I think if the conversation is allowed to be had, then the stigma breaks. All those other things that people are wanting to have happen, I think it just starts with people being allowed to even discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. Because before, without legalization, that was that would be an issue with a lot of people. They didn't want to discuss it because it was illegal, and they figured discussing it would be taken negatively by somebody in their family or a friend or.
I don't know. You tell me, Al. You've been in this community for way longer than I've even been in it, for sure. But I think the conversation doesn't want to even be fully had within the community, lest some of the I think everything has positives and negatives, and I think sometimes even the community itself doesn't want the full conversation to be had. It just in case, even MJ and I talk sometimes, and she's worried sometimes that she might find out that maybe she isn't a fully medical user, and that bothers her. Maybe she is more of a recreational user, and not that there should be a stigma attached to that either. But she's preached so long in her own mind that this is why I consume, that she's almost afraid to find out that maybe there are other reasons she consumes, and then that changes the narrative that's been built up in her own head.
Okay, yeah.
I think that's scary for some people.
Well, personally myself, I've been consuming cannabis since I was 13. And when I became a patient when I was 41, it was something that I knew I could use as the benefit wise, and would help me. There was a benefit for me to consume it because it was going to help me with my condition. And because of cannabis, I never got prescribed any opiate drugs other than when I was hospitalized.
Do you?
So because I couldn't shut up.
So let me ask you this, just because we're talking conversation, or having the conversation.
Yeah, and we're stuck here.
One of the things that, in regards to opening the conversation, and I'd love to have your opinion on this, is MJ and I talk a lot about the consuming it through the burning consumption, through smoking it, and the health benefits that can come from cannabis, but also, there's also the negative side of, that form of consumption can certainly do damage to lungs. And I think that's the conversation that even people in the community are afraid to have, because everybody just wants to talk about it as if it's this perfect thing. How do you feel about that concept of that form of consumption?
Oh, I've been a toker all the way along, but I push and discuss the non-smoking methods because I don't expect somebody who, let's say, is 75 years of age and is going to start using cannabis medicinally, who has never smoked anything in their life. I don't think that they should be forced to smoke cannabis, and that was part of the argument before the courts back in 2013, because at that time smoked cannabis was the only way that we were legally allowed to consume it as patients. And so it went battled through the courts, and we had like a 5-year-old lad whose mother was making him cannabis oil, but that at that time was illegal, and she was risking arrest.
Do you I think okay, so I as you're just talking there, I'm just thinking this out loud.
Sirens blaring.
Right, MJ always makes comments about the fact of 5 years ago this whole place would have scattered as soon as they heard the sirens go.
Now,
No.
now they ride by on their bikes and they say hi.
I think one of the things also about why I advocate for having the conversation is because of things like you just described, where somebody now comes into the world of going, okay, there is a more natural way for me to maybe, fight against some drug that maybe the pharmaceuticals have been working with them with. And now they're like, oh, well, maybe cannabis can actually do it for me. But there's very few people, though, that they can actually go to have the conversation to say, hey, guess what? You don't have to smoke it, because the stigma and the perception is like, I thought that was the only way it was ever consumed. Like the fact that there's so many methods now has blown my mind over the years. But again, it goes back to having that conversation. People still don't know. So now they're thinking, oh man, I could probably use cannabis, but I don't want to smoke it. And they don't even realize that there's an option.
Except they don't.
That only happens when people are willing to sit down and go, we talk about bud tenders being kind of handcuffed, that they're not able to, they often are the doorkeeper, and someone comes in and they're interested in trying something, but the bud tenders aren't equipped and empowered and trained enough to really share any information with them. And so where do people go who are like going, I think this can help me, but nobody can talk to me about it, and nobody's willing to talk.
Oh, believe me, in those early days, that was big time, big issue. And there's more now than there was 5 years ago, but 10 years ago, it was nasty.
Well, I can tell you this, and I'll end with this because there's lots of other people.
Right, we gotta go.
Yeah. But this conversation that I'm just having with you, if you had told me 10 years ago that I would be at a global marijuana march on a video feed having a conversation about cannabis, I would have been like I would have thought you are nuts and you're high. You got to be high, clearly. So just that's why I'm here, is the fact of, even as a non-consumer, I still believe that these conversations need to be had, and that's what I'm advocating for.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Thanks, Timmy. Where can people find you?
Oh, well, you can find us at the Newbie and the Doobie, and we do have a show here. What is it, Wednesday nights, I think?
10 o'clock.
Wednesday nights is 10 o'clock, the Newbie and Doobie podcast, and we're actually working on a bunch of new stuff right now that we'll be looking to release in the next little while. Then, of course, Mary Jane Baker's got her own stuff through Instagram, and I'm at The Real Timmy Boyle. But Newbie and the Doobie, check us out, and we want to break the stigma, have the conversation, bring the fun, and raise the bar.
There you go. Thank you very much. Okay. So
Man, he's on point.
Yeah. March is taking a break after the walk. Couple kilometers. What time is it?
It is 3:20. We got an hour to 4:20.
So 3:20. So that we were 50 minutes, 45, 50 minutes.
Yeah, but that's what we
Yeah. Okay. I don't know how much battery life I got left. Let me just check. I don't know what you'll see.
Ah.
All right, I saw it. I'm at 29%.
Wow.
Yeah. So, I can keep going now.
Yeah, a guy just walked past you. There was a splitting image for Neil Magnuson.
Oh wow!
And
Right
we
there,
know
right
it's
there.
not him because he's sitting in his hotel room.
Right,
In the
right,
hospital.
yeah, in the hospital, yeah. Okay. Well, I'll tell you what.
Backing up already?
Yeah, not that I saw.
Oh, okay.
No.
Have you seen any police presence at all?
Not while I was here in the park. No,
Mm.
no, nothing on the march. Nothing on the.
No.
Here,
Tiny
I
Tim's
think I gotta back up. I saw a couple of police officers on bikes, but they weren't in the park. They were out on the street before I got in here. So, okay. Why don't you said it was about 3:20?
Yep.
Okay. Why don't we take a bit of a break? Get me some charging time here.
Yep.
And we'll catch the 4:20. So it's 3:20 now. So what do you say? 4 o'clock?
Yeah, sure. I'll be here.
All right.
I'll
That
set
should
it
get
up
me
for you
chopped up.
and send you the link.
Yeah. Okay. And then that way I'll get this charged up and we'll do some interviews with some of the vendors as well as celebrate 420.
Awesome.
All right. Okay. All right. Well, signing off here. We're live here at the Global Marijuana March at Queen's Park, Toronto, the North. And come on, check us out. We'll be here, well, obviously, till after the 420. If you're close, stop in for a visit. Check out our vendors. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician. The opinions of individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hey, we're live. We're live here in Toronto Global Marijuana March. I'm Al Graham, and Al Rapper's producing things. There he is right there. And Newbie and Doobie may drop in. I don't know, but they may be there. And while we are, it's like 4 o'clock, right, Al?
It is 4:02, Al.
4:02. So another 18 minutes to the 4:20. All right. So I'm going to, so what I'm going to do over the next few minutes is try to get some quick interviews in with some of the vendors here, and I'm going to start right here. Okay, I got to turn my camera around. Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot you can do that.
Yeah. I just got a few steps to do it. That's all right.
I'm sticky with live resin.
Oh yeah. All right. Okay, we're here with.
Hi, it's Blazing Wayne. Camel for Lifestyle Shop.
Camel for Lifestyle Shop is sponsor of the Pace
The
Radio
Bongs and
Network.
Dongs place.
Yes. For I don't know how many years now.
What was that, Al?
I said the Bongs and Dongs place.
The Bongs and Dongs place. That's right. There you go. Okay. Now
There you
there's
go.
something. Now there's something behind this sweater. Okay. You see this right here? See this? Okay. I'm gonna ask Wayne to explain it.
Oh, we went to a cheeseburger picnic with Randy from the Trailer Park Boys, so I had him sign my shaft.
There you go. So what do you got here today?
Oh, we have flags as usual. We brought some T-shirts, some hats. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. More hats up there. You know, things that people can just put on or wrap around them to walk around with. You know, it's not like needing a bag full. You know, you got something to carry. Your body is.
Yeah, exactly. It's nice. And people just walking past, they might want to go on a march. They might want to take a flag or something with them, or wear a shirt to show some support. And not everybody comes here planning to be in the march.
Well, a shirt to me is like a walking sidewalks sign, what you would see on the street, advertising a business. So I always look at it as a shirt does that, and the conversations that can come up in the grocery store.
Yeah, for sure, 100%.
All right, Wayne, where can people find you? Shalon, get over here. Come on, Shalon. I should talk to Shalon too. I shouldn't. Hang on. You do more. Here you got shirts, and you got hats, and you got flags, but there's much more to the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, right, Shalon?
Yes, we do body piercing as well.
You got body piercing. You got you're working on something to come up down the road.
We're hoping to bring in a tattoo artist shortly here, and mobile piercing.
Mobile piercing, cool. That's good. All right. So where can people find the Camelford Lifestyle Shop?
We are at 17 Bridge Street West in Campbellford, Ontario.
Or on Facebook, or at Poked by Shay on Instagram.
Poked by Shay. That's the piercing business. All right. And your phone number just happens to have a 420 in it. Oh, there you go. There you go. All right. Okay. We're on our way. Thanks, guys. Okay. Here we go. Make our way. Next. Oh, this is the lady here. I stopped in and talked to her. But she was out of her Jamaican patties, and it was a good thing because they're beef.
Oh,
and I couldn't eat beef.
I have had many arenas Jamaican patties.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna talk to this young lady here and talk to her about her cookies and her muffins.
Why don't you go see Anthony while he's
There's Anthony's booth right here.
Because he's got nobody there. And then you can go back to her.
Oh, well, he's out here talking with
he's out here.
Yeah. Amy, Matt, and Val. There we go. Snapshot. There you go. All right. We're at One Love Enterprise.
Yep.
Hey, you want to talk? No. There you go. Blunts, papers, rolling trays.
Speaking of One Love, have you seen One Love yet, Al?
No, but I've got someone to talk to. Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
All right, how you doing?
Good. So how's things going?
Things are going all right.
Yeah. Tell us a bit about your business.
So
keep that up by your mouth.
Okay. Sorry. So my business is One Love Enterprise. I got a website. I first started off street vending in Kensington Market. For the past 6 months, I've been on like a semi-tour, just doing markets and parties. I have all your smoking accessories, so everything that you need, your trays, your grinders, all different sorts of wraps. Like we got cannabis socks. We got trays of all different sorts.
Look at the size of the cone. Look at the size of the cone.
Oh, yeah. So
how much you got to fill that? How much does it take to fill that thing?
So, like, about 2 ounces. You can do it 1.5 ounces. Yeah. I've had one on my birthday with some friends. Yeah, it's huge. 24-inch cone for sure. It's large.
All right. Blunt wrap here. Backwards.
Yeah, backwoods. And these are like the exotic flavors. So you don't see these day to day in Canada. So, and I got a lot of different raw products, terp spray, X-Stand, you know, the rolls, 300s, 500 papers. We got Grabba. So Grabba is tobacco, and people use it. They put it with their weed. It generally comes from Jamaica. They also produce it in Connecticut.
Okay. All right. Okay, so where can people find you?
So
Right here at the march.
oh, so besides here at the march, you could find me at oneloveenterprise.com, and you can find me on Instagram at oneloveenterprise.com or Snapchat at oneloveent or my number 416-697-6459.
Scan the QR code that's on the video.
Yeah, so the QR code is for my TikTok.
Okay.
And also, this is for my brand, Packs by Blacks.
Yeah.
Right? So,
That's your Instagram.
so this is my Instagram, Packs by Blacks. And this is my Snapchat. This is my Snapchat, which is Scrawny Blacks. And yeah.
Got the music going.
Oh, yeah. This is my Carhartt sweater. It's exclusive. There's fatigue here. So Packs by Blacks tee, pink tee. The THC line there.
The Colonel. Right. All right. Oh, a bigger one. All right. All right. Thank you very much, man. There you go, Al. You're looking
Yeah,
for
man.
One Love. Was that the One Love you're looking for? Yeah.
No, I meant the movie.
Oh no, I haven't seen it, but I know the local cannabis store in Campbellford. They put it on at the local theater.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Cool. Hope.
You're right. You can.
I'm charging right now, so
All
I'm
right.
getting a little closer. Well, we're almost 420.
Yeah, you got a few minutes. 8 minutes.
Yeah. It's in the thread. Okay. MJ's getting ready.
I
Yeah.
forgot you were there.
Wendy, the clones. Oh, I heard a pop.
Corner up
Okay.
there. I got flowers on me.
You get flowers on
The
them.
marijuana.
She
How
can't
you
hear.
doing? Very good, good. You got a minute to talk to me? There he is. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, I'm caught. You got a minute?
Hey.
All right. You want to tell us about what you got here?
Today we have our shatter,
I wanna
edibles,
get
some flour, just a couple things in Queens Park for the Global Marijuana March. Yeah, not too bad. Got some suckers and stuff, but mainly just out here saying hi, showing face, making sure people know Dog Pound's still around.
I don't see, like, everybody's over there.
Where can people find you online?
Dog Pound Concentrates 2 on Instagram. And send us a DM there. We'll be happy to work with you. We've been in the industry for years. We're well known. People respect us. They know our quality products.
There you guys go. Dog Pound. Some concentrates. Oh. Oh, all right. Hang on now.
Uh-oh, dab time, is it?
Some Bubba OG right there.
Oh, nice. Look at that. Can you see the crystals, Al?
Nice.
So what is this? That is Bubba OG Cross Indica.
Smells nice, Al.
Yeah.
Yes.
I miss the smell of nice weed.
Al says he misses the nice smell of nice weed.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, tell him I miss him. Hopefully he's coming down at the end of May. We have the Canna, I'm not too sure, the Canna Expo or one of the expos.
Grow up.
Yeah, grow up.
Grow up May 29th.
Yeah, so hopefully we see him down here for that. It's been a while since I've seen him.
Yeah, well, I know that we are talking about covering the event, just like we were covering the Global Marijuana March. So you might see me. All right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Dog Pound Concentrates.
Al, ask him if he's got any magnets.
Have you got any magnets?
No, but we got stickers.
Just has stickers, man.
All right.
Actually, I got some stickers. I got them at the last event.
I need new magnets for my fridge here. My magnets didn't make it. I can't find them anywhere.
Okay, I got it on Tango. What's the time, man?
It is 4:16.
4:16. Okay, you.
Let's
you
see
got
what-
you got the newbie and doobie there, right? Where the newbie
It's so
and
nice
doobie
to see
looking?
Naomi here.
What's that?
It's almost 4:20. 4 minutes. 4
mic on?
minutes. Yes. I think her mic is on. My mic is on.
All right.
Yours
so,
is not. There we go.
So we're here now.
Wait.
Where are we going?
Wait. You're blinking.
Live TV.
There you go. You're
There we
solid.
go. All right. So where are we gonna go?
Let's wander around. Let's see. Looks like there's a group gathering over here.
Yeah.
420 is happening. Everybody is looking for their peoples. Some people are still shopping, checking in the market stuff.
So
We were just
the
recently
Doobie needs-
joined with the
Doobie needs to figure out where she's
How
gonna celebrate
No Trudeau Must
420.
Go people.
All right. Let's not
Let's
get
go over here.
political.
No, I'm just saying we were joined by them. They're in the park now, but I think they're gonna consume a little bit of cannabis and get a little happier. You know. Let's hope.
Good. So where do you want to go? Where's the 420 spot? Where's everybody gonna?
Let's go over here. I will just pop out our chairs.
All right.
It's not that hot, but
How many people have asked?
You see that? He just rapped. You're so pretty. Can I be your man?
How many people have asked about our child?
Too many.
Yeah.
Too many. But have a look. You can show off little Gary.
There's Gary.
A little bit. There you go. Doesn't he look like the both of us? He's got his daddy's eyes.
It does. He's got my eyes. We look,
I gotta get my chair.
not only is Gary go for a trip with us, but we get through crowds really easily. We cross streets really easily.
Just chilling.
Everybody just lets us through because you got a stroller. But a lot of people are
Chilling.
coming up saying, "Oh, I didn't know you guys had a child," which is funny because most people didn't even know we were together as a couple for like, I don't know. Actually, there's still people now. It's been 5 years. See, this is what happens.
Oh my god. Oh, thank you.
He's my bud. He's my little buddy.
I have a sister anytime soon.
Oh, do you? Nice. Wait, that's not mine. That's not mine. No. No, this one is. She said she had the twin, and I was like, I was pretty sure that wasn't mine.
Oh, check out the Jenga. Check Jenga.
Where's the Jenga?
Allie, I have a giant Jenga.
The Jenga's over here by the Hamilton Vape booth. It's right out front. It looks like it's only got a couple blocks out of it right now. Earlier there was a lot more gone. So,
You know, Al, there was as she's talking to people right now. Let me just say this: the crowd here, is it 420 already? It is. It's 420. Hold on, I better go back over here because this is like the Doobie's favorite part of the day. You wanted to be on here for 420. What are you gonna say?
Well, happy 420, everyone.
Tell people your thoughts on the march.
A lot better turnout this year than last year. Beautiful day. The crowd was great. I actually don't see a lot of trash on the ground, which is going to make our job easier at the end of the day because we're also on garbage cleanup. But no, it's been a great day, and I'm looking forward to next year already.
Well, we took some video with like from the beginning of the crowd and fanning through, so we wanted to be able to maybe do a head count.
Showing off the lady staff.
We're in the same group. I'll leave.
There's the crowd over there. Yeah, definitely more people than last year.
Oh, most definitely. More vendors too.
It actually felt, the difference was this year was that there was enough people to make it feel like a
celebration,
a march. Like,
definitely did.
Like last year, it felt like a group of people just walking on the street, right? There were so many gaps in between us.
Yeah.
And it felt like it was just like most people just thought that it was just small pockets of people just wandering around.
Yeah,
but this time,
I feel like we had at least 75 people this time on the march.
Oh yeah, at least yeah.
I think it was smaller than on the march. Well, here's the thing.
50, there's definitely more than 75 here.
There were a lot of people who were here in the park that didn't go on the march, which was another thing that happened this year that elevated it. And this is about rebuilding something, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
And so with everything, it's gonna start slow.
Oh, next year I just want to say I'm going to be throwing sign making parties. I didn't see enough signs here this year, and I know we want to consume cannabis on the march, but I mean, you got one free hand, one for cannabis. Let's make some signs for next year.
Yeah, or put it, like make a T-shirt up. Have a hat.
Wear your sign.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Because, even though there was a group of people this time, there were people on the street that stopped to take pictures. It was obviously
people took notice of us.
Yes, there was a gathering of people went, what's this about?
Yep.
So that was a big thing. But I think the signs and stuff, and whether it's T-shirts or signs or flags or whatever, something to not just say, hey, we support cannabis, but like you had talked about, what do you march for? Like having specific, we had signs that specifically said, have the conversation, break the stigma, as opposed to just people walking out there saying we are pro cannabis.
Yeah. If I had more more arms, if I was an octopus, I could have had many signs. Like personally, I don't think patients should be paying the excise tax. Why are patients paying 23% tax on their medicine? Cannabis is the only prescription medication in Canada that's taxable. And at 23%, I'm just like, there's so many things that I'm like, next year, I'm like, can we get it back to the point where we have a float? And
float?
Oh yeah, we had a float and we closed down the street and we had music. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's something to aim for. This year also, there was a small but at least bigger dedicated group of people who were involved in the planning and the prep. I
Yeah.
mean, you were meeting with people,
Dude, we met every week.
right? For how
Every
long?
week. We had 13 meetings. Lucky number 13.
And the plan is really, if you want something like this to explode, you need to get on it as soon as this event's over. People
Yeah.
need to be already thinking, okay, what did we do? What didn't we do?
What
How
can we
can
do
we
better?
improve?
Yep.
And that work starts almost immediately.
It's luckier than a 4-leaf clover.
Shut
I found 2 4-leaf clovers and 3 6-leaf clovers. So I can only imagine the 6-leaf clovers.
That's insane.
Yeah, I know, right? I find 4-leaf clovers everywhere.
That's crazy. Check
Uh,
that out. That is a 6-leaf clover.
That's like when MJ finds dimes. She's always telling me how excited it is that she found a dime.
I know.
If I tell you what, if I had a dime for every time MJ had found a dime, I would have as many dimes as she does.
Yep.
I think that's the way the
Actually,
math
I
would
have a
work.
piggy bank, and the last time I took out the dimes to check, I had over $20.
Oh, look, see, there's just cannabis people walking.
Yeah.
You can see them. You can see them all
Well,
around.
that's a pothead in the wild.
That's a legit pothead.
Yeah. That's crazy. A 6-leaf clover.
So what happens now? What's as this day is coming to an end? What's the plan? What is your thoughts?
I will continue on and go around and interview some vendors.
All right. Well, we're gonna shut down so I can charge up.
Okay, we're leaving now.
All right, they're gonna go
Bye,
charge up.
everybody.
See you guys.
Bye.
Bye. All right, there we go. Okay, I'm still smoking my 420 doobie.
I never stopped.
Gives you a bit of an idea of a bit of a breeze here. With the ladies blowing in the wind.
So
Yeah.
still no police around, eh?
No, no.
I'm sure
well,
they're down
I asked while I was away. I asked the people, and they
Yeah.
said, well, they saw some on the outskirts looking in.
And I'm sure there's undercover all over the place.
Oh yeah. It's
Their
no.
job, serve and protect.
Yeah, I don't know who they're protecting here, but like, do you see anything that needs worth protecting?
No, it's you know what, the GMM has always been a very peaceful protest, and that's what it is.
That's right.
And you know, it's nice to see that it's taking some notice. And I mean, there was maybe 3 or 4 tables set up last year. There wasn't many at all.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
should have. We could have set up something.
I
you know.
counted 12. I
Well,
counted
hey.
12. Yeah, including print.
Yes, Parents Against Driving High, we're here today, you know, doing what we do best, raising awareness and, you know, providing rights for people to get home safely if they need it.
I know every time you say that, I go, wow. Like usually, you know, I'm used to hearing condemnation, but not somebody offering, like an organization like this, offering rides.
Yeah.
You know, somebody has to do it. Somebody has to step up. You know, the cannabis industry has been a space where, you know, people, you know, it's all about, you know, love and togetherness.
Now, in our past interviews, because we've talked a few times, you guys also do education seminars or something along like that, where you go to places and talk to people about cannabis?
Absolutely. We have different platforms where we spread the gospel. You know, we go to schools. We talk to the young kids coming up about the danger of, you know, driving impaired. And we have a parents group as well, where we talk to parents, you know, on how to, you know, talk to kids about, you know, the dangers of cannabis if it's not used properly.
Yeah. Responsible use. That's what you guys are advocating or talking about is the responsible use.
Absolutely. That's all we've been preaching. That's the gospel.
Yeah, exactly. Good. So you're based right here in Toronto?
Absolutely. We're here in Toronto, and but we've extended our reach to different provinces as well, to Nova Scotia, to BC, and currently we're trying to get our message across to the border as well, through the border to the United States.
Oh, wow, there you go. Good. And it's an educational based course, or not only a course, but I don't know, you call it seminar that you guys do.
Yeah, we have all kinds of workshops. We have workshops where we, like I said previously, where we talk to kids about being impaired and different messages. Where we're even trying to raise money to buy a robot where we could take to the schools, because we realize that even talking to the teenagers, their attention span is very limited. So we want something that will be helpful in terms of to engage them, so that we'll be able to pass the message effectively, so that it can be impactful.
So how's things been today? Like, some people might look at this, as, hey, Pat H. People might look at things negatively in some manner. So how's things been?
Well, anything you do, you always have people, being not as receptive. It's just part of life. So we keep on educating people, and that's all we can do.
Good. That's right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Al, you got any questions?
No, I'm good, buddy.
All righty. Okay. Oh, we got a couple dogs. Now, where can people find you?
You could visit our website at padh.ca for more information.
All righty.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Enjoy the rest.
I will. Okay. Let's see if we
There's
get
still
anything.
a fair many people there, eh?
Yeah. Hey, there he is. Are you playing the game, man?
Jenga, the GMM right now. We live.
It's Anthony Foster from the Hamilton Vape. Amy and him are playing Jenga. There you go, Hamilton Vape. This is the home of the little nugs. Al, these must be newborns, because the ones that the newbie and Doobie have and MJ.
I have one too.
Yeah, their babies looks a little older because it's a little bigger.
Yeah, mine's older too.
Okay. Now,
mine's been to jail, dude. Mine sat in the lounge while it was closed up for 8
look
months.
how twisted this thing is. Oh, he's poking one out from the bottom. Okay. Look at it. It's just twisted.
One's falling over.
Concentration. Which one, Al? What do you think, buddy?
Not that one falling over.
I'm wondering about, see that triple there? I wonder about the
What about
middle
that
one.
single one that's sitting there?
Yeah, he's tapping them to see what this one that's so loose.
That one right there, you're in front of third row up or fourth row up.
See this?
There you go.
Oh, Amy's and being on camera is giving pressure, right? Yeah. Here, well. Oh, look at. Oh, it's going out. Oh, it's coming. Oh my God, look at this. Yeah, I have to get it back on there. I saw part of it. Yeah. The challenge is on. What do you think?
I'm on my like pins and needles right now. This is intense. This is real stuff here.
Music going to it. Yeah.
Hey, oh, I love it. What's he gonna do? What's he gonna do?
I know. There's not too many there.
No, everything's tight. He said. You can't. He's got nowhere to go.
There's only like 3 spots where it's 3 wide. Yeah, it is.
Lots of the sides are. Oh my!
Oh my God! Look at that! Look at that! Oh! Ah! There you go! There you go! Yeah! Congratulations, Amy! Oh! Oh! Hey, there's one in there with a picture of Anthony on it. There you go. Some fun here at the Gold Marijuana March, Al.
Yeah, man.
That's what it's all about, right? Being around friends.
That's why I went.
Talking, having fun like that. That's great, having that jingle there available, Big circle here. Big circle. Okay. Gathering behind.
A lot of dogs. That's good to see.
Yeah. Mary J's Munchies is heading home. Here I go. Okay. Yeah, there's people hanging around, 420s come and gone.
MJ and the baby.
Yeah, MJ and the baby. Dog Pound still here. There's people here. Oh, they got pre-rolls, buds. And they got refreshments. Dawn infused Gatorade. Yeah. As the shirt says, respect the plant. I would think on the other side of here is probably pretty quiet on the other side of the statue.
Yeah, that sounds quiet, Al.
Got a plant.
The plant speaker.
I just probably added to my loss of hearing. Yeah, I went to the hearing, got my hearing tested, and I have some loss and high frequency. So.
Hey man, I'm just wondering what you go by.
Oh, okay. Pace Radio Network.
What happened?
What's that?
What happened?
Oh, a fellow stopped me and he's asked me for where we're broadcasting from. And so I just told him we're on YouTube at Pace Radio Network and 420radio.ca or 420radio.ca. .ca. Yeah, we're broadcasting on 2 different networks. And we have an earlier video from during the march. So I'm going to ask you. And this is the same question I've been asking people. You're the youngest guy I've probably talked to today, okay? So you're the new generation. because like I've been coming here for almost 20 years. All right, so that's what I mean. You're the new generation to me, man. Okay, so well, the simple question is, why do you march?
I want to free the weed globally, and I want to be able to carry as much weed on me as I want whenever I go out. If I can have as many beers as I want, why can't I have as much weed as I want?
You can go to the beer store and buy. How many cases legally can you buy at the beer store?
I'm pretty sure it's over 100, so 100 is a lot.
Correct. So why should somebody get a ticket for having 32 grams of cannabis?
That's what I'm saying. I should be able to feel safe going out and not have to worry. It's in the trunk of the car. It's where the beer's going, right? Right?
Yeah, I completely agree. You got your possession limits. You got your THC limits as well when it comes to the edibles.
Yeah, and you just gotta be responsible. It's just like having a beer. Just as long as you're responsible, you're good to go.
Correct. Exactly. So basically, as I've been saying to people throughout the day, you're here to march for cannabis law reform.
I am. That's correct. I love my marijuana. Love my country.
There you go. There you go. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming down and speaking out, because it all helps create our voice to make it louder.
Thank you very much.
Talk to you later. Thanks, guys.
That's the Pepsi generation.
That's didn't that already come and go?
Yeah, I think it did. Yeah.
Yeah. People just sitting around.
Yeah,
smoking doobies. Vendors. Some vendors. There we go. There's one there. It's unpacked.
Yep, they'll be packing up soon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, this is the. See you later, Kim. See you, Naomi. Wait. That, eh? Hi, 420, Deb. Go stick that microphone in my face. Hey, you know better than that. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go over and talk to the cookie lady over here. I think she's
the cookie lady.
The cookie lady. Well, you gotta look at these cookies, man.
Are they medicated?
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah. They're medicated. I don't know how strongly they're medicated, but we're looking at your cookies and we're live in the air. And not only does she have cookies, Alan, but she's got Rice Krispie squares.
Oh, I like Rice Krispie squares.
Yeah, you like Rice Krispie squares. Look at these. These cookies here are M&M cookies, Monster cookies.
Nice.
Chocolate chip oatmeal. And there's some banana bread. Walnut brownies. And caramel brownies. Look at the size of the walnuts in there, Al.
Yum.
All right, I can have it. I can.
Oh, you'll be sick for a week, Al.
I can. It's not very big. I can have this size.
All right. I'm gonna tell your wife.
It's good.
Is it
good?
Good.
It's good. Oh yeah, it's good, man. I have your QR code on. So I'm gonna pass you the mic, and I'm gonna get you to tell us a bit about your business and your products here.
Oh gosh. Hi, close to the mic. Hi, I am Akosia. I am the owner of Baked. I make edibles from scratch. I make the butter myself. I make all of the edibles myself. I was a baker for 6 years, and I learned how to make butter, and I thought that I would try and make my own edibles. And I met this amazing group of people who have been very supportive and helpful in my journey through this process. So it's been really nice and fun, and I appreciate everybody coming out and spending their hard-earned money on my stuff. Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Do you do interviews often? No, never. First one, and you have the mic in your hand. Well, you did a very good job. Fantastic job. So, what kind of cookies are these?
Those are chocolate chip score cookies, and that one right there is a normal chocolate chip. Then you have a double chocolate salted caramel. This one here is a white chocolate cranberry. The one in front is a angel pillow cookie with a vanilla dusting over top of it. The one behind there is a red velvet. And then we have the ones over there. Yes.
I can't eat red velvet.
My producer says he can't eat red velvet. No.
It sets off my ADHD.
No. What's that?
We do gluten-free and vegan options as well.
Ooh.
But it needs to be pre-ordered, right?
Right. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. She's saying this is just the tip. There's not even the tip of the iceberg, buddy. Yeah, not even the tip. Lots more out there. I would even suggest for people to do the QR code. Here again, I'll show this. Okay, and for those who don't do QR codes, where can people find you?
You can find me on Instagram at baked.edible.bakery. And then
Super. All right. You're welcome. Thank you. Bye. There you go, Al. Well, Anthony, that was a great game, man. That was a great game. We got her all live.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you for having me. Let me get on there. Am I in the camera?
Yeah, there you are.
Camera angle. Okay, so what is happening in Hamilton? I gotta always give you guys updated with what's happening in the city of Hamilton because we're running all the cannabis events in the city. Last Wednesday of every month in Hamilton, I'm running 420 bingo. So I got bingo. We got amazing prizes, awesome sponsors. July 27th, we got for our summer crawl, the Canna Crawl. The Summer Crawl Festival is coming, and July 27th. So you guys should definitely come out to Hamilton. Look out for any of our Instagram. So with that, which is a Hamilton Vape family, and then our Instagram for Canna Crawl is CannaCrawl_Hamon. Just look us up. You'll find us. You'll find us. Okay.
I see you got the poster there. I'll scan down that poster.
Scan it, and I hope to see you there. That would be great for you to come out to see something like it. We just brought about 1,200 to our last event. That was our 420 event.
Wow.
We took over the block. Vendors did really well. The marketing that we did around it was unmatched. You can't really do what we did. We reached out to all the dispensaries. We went to them. We made connections. I'm working in a dispo. Shout out to Toke Cannabis. They're amazing. Shout out to Katie. She's awesome. We're doing so well with our marketing. It's unbelievable. And then again, too, we're out of pandemic. The vibe is different. The energy is different. I love seeing the community too. So
I'll tell you, watching you guys, you and Amy going down there on that Jenga game with the music going in the background, it reminded me so much of the old days of the Freedom Festival. It was great. Yeah. We needed to see more of that.
Sweating in that game too. I don't know if you saw that, but
all right, guys. I can scan this.
It's nice seeing you, man.
It's good seeing you. There you go. Summer Crawl Fest, July the 27th, 2 to 10 p.m. Hamilton, Ontario. Location date announced later. There's a QR code. Check it out. Okay, Al.
What do you think? You're about done?
I think I'm about done.
Yeah, your feet getting sore, Al?
It's been a long day, man.
Yeah.
Get up and drive down here.
You should bring home a brick.
But, even if I wasn't doing this, I wouldn't sit in a chair all day. I'd
No,
have
I
to,
know. I know you.
I'd have to get up and walk around. Eh?
Yeah.
Because it's just there was so much even you know as it builds,
Alrighty.
so there'd be more. Alrighty, there you go.
I guess
Well-
we're gonna wrap stuff up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, other than that, I'm gonna say see you later. We gotta pack up our own stuff here and head her down the
5
highway.
o'clock, our originally scheduled programming resumes.
Correct at 5 o'clock. So
Yeah.
make sure we're out of the way for that. I haven't even got a clue what time it is. So
It's 10-2.
all right, okay. So we better go. All right. Well, this is Al Graham from the Pace Radio Network and the 420 Pace signing out. We're live here at the Live Gold Marijuana March in Toronto.
Alrighty, take care, guys.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
tote
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
Podcasts are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VAC Roundtable number 68. Yes, we're up to that number already. And with us, we have one of our own, a veteran in the cannabis community, but one in the state of Florida, and one that was brought to us by Council Member Al Burns. So, everybody, please welcome Mr. Rob Harmon. How are you today, Mr. Harmon?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Excellent. So we're just basically going to kick it off and get right into it. So first question is one we ask everyone, and it's a kind of a multi-tiered question. But how did you originally come to cannabis? When you were first turned on?
Well, Halloween night of 1984, I think it was, or 85. It could be shy a year there. We went to a haunted mansion, and a girlfriend that I had some dirt weed, picked the stems and the seeds out. I had a little makeshift pipe out of, I think, some type of ham cream bottle or something. Smoked it that night, and then pretty regularly throughout high school, more during the summers. I was more of a surfer stoner in the summers and an athlete during the non-summertime. Then through college, I smoked occasionally. And then when I got out of college, oddly enough, I started smoking frequently. And then ever since then, I've been smoking frequently for the last 30 years.
Thank you for that. Next, we will go up to Councilmember Wade Laughter. Councilmember?
First of all, Rob, thanks for joining us. In reading your bio, I was quite impressed at your desire and ability to help other veterans. And that's a pretty interesting life choice. Would you be willing to describe or talk to us about what drove you to make that choice, to literally give away the work that you're doing? It was a beautiful thing. and I'd love to hear about it. Thank you.
Sure. Strictly, it was out of need. I own a medical marijuana doctor's office. We've been writing recommendations for 5 years. And over the first 2.5 years being open, I was speaking to hundreds or thousands of veterans who wanted the opportunity to try for some different type of relief instead of the medicines they were getting from the VA and the typical big pharma. But they didn't have the $285 or whatever it costs to actually get into the medical marijuana system in Florida. That's not good. So we said, after hearing so many people, I just said, hey, well, why don't I just start covering the cost and we'll just see what happens. And it was literally born out of a need to help. And that's where it came from. It's just grown up to where we are now. This is our 26th event this month, and we've done over 700 veterans so far.
Wade, you got a follow up?
I do. Yeah, that's a beautiful statement, Rob. Actually, I was really hoping you would talk more about what drives you personally to want to do that kind of work. If you're willing and open to it, I'd love to hear about it, because we need more folk who are willing to do that. Thank you, Rob.
Well, my dad was in the Air Force. Both my grandparents were in the Marines and the Navy. My brother was in also. And just seeing the anguish and talking to people and hearing their stories and knowing they need some type of help. And I've been a proponent of marijuana my whole life, cannabis marijuana. And I just felt like they needed something, hear in their voice that they don't want to take the drugs that the VA is giving them. But if they don't take them, they feel bad. But then they feel bad because they took them. And it was just this vicious cycle. And it just hit me really home to see, especially some of the really young veterans coming back that are on multiple medications, and they're taking their elixir at 11, their elixir at 12. And it just really hit me in the heart. And it's been stuck with me ever since. And I just have this need to help.
Thank you for that. I wish more Americans felt the need to get more active and do so, but thank you for your service during this drug war. Next up will be Council Member Michael Krawitz.
Thanks, man. Thanks, Etienne. It's so great for you to join us, Rob. What you're doing is really important, and it's one of the real, it's silly in the big scheme of things, a doctor's visit being a stumbling block, but when you're on a fixed income and you're, having all these bills coming out all the time, and all of a sudden you throw a few $100s on the scale, that can really screw up your scale, right? So, but anyway, the question I had, we've seen in other places, especially, years ago, one of our founders and mentors, Dr. Todd McArea, faced a lot of backlash when he wrote recommendations. He was an expert, he was a specialist, and as specialists are, often other doctors will refer, right? So he had all these patients coming to him. Well, evidently that was sort of a red flag at the medical board, and it kicked up a whole bunch of fury of trouble for him. So the question is, have the doctors, by having one doctor write a lot of recommendations for vets, well, first of all, is it a large number? Does it seem like a large number compared to other doctors just in the system? And if so, has there been any pushback from medical board, the opponents to cannabis, police, anybody like that?
Well, there's right around 800,000 licensed patients right now. We've done just over 7,000. So we've done about 1% of them, but I have one location with one store and one doctor. And we haven't had much at all. When we first opened up 5 years ago, a lot of my advertising was really blatant smoke weed type of advertising. I'd put signs out in advertising that said smoke weed legally, come see the doctor. So that drew a little bit of attention to the authorities. And I did have an undercover come in, went through the whole process, sent his new patient docs in with all his medical history, came in, went through the process, and he was in the interview. He said to the doctor, "No, I don't got nothing wrong with me. I'm just here to get high." So the doctor stopped immediately, came out, he got me, and he said, "Hey, listen, this guy's just here to get high." So we said, "Listen, this isn't the place for you. You need to leave. We're giving your money back immediately because it's 100% money back guarantee, and leave." And at that point, he pulled his badge out. And we haven't seen anything at all besides that. There is basically zero oversight with the Florida Health Department. I've never had anyone come in. There's doctors out there writing prescriptions for people that they've never even seen before. There's zero oversight, zero places to complain. So really, no, we haven't had any issues whatsoever, except for that original one 5 years ago. And I think it was just because of my blatant advertising, which is good.
Well, there's always going to be someone, and given how crazy Florida can be, I guess you can count your blessings that it was only limited to that situation. But I can, yeah, they're going to test you definitely to see what you're capable of, or if you're for real or not, right? All right, next up will be Michael Davis, Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, hey Rob, thanks for joining us, man. I'm one of those veterans you're talking about, man. With the pills and everything else. So I had to, do the cannabis thing, and ever since then it's changed my life. So it's good what you're doing down there, man, and you got to keep it up. My question is your offer to veterans for a one and done, or can they get help from you every time that they need a new card?
Well, unfortunately, it is a one and done now. We do pay for their original state fee, which is $77.75, which pays for their actual card itself. That's an annual fee. I cover that. And then their doctor's visit, typical doctor's visit in Florida is around $200. So I cover that also. Now in the state of Florida, every 7 months, you have to come back and get a renewal of your prescription. At that point, future plans is to be able to cover those for those veterans. But right now, budget wise, I just can't do it. We're not doing renewals at the time because the new patient is the highest entry level cost wise into the market. So that's why we've kind of targeting that area there. But we plan to do renewals based on how much money I can raise. But so to answer your question is no, it is one and done, but they have at least 7 months of free time.
Thank you for that. Next up will be Councilmember Peggy Jones. Peggy.
Good evening, Rob. Thank you so very much for joining us. My question is, do you feel homegrown will be therapeutic for veterans' mental health?
Absolutely. I'm a huge proponent of it. We had a small ballot or measure trying to get it on the ballot here. It went nowhere. I don't know if you guys heard about it. I was like 25% of the actual total money that was put in. It was only like $4,000. So it didn't really go anywhere. But yes, I think it will. I have experience growing and it does great for me. It's cathartic. I can kind of forget about everything in my life and sit there and I'm in control of all of it. And there's all the exterior stuff around me is gone. So I think that it could really, really help tremendously.
Thank you for that. Next up would be Councilmember Mary. Oh, pardon me. Wade has a follow-up before I get to the next one. Councilmember Laughter.
Yeah, Rob, I share your enthusiasm, my point of view about the importance of the opportunity for home grow. Do you have, sorry, this is a question, I know it's not on our list, but do you have any sense at all of what's the possibility that Florida would approve home grow for medical users? Any sense of that at all?
Well, it will not 100% be on the 2024 ballot. So if possible, the earliest soonest would be on the 2026 ballot. And the way it takes time to implement stuff would be 2027 maybe. So we're a long way out. We're, not political. We're just a red state. I'm not being political, but we're a red state. So that's why we're so far behind, unfortunately.
And unfortunately, you also don't have the initiative process to necessarily take things forward. That's more of a west of the Mississippi type of politic, whereas some states on the East Coast do allow, but then the legislatures can amend that. Unfortunately, Florida is not one of those states. And yeah, it's unfortunately going to be a long process. But this is also why we talk and we teach people to early on, when they have the availability, when the legislative process is happening, is to make sure home grow is part of your laws as they get implemented. Otherwise, as you see from Florida and others, or like Washington, that they could lose it, and they're finally a decade later just getting it back on its legislature for an attempt to get home grows going in the state of Washington. So it's a process, no doubt, Rob, and we hope that you're able to arrive there. But if you are able to arrive there, if you are able to get growing going in there, would you spread out then to being able to provide clones and genetics to veterans and other
Yep.
people? Would that be a possibility?
Yeah, I've owned the .com for a long time. It's called Home Farms with a PH, where we teach people. We give them a setup. We teach them how to do it. We tell them how to feed them. I can actually even set up a little remote camera where I can watch it, so I don't have to go by. So yeah, I have this whole plan to alter our business plan once recreational comes, but I'm not sure when that's coming at this point.
Are you using zipper little rooms, or are you setting up rooms, or are they little pods? How are you teaching people to set up?
Just tents, anything from a 2x3 to an 8x8 or 8x10 to how extravagant you want to get.
And how are you dealing with the humidity there in Florida? I know that can be a problem with some genetics. So how are you teaching people to handle that?
It's really tough. You just have a lot of inflow and a lot of outflow of air, and try to get some lights that, the LED lights are a lot better these days instead of those old high pressure sodiums that were so hot, and the metal halides even were hot. So it's just, don't go too much light and try to get too much huge harvest, and you'll be okay.
That's some great education, especially with the LEDs. And why he's saying LEDs, for those who aren't aware, is the previous lights, high pressure sodiums and metal halides, would literally cause, they have a heat give off of the lamp as well as the ballast. So you would literally have to have the ballast separate from the light in the room, and then you'd literally have to ventilate that lamp so that the heat would be transferred out. Otherwise, it can raise your temperature in your room 20 degrees. And as you know, that can literally just erode any of the medicinal or the terpene quality that you're searching for on your genetics. It will literally evaporate it. Wade, first up, Nate Landau has a follow-up. Nate?
Hey, I just wanted to make sure I understood you correctly. I know that the ballot initiative is in the Florida Supreme Court, and you said that it wouldn't appear to maybe 2026. Has that court case been decided now? Or you're just talking about homegrown?
Yeah, I was talking about the homegrown. They last month they argued in front of the state's attorney, because state's attorney said that they're misleading people again, the same thing that they did in 2022 to not get on the ballot. They've been through the Supreme Court. All their signatures were validated. They're up over 1 million. They were ready to go, and then all of a sudden the state's attorney has a lawsuit. So they argued last week or 2 weeks ago, and supposedly by April 1st they're going to have a word whether they're allowed to get on the ballot or not.
And that's for 2026. Okay.
That's for 2024.
2024. Okay. All right.
Yeah, for recreational. The home is it's the MSOs weren't real supportive of it, which didn't help. And in Florida, everything's a single initiative, so it couldn't have been attached to the recreational because it's single initiative.
Right.
And
has to be right.
And it's a lot of money for each initiative, and we just didn't quite have that money.
Yeah, because of what it costs for getting signatures and all of that. It's a real world cost. Councilmember Laughter with his next follow-up.
Actually, it's more of an observation. I love that, Rob, I love that you brought up the importance of lighting and controlling outbreaks of mold and whatnot in high humidity situations. LED lighting is really a new and exciting area of indoor cultivation. One of the challenges of the old high pressure sodium metal halide lights is about 90% of the electricity that you're using in those old lights is coming into your room as heat, not light. 90% is heat. So there is a big deal about how to be more appropriate with your use of electricity. The other comment that I wanted to make, got out of my head. I forgot. Oh well, I'll have a puff and think about it.
We've all been there.
There you go. Puff and tell. Next up will be Marilyn Mathry.
Hi, Rob. Actually, the first question is, where are you located in Florida?
The store's in Castleberry. It's just north of Orlando.
Okay. question here is for future plans for Veterans for Cannabis Care, what's your top priority and what's next on the list to implement? Along with that, have steps planned out for all to be implemented at once or in stages?
Okay. Well, the immediate future today is just to continue my monthly events, try to move to maybe two events a month based on financing, of course. Near future is to raise more money and be able to do the renewals also, so it's not a one and done thing so we can continue to offer them care. Moving forward through that, the next step was to find a facility to be able to grow and implement our growing and our formulations and our job skills and our counseling and all that. That's later on down the road, and of course, that's all based on how much money I can raise. So hopefully we'll get there. We'll get there. Just going to be a road. We'll see how long it's there.
It's a good plan. I asked the question because I'm in Virginia and the property I have, I'm looking to turn it into a place for vets to grow cannabis and, you know, and do some healing, a retreat type place. We're on the river. It's a great place. But yeah, funding's the key.
And Florida's made it really easy because it cost me $35 for my hemp nursery license and $0 for my hemp cultivation license. So they make it easy for people to be able to get into it. They're looking for a new industry because the orange industry is pretty much gone here in Florida. So they're looking for some type of new thing, and they're just helping people do it. But for $35, it's a pretty good investment to get into. I grow 1,000 plants for $35.
Wow.
Yeah.
And having Florida.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say, is that the limit? 1,000?
No, that's the minimal.
Oh.
And that's for a home grow at your house.
The minimum is 1,000?
Up to 1,000 is what I can do at my house because
Okay.
of that house, and it's a small nursery.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sea of Green style, Sea of Green. Councilmember Laughter.
So, Rob, this is a fascinating conversation. Am I to understand that under law in Florida, you can have up to 1,000 plants, and they have to be indoors? Is that what I understand? And they have to, at least some portion at some point in their life cycle, test as hemp, as versus having too much THC. Would you help clarify that for me, please?
Sure. So yeah, the hemp license, I could go up to 1,000 plants at my house. There was no prerequisites. The Department of Agriculture came out to my house, looked at the location. There is no rules on indoor or outdoor. It just has to be secured. So as outdoor, there just has to be a fence around it. Indoor, there is no quality control, no anything. So they make it pretty easy for it. And then the last part of the question was, I'm sorry, what was the last part of the question again?
Well, I guess really what I want to know is how often are they testing for cannabinoid content?
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
Well,
hemp
2 weeks before you're supposed to harvest, they come out and they take a sample.
So they
And
take
then
one sample from your 1,000 plants. You get to pick the one? How does
I
that work?
haven't been to 1,000 plant harvest or any harvest at all at that point, so I'm not totally sure. I don't know if they do it like the cannabis they will, and they take 10%. I'm not sure exactly how they do it. And then you get 5 times that you can fail if your THC level or your Delta 9 level is too high. You get 5 chances to, get out of jail free card, I guess you should say, before they either suspend your license or take it away. I'm not sure really what the penalties are for it, but you have up to 5 oopses.
I'm really stunned at the openness of this regulation. Thank you, Rob. There's some
You're welcome.
hope.
Yes.
Councilmember Landau, you're next.
So this is only for hemp. From my understanding, if you wanted to do this for what we call cannabis plant, it's a lot more complicated to get a growing license.
Yeah, there's currently only 22 vertical licenses in the state, and one sold recently for $50 million. So it's a very small entry, and they just had an application process in April where they're giving out, I think, 30 more licenses, and we should see the next few coming out recently, but they haven't given out any licenses in 5 years. So it's a really tough market.
Is it going to be the current people, are they going to benefit from the adult use, or will it be opened up for others?
There are people that currently have the licenses are going to be automatically grandfathered in. which I'm not sure why they think they're able to do that, but they are.
They lobbied to make sure that it was that way, basically.
Money, money, money.
Usually how that works, unfortunately, which is again why we teach people to be diligent and keep an eye on your legislatures, because they will circumvent the will of the people if they have the opportunity to. We've seen it on other issues, and they definitely will on cannabis. We're seeing it currently happening in Ohio as we speak. Councilmember Jones with the next question.
Do you have any plans to expand to other states to help veterans get their medical cards? Or are you specifically focused where you live and your
I'm specifically focused here now. I wouldn't be opposed to it, but it's all based on money. Everything could change with a nice big fat check. So I wouldn't be opposed to it at all. As much as I can do, as many people as I can help, that's really the goal.
Peggy with a follow-up.
And I know nonprofits, it's very difficult for you to get funding, especially for something like cannabis with the stigmatism it has based around it. Do you have any financial, do you do financial checks on veterans before they apply, or have any rules where?
No, it's just, and there are people, probably veterans coming in that could afford it. I agree, but that's a whole nother process, and we don't like to judge. We have a no judgment zone once you walk through the front door, so it doesn't matter at that point. If we're going to help you, we're going to help you.
There you go. All right. Any other questions for our guest tonight? Mary Lynn Mathry.
I had the question and then it just went out of my head. Oh, shoot. I'll think of it in a little bit.
I go there all the time.
It happens to the best of us. Again, let's see. Any other follow-up questions at this time? Are you originally from Florida, Rob, or did you settle in Florida?
I settled in Florida when I was in 9th grade. So in 81, I moved here. I was from Pennsylvania.
So it was a parental choice. So wow. Going from Pennsylvania to California isn't necessarily to Florida isn't a bad,
No.
transition for, going from the snow to absolutely no iteration of snow whatsoever.
I live in Ohio and it's snowing right now, and I agree.
I'm not a cold person.
Yeah, I can see why not. I'm from Louisiana, so I feel you. Councilmember Laughter with the next question.
Yeah, Rob, not to change the subject on you a bit, but would you be willing to talk about your time in service and how it sounded like you might have started consuming cannabis before you entered the military? How did it work for you being in the military? Were you there during the time of drug testing, et cetera, Zal? We're all veterans here, so tell us about your story, my brother. Thank you.
Well, I'm not a veteran. I just help veterans. So maybe there's some confusion. I'm not a veteran.
His family.
Just family, yes.
Yeah, his
Well,
family.
You certainly seem to come across as a veteran in your concern for those of us who have served.
Everyone says that. Everyone thinks I'm a veteran.
Well, there you go. See, it doesn't mean you have to serve to help out veterans.
There you go.
As well as, we all find our peace and our place in different places. And some of us find service in our country by raising our right hand. Others find service to their country. And exactly what Mr. Harmon is doing is helping out those less fortunate and making their lives a little brighter while he can with what he can. So
Yeah, that's a real nice, thanks for your service. It's one that means something when you say thanks for your service. So
Yeah,
we
well,
appreciate that.
we typically say now, thanks for your sacrifice, because one of our Veterans Day, a veteran came in and said, hey, you get service at a restaurant. I sacrificed. So now we always say, thank you for your sacrifice. So.
Well, thank you very much. That's what we do. Councilmember Mathry, were you able to recall your question?
No.
Any other further questions for our wonderful guest here tonight? All right. Well, seeing no others, I will thank Mr. Harmon for coming out tonight and sharing about what he is doing in Florida. Do you have anything we want to let people know how to get hold of you, how to get in touch with you? Is there anything, any events that you've got come up that you would like to promote?
Yes, we do have an event on the 30th. It's a Tuesday. I think I have 3 or 4 spots left. They always fill up really quick. So if you want to call 800-803-8525, they'll take you through the whole process, get you on the schedule, and get you ready to come in on the 30th.
And the 30th of
January, and they're always the last Tuesday of every month.
There you go, the last Tuesday of every month. So that will be happening throughout 2024, Mr. Harmon.
Yep, and I want to thank our sponsors, the Flowery and Preferred Gardens, this month that's sponsoring our event. They're also a veteran-owned company.
Right on. And as the veteran-owned oldest dispensary in the United States, we salute you and appreciate what you do as well. It's not easy work, as well as stepping out there and taking the chance within your community is also one of the most rewarding experiences, because once you kind of take that blind step over that cliff, you'll be amazed at how many hands will reach up and lift you and carry you right along. So thank you, Mr. Harmon, for joining us tonight and for what you continue to do there in Florida. And
Hey, Rob, can you give that number again, the phone number again?
Yeah, it's 800-803-8525.
There you go. Well, thank you, everybody. I would like to thank our council members, Nate Landau, Kendra Soul, Mary Lynn Mathery, Brian Buckley, Mike Davis, Michael Crowitz, Wade Laughter, Peggy Jones, and myself, Etienne Fontan. Thank you very much for joining us for VAC Roundtable number 68. Mr. Rob Harmon.
Thank you.
Good night.
We appreciate it.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you, brother. How you doing?
I'm doing great. The weather's turning around, so looks like we're about to kick into a real spring right about now. I think we're gonna get 90s through the weekend, and I'm stoked.
Sweet.
Yeah, we got plenty of rain this year too, so Humboldt will be beautiful.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait for October harvest.
Me too. Good. So you and I, we chatted the other day, and it was just such an interesting conversation in our intro. And I would just kind of like to bring that to the public, because your background is so interesting, the work you're doing. And I know that many understand this stuff, but many don't. And so it would be great if we could just kind of dive into you and your background and what you're currently doing, and then we can go from there.
Sure. So my name is Usama Badad. I'm lead geneticist at Trilogy and Seeds. I'm a co-founder and chief science officer of GrowMix. It's a multi-omics plant startup company here in the Midwest. I'm a geneticist who basically, by training, I have a bachelor in biology with a major in genetic conservation, a master's degree in plant biotechnology with an option in conservation as well. It's always my conservation background that pops up every time I have the chance to take an option. And then after my master's, I did a little bit of traveling in Africa through the U.S. National Library of Medicine and the National Center for Biotechnology and Information, Tanzania, Nigeria, Kenya, Malawi, South Africa. And on the way back home, started the PhD program on plant genomics. So just what is the next thing? What is the resource, or what is the technology that we're gonna use to study and understand plants more? So it went from field work to lab work to computational biology work during my PhD. And I worked in genomics, functional genomics, and epigenomics. So we started by publishing an olive genome for the first time, and then all the work that been done, the epigenome that was published afterwards. Did a lot of work in soybean as well, in functional genomics and variation breeding or mutational breeding to create new variants. Worked in that industry for a while, and I had the idea, why not take all of the knowledge that is available today for other crops, such as soybean, corn, and cotton, and take that, bring it to the garden. Cannabis plant could use some of this technology that is available. And the cool thing is, instead of waiting 20, 30 years like the other crops for technology to come in, we have it available all at once. So translate that knowledge from soybean, olive, and other crops to cannabis to elevate the experience from growing, genetics, product formulation. If we have the right genetics for the right product, that's optimization, and that's where science becomes very important in the garden. And so the work that we do, I don't know how deep you want me to go down the rabbit hole, but
you can go down there a little bit, because I think it's fascinating, and I think that for the listener, it would be very revealing to understand the science and technology behind modern plant breeding, and also how that impacts cannabis, because we're going to see this coming. So I think you can go down as deep as you want, because I just think it's a fascinating discussion.
Well, I want to share something about our breeding program. That is, this is not because I'm part of Trilogy and Seed, but if your breeding program is based on science, and the science today, from the few work that's been done on DNA and genomes and stuff like that, if we're thinking about cannabis as a source of cannabinoid, for example, just to have an example, there is different schools, different theories. Some of them believe that there is a particular set of this sequence that produces, for example, a high THC. You need to have a certain ATCG, a certain sequence, which we call a variant. There is another school or another theory that says the variant that you have does not matter. What matters is the number of copies of that variant that you have. To explain to people, in the genome of cannabis, you have varieties or cultivars or strains or land races that will have one copy of the THCA synthase. You will have a cultivar with 4 or 5. So that school is saying the more copies you have, the more THC you have, just like driving a 4-cylinder or a 10-cylinder. The other, so these two, you have a variant and you have a number of the copies of that variant. So our breeding program tackles both of them. We're gonna look for rare variants, and we're gonna create higher number of copies of gene. How would you do that? Is all the work that I personally did on soybean while I was at SIU doing my PhD. We do mutagenesis to create new things, or we try to shut down certain things to study them. That's what I told you, the science that comes from soybean to cannabis is we use mutagenesis to do functional genomics.
Can you explain that quickly, what mutagenesis is?
Absolutely. So mutagenesis is the random fact of creating new sequences, modifying DNA sequences. It depends what kind of modification. Some modification will be a simple switch of an A adenine with a T or a G or a C, a single base. You're creating a single nucleotide polymorphism, right? Some of this mutagenesis, what we will do, it will create a frame shift. It will move the piece of DNA by 3 or 4 bases. So it will block the expression of that protein. And this is done by different methodology. There is physical, chemical mutagenesis, radiations. There is all kind of agent for mutagenesis, which is basically just creating mutants, flipping A for T, C for G, hoping that we're going to create a new variant. Because the reason why we go for mutagenesis is because the way cannabis has been bred for the past 40, 50 years, it's a cool cut, throw the rest in the trash. So we narrowed the genetic diversity, and now we ended up with 3 cultivars in the same jar that look alike, smell alike. So how are we going to get new variants? So we have to induce that variation using mutagenesis. So this is the first part of our breeding program. The second part of our breeding program is the one that relies on the theory of copy numbers. The more copies of the gene, the more production. So how can we make a variety with a higher copy? We have to duplicate its genome. How can we duplicate its genome? There is ploidy manipulation methods that we use that will allow you to go from a diploid level to a tetraploid level using an anti-mitotic agent. So these two are the base. We stay away from crossing to breed. We have seed stock throughout the past few years, and that's the one that we use to, as I said earlier, if something does not exist in nature, you can keep crossing day and night. You're not going to create those new allele frequencies. So induce variation through mutagenesis. These two are these are not high level technology, but when they are powered by genotyping, by sequencing, then they become very powerful. I'll give you an example. Let's say I want to create 20,000 mutants, right? To grow 20,000 plants, to dry it, cure it, phenotype it with HPLC or GCMS, it's very costing and it's very time consuming. What if I can make the decision at seedling stage, which is 2-3 weeks after I put the seed in the soil, to decide which one I'm going to keep, which one I don't need to keep, so I don't have to grow them and phenotype them, because it's going to be a waste of time and money. So we do genotyping. When you couple genotyping with mutagenesis, becomes what we call TILling by target sequencing. So what we do is we have our variety, we create mutations, we sequence everything, and we compare the profiles. We go to those genes and we see if my mother plant has an A in position X, and one of those varieties have a T, which means that that variant is different from the mother plant. So that one is interesting. I will take that one, grow it, flower it, and to see what happened on the phenotype. And this is saving us a lot of money and allowing us to do 20,000, 30,000 plants phenohunts just from a small lab. Because everything could be still on racks, take a leaf, extract DNA, ship it to our partners. They do the sequencing, they send us the data, we analyze it. Now we know our mutants from the non-mutants. For the diploidy manipulation, the same thing. We treat bunch of seed, we grow them, we send them for flow cytometry analysis. Flow cytometry analysis comes back, tells you this one has a triploid or a tetraploid peak. You can keep those, you get rid of the rest. Now, I didn't have to grow all the way to the end. I didn't have to dry and cure and face all the problems of cannabis growing. The other level of this is, when is cannabis going to be ready to be grown on a large acreage using seed and not worry about pollen or stability of genotypes? That's our other piece of the breeding program. So what is the most vigorous, most stable form of genetic material? It's an F1 hybrid. F1 hybrids they come from the crossing of two inbred lines, which means that these two could be land races. And that's what happened back in the 50s and 60s when we started crossing the Afghanis with the South American lines. Those were IBLs, naturally. They create those first hybrids. The problem is we bred those hybrids down and we messed it up. So imagine if I can go on 100 acres from seed, feminized seed, triploid seed, hybrid F1. That's like Santa Claus come down to the chimney and gives you that. That's like the Santa Claus list. Feminized, I'm not wasting my time and resources on male. Triploid, to avoid taking out pollen from surrounding cultivation. F1 hybrid is the vigor that allowed us to do what we did in corn, to go 40%, 60% up in biomass production. Imagine that for live rosin.
Could you cover the triploid angle for a sec so people understand with the unbalanced chromosome how it impacts pollination?
Absolutely. So a triploid plant is a crossing between a diploid and a tetraploid plant. So what happened is you have one gamete with N, which is a haploid, and the other gamete will be a diploid. When you stick those two together, you have 3 chromosomes in one cell. So what happened in the time of mitosis, or when you hit it with pollen and you want to have those cells to grow, 1 gives you 2, 2 gives you 4, whatever. You have 3 chromosomes, and it's not easy to split a chromosome between 2 cells. So there is no formation of that cell because we don't have the right number of chromosomes. And that what leads to not, people, they say it won't produce any seed. I would say, just from my experience, that it will produce a little bit of seed, not really a lot, but those seed will be non-viable, because the first reason why triploids were brought to the game in agriculture was not to avoid pollen. It was actually to avoid people using the seed from the harvest for the next year. It was a protection method for companies to protect themselves from seed thefts. And also it became a thing where a seedless watermelon is appealing because we don't have to fight the seed. And that's for cannabis, people want to use it for the wrong reason. Oh, it's not going to take pollen. It will take the pollen. Would it make seed? No. But taking the pollen will sit. It will definitely sit. It's just to make a seed, that's what is impossible. So what we need to study is actually just the fact that the pollen is hitting the plant. What is the impact on cannabinoid production before we get to the seed? That's where science is very important. A lot of people, the hype is out there, blah, blah, blah. We have this, we have that. Please be honest in your science, because it could mislead people. And then we have a whole generation doing the wrong thing. So that's the triploids. And the cool thing about triploids is they have a vigor. They're like hybrids. If you compare them to the diploid or the tetraploid, if you want performance. When it comes to cannabinoid production, when it comes to dry weight matter for the inflorescence, it's day and night. You grab a tetraploid or a triploid flower and you take the diploid version of it, you have a statistical increase.
Is that from the increased gene frequency? Excuse me, is that from the increased gene frequency? What's the impact of the triploid on production? How does that relate?
Here is how I take it. You have a bigger plant, not in size, not in they're usually stout, short, but they're vigorous plants. They have bigger leaves, so they pour more light and they absorb more carbon, so they have a higher photosynthetic activity. That alone, even if we don't think that there is doubling the genes involved in all other compounds, just the fact that you're pulling more energy, it allows you to vessel that energy through the plants and take up the gene expression, even if we don't have a higher copy number, because there is a lot of epigenetic control of genes that I don't think the cannabis industry is there yet to understand the epigenetic phenomena of gene expression. But I think from my experience in epigenomic in olives, the gene expression is tightly linked to the environment, and environment can dictate one DNA methylation, for example, which is a molecule of carbon hooked to 3 molecules of hydrogen to move in the DNA and stop a whole gene from getting expressed just by binding into the binding site of the transcription factor that would allow that gene to get expressed. So until we get there, we need to understand just the physiology and the biology of the plant before we get to a deep molecular level. But to go back to the triploids, it's the fact that they have a weird odd number of chromosomes that gives them that vigor. And I'll be happy to share some manuscript with you to really like grasp the reality of those things and how we can use them for cannabis breeding. So these two are the main two, if you want, schools of breeding that we adopt. The new approach that we're doing at Trilogene is gene editing. If we can create a variant through mutagenesis, which is this is a funny thing that I always say, mutagenesis is nothing but a multiplex CRISPR randomly. Because what CRISPR does is it creates a mutation to knock out a gene, for example. That's exactly what we do with mutagenesis. CRISPR is very precise. You know the gene, you design a guided RNA that will bind to the gene in a certain spot, and it's going to go and do its job. So our first attempt to gene editing was a variety with 0% THC. Imagine if you could take crude oil across states. If you could import crude oil, like CBD oil, with no THC, because if there is any THC in there, there is remediation, you can use it in a certain product, blah, 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 blah. So we wanted to knock out the THC synthase so it stops working. 2 years of work, our patent just got approved for gene-edited plant. We are doing some lab testing, final lab testing before we go to outside trials. It's really hard to convince the USDA and the FDA to allow you to take a gene-edited plant outside of the lab. It's a nightmare. They have all of their skepticism that does not make a lot of sense, but I understand their fear from having something that is not stable. But the thing is, it's not a GMO. We did not introduce a foreign gene into it. We just, instead of having ABC, I went to the BC and I flipped them. That's it.
Gotcha.
Because if you flip them in that specific spot, it's a functioning part of the gene. It's going to lose its function. If it loses the function, it won't get expressed. I won't have THC. I have a THC null product. I can take it across state. I can ship it everywhere I want. And then started other projects. How can I say this? I call them the crazy project that it's the Santa Claus list. Is the powdery mildew knockouts, things like that we would love to see out in the market, because sometimes you have a very good variety, right? A good cultivar, and you dealt with this your entire life. When it's fire, it's everything you want, but it's got a susceptibility to a powdery mildew or something like that. So for powdery mildew, we know that there is a locus called MLO. If you have that gene, you are susceptible to powdery mildew. If you don't, or if you have a weird variant of that gene, you don't have powdery mildew. So the easiest thing is to go to that locus. It's been identified and mapped, and we know its address in the genome. Just go there and try to knock that one out, so there is no recognition between the plant and the pathogen. So we have no susceptibility without needing of crossing and introducing a foreign DNA in there. Try to clean it up with back crosses. All of that. It's very precise breeding, and you can screen for it when the plants are still in tissue culture. You take a sample, you sequence that specific gene, Sanger sequencing, $5 to Sanger that sequence, and you compare it to the wild type. If it's different, this one is different, let me hit it with powdery mildew, and you do an inoculation, and you watch your plant, the reaction. If that mutation you created, did it change the function or not? So this is where cannabis is going to be treated as a commodity, as an agricultural commodity. When it's going to be grown at a large scale for medicinal purposes, for extractions and for all of that, you're going to need genetics that you can rely on. The genetics that you can rely on, they're not made in a conventional way, or in a little like under the radar, under the table kind of. No, you need a lot of resources, and you need large acreage to test, validate, go through compliance, go through FDA, USDA. So this is important things that we're doing right now that the industry will be ready for, I would say, in the next 5 years, depending how we steer the regulation or upon federal regulation or not. Because the moment there is a federal framework for companies like Bayer, like Monsanto, well, it doesn't exist anymore, like BASF, Syngenta, they're gonna come in. What do you think they will do when they come in? They're looking for genetics. The same story of the farmers of soybean and farmers of corn in Mexico. The same biopiracy, the same lawsuits, the same problem you're gonna have, they're gonna happen in here. So just to have something like related to the project, the Humboldt Grace Initiative, is how can we leverage technology to protect the farmers and allow them to monetize on those genetics when they can deal with a salesman from Syngenta, I have my variety, I have my test trials, I have my fingerprinting, I have my genome sequencing data. I'm protected. We need to open the conversation about protecting people. I know certain companies will take this as like, oh, this is niche. Oh, I'm going to go in and make some money because I'm going to test a bunch of things. But farmers needs to get to the point where spending $50 to $100 max on a genotyping for your variety, it's worth it. It's really worth it. Because I'll give you a simple case. A big company will come in, steal your genetics, they will grow it, you will grow it as well, they will come after you. That you stole. Exactly what happened in soybean farmers and corn farmers in Mexico. That's what Monsanto did to them. If that farmer had a certificate of analysis and a genotyping for his variety and said, I have this variety for so many years, I've been growing it, I've been maintaining it, and this is my proof, this is my ID of this variety, he could have went in that court and won the case and made millions of dollars, because those companies, they do have those millions of dollars. If you win in a case at the court, you're going to make money. Use that not only to protect yourself, but also as an asset when someone else's steals your thing, that you can use it to make money. That's your proof. But the problem is certain companies came in at a certain time and they collected a bunch of samples, the wrong kind of samples, because you never send seed. If you want to test, you see a piece of leaf, you know, just to protect yourself as well. So people took a bunch of genotypes from, especially from Humboldt, and things went really weird. So now everybody's like, oh, I don't want to trust biotechnology companies anymore. I don't want to send my sample to anyone. It's just because you were misinformed and someone used that at a time where nobody knew and took a bunch of genetics out of Humboldt. But now we have the opportunity to do it right, to do it in a holistic manner and protect those people. So mainly these are the things that we do at Trilogene. F1 hybrids, IBIA program, mutagenesis program, ploidy manipulation program, and then a gene editing program.
You know what was really interesting when we spoke last week, Osama, was the fact that you were a native Moroccan, and that your interest was in really, like I would say, purifying the gene pool to get back to the gene source that was of desirability. Maybe we could go into that a little bit.
Absolutely, that's one of my favorite subjects to talk about. I did a lot of reading, a lot of anthropology, sociology, and I saw how cannabis moved from the Tibetan plateau all the way to the Americas. It's a funny thing. Here again, there is two schools. One of them is saying that cannabis came from the Tibetan plateau to the Turkey at the fork, and then went to Europe, and then to the Americas with the conquistador, looking for gold in the Americas. I say, I'm sorry, no, it did not go north at the fork. I say it came south at the fork. So when you're coming from China or the Tibetan plateau towards the west, the only point that connects the two blocks, Africa and Europe and Asia, is Turkey. So when cannabis got to Turkey, coming from the extreme east, what did it transport with it? Tea and silk. Who was wearing silk and drinking tea in Europe back in the days? No one. You know who did? The pharaohs of Egypt, the kings of Morocco. North Africa did drink tea and did wear silk because it was always warm here. So what I think, cannabis came in from there, got to Turkey, came south at the fork, and then went to Europe when the Muslims, or what you guys know as the Moors, invaded Andalusia or Spain about 14 or 1500 years ago, and they introduced hemp pulp plants in southern Europe. So being in Morocco, if cannabis came from the extreme east, Morocco was the last resort of cannabis before going across Atlantic. And if you really think about when the first use of cannabis in the Americas, a lot of people think that Native Americans smoke cannabis a long time ago, thousands and hundreds of thousands of years ago. And I say it did not really happen. The first use of cannabis in the Americas were around the 1400s, 1500s. And that's exactly when the first movements of slavery came from Africa to the US. Some of those commodities that came with those people, cannabis, hemp seed. It all was called hemp seed back then. And then, of course, people went all over South America. The Christian missionaries went all over there, and they needed hemp for robes and this and that. And then started all the domestication, all the selection, and all that. So being from Morocco, we've been producing cannabis for thousands of years, as far as the anthropology says. And we produce hashish, Moroccan hashish. The Beatles came to Morocco to smoke hashish. Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, the Eagles, the Led Zeppelins, and all of these people, they went to Morocco to smoke hashish and play music, because it was one of those countries that you can just go to. And the hippie movement was really big in Morocco, and we had beaches all over the place, and you could play music and smoke hashish. So the problem is what we're looking at is at the end of 70s, early 80s, the demand on Moroccan hashish skyrocketed in Europe. But the Moroccan Bildia was not a very vigorous plant that would produce a lot of biomass to produce more hash. So those brokers brought Dutch hybrids that were like an Afghani crossed to a Moroccan Bildia, a red Lebanese to a Mexican sativa, whatever, all those hybrids, the Amnesia, the Critica, and all of these things started coming to Morocco. And what happened is pollen everywhere. We lost that genetic patrimony, that Moroccan Bildia. We lost it because now there is no clean Bildia unless you smuggled some seed in the early 70s. Luckily, we have some friends that worked with Neville that had like varieties like Moroccan Bildia, like Mount Sinai from Egypt, like all of these weird old ancient genotypes that we recovered some of them, and we started a conservation program in Kitama, in the Rif, the heart of the Rif, in the Sanhaja tribes. We are about 1,800 meters above sea level. It looks like a Chinese plateau for rice. That's how we grow cannabis up there. And we've been able to recover. We've been able to do some sequencing and compare this and that. And we're working on it. We want to bring the old version of the Bildia back to produce some pretty good medicine, and also put it in breeding programs. If we can go back and recreate those old genetics, we can create the first hybrids that started this entire industry. And I have a list of just genetics from all over the place that, put in the right sequence in the right breeding project, can bring some new variants to the industry. So conservation is key. And I'm not talking only about Moroccan Bildia. I'm talking about the Mazar Sharif and all the old Afghanis varieties and land races. I'm talking about Congo Red. I'm talking about the Malawi Golds. I'm talking about all the Ortegas and all the stuff that started all of this. If we can bring them back and cross them, and instead of taking one winning cut, let's explore the genetic diversity in that. That's a recombinant inbred line that you can find, at least if you do a huge run of two recombinant inbred lines from two different parts of the plant, and you make that recombinant inbred line population, you can find a lot of medicine in there. Because now breeding is not only about how high that plant gonna test at, or how potent that plant gonna test. We're looking for flavonoid, we're looking for terpenoid, we're looking for different kind of terpenoids. We're looking for minor cannabinoids that are not psychoactive, for example, but with medicinal properties. And what we should do is, there is the Nagoya Protocol. The Nagoya Protocol, that's part of the biodiversity that was signed. It's telling you we need a equitable and a fair sharing of these genetics around the world. And if we can do a seed bank, a cannabis seed bank, where everybody can contribute to it, doesn't belong to anyone. It's not a centralized thing. And we can use crypto or whatever to manage it. And anyone who is facing a problem in their breeding program can go there and grab some and do whatever they need to do, and have a little bit of royalties that go back to that seed bank to maintain it, to clean accessions, things like that. That will be very helpful to create better medicine for humankind.
Yeah, the Nagoya Protocol was interesting because it's difficult to create it in some instances because we have issues with the countries, so the governments don't line up, so it doesn't create the fluidity needed. But I love the idea behind it, where it was an ongoing benefit to the farmers of origin. So it wasn't just the genetic acquisition, you get paid for your genes once, but you have an ability to be in benefit for perpetuity, which then allows there to be the cultural stability needed to maintain this diverse bank. And so then I was introduced to the Nagoya Protocol because we were talking about, the benefits of working with farmers in other countries, and how do we create the relationship needed so that what you don't have is usury. So the individuals that have this heritage of holding genes for millennia, how do they not just sell what they have and then receive a stipend and that's it, but how does it continue? And I love the idea of the gene bank, because you're able to now work collaboratively, but through some form of documentation. And that's why I like crypto as well, because when we touch the asset, the individual gets paid. Oh, you're on mute.
So the thing that we're trying to start back home, I work with a senator gentleman called Adbib, Abdul Latif. Mr. Adbib is, if you want, the Che Guevara of indigenous people in that northern part of Morocco. He was voted by people not only in Morocco, but from a lot of different countries through a UN project to be their voice, to be able to grow poppy, coca, and cannabis. And he spoke in the United Nations so many times. He's well known around the planet. And I'm working with him on a small vertical integration in the most remote part of Morocco. He doesn't want to move out of there. He doesn't want to go down. He doesn't want to come out of the hill. He doesn't want to come out of the mountains and go down to the valley. He wants to stay up there. And he wants to, anybody wants to work with me, you need to come to me. And I understand the reason why. There is a void between the valley and the mountain when it comes to resources, highway, all of that. If we bring businesses to that part of the country, the logistics needs to follow. So we're creating an equitable development for that region, not only cannabis, but for everything else. Hospitals, schools, economy. And that area is gorgeous. It's cedar trees, massive cedar trees, Mediterranean influence. You have 4 seasons. It snows, it gets hot. You go down the valley, you are on that side of the Mediterranean, that's the beach. It's kind of like the Emerald Triangle, but it's like a 10,000-year-old Emerald Triangle.
That's what you had explained, that the Emerald Triangle, because I researched it, the Emerald Triangle was a name given to us from the Drug Enforcement Agency in reference to the original Emerald Triangle.
Yeah, so there's the region of Katama, which is like the high plateaus in the mountains, and then you have Taunet and Shawan, and those are a little lower. It's exactly like you're going to compare Humboldt with Mendocino. You know, it's They start at the valley and then up. Instead of hills, we have mountains.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The cool thing about Morocco is you can only grow. This is part of the legalization project. It was not just let's legalize cannabis. It was cannabis in Morocco was legalized because of the people of the north, the Rif. That's the only culture they had. And they couldn't grow potatoes or anything else. And they had royal decree from the old kings to grow cannabis. Then the legalization was not for Morocco, it was for that part. So now you can only grow in those three, if you say counties or municipalities. And to be able to grow cannabis, you need to be from the region. You need to be a Moroccan resident. So let's give those people first the right to benefit from the industry, because today there is like 60,000 warrants on people up there. So the people that have been impacted by the war on drugs needs to benefit first. That's why Morocco did all these set of laws. You cannot just grow anywhere in Morocco. You got to be growing in there. And to have a license, you have to have a partner, a farmer from the region. So they tighten the thing so they can develop the region before that's the first phase. And I'm pretty sure there will be a second and a third phase where you can grow cannabis in the entire country. But for now, the focus is on the Rif and those people to allow them to create an equitable, all the things that all governments want to hear, development, blah, 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 drag capital from Europe, America, Middle East, all of those things. But I'm happy that we made this decision to block the growing area right out there and allow. And if you want to do anything related to the cannabis operations, it needs to be up there. So imagine if we did the same thing in California, and instead of dragging people and suffocating them to get out of the hill, what if we brought them roads and we said, okay, California, we're just gonna do Mendocino, Humboldt, and Trinity. That's it. It would have been a different outcome.
That was the dream. It's just that what we found was that the political groups in Salinas and Monterey and Carpinteria and Santa Barbara were more powerful than our political groups.
And I understand. And the thing is, the way governments, local government, state government works in the US is a little tough. Back home, we have a king. And when you have a dahir that comes out of the royal palace, it's really hard to mess around.
Is a dahir like a decree? Is that what that would imply?
That's what a dahir means. Yeah, it's a royal decree, it comes out of the palace, and it gets published in Morocco. We have the Le Bulletin National. If there is any important thing or law, anything that's been passed, it needs to be published in the Bulletin National so people can know. In the US, they pass a lot of bills underneath our noses. We don't know anything because you don't get published unless you're listening to NPR. But I think Morocco is in a really good spot just because there is a tradition behind that is thousands of years old. There is a geostrategic spot of Morocco right there between Europe, Asia, the US. Anybody who wants to come to Africa, Morocco is a getaway. Commerce, international commerce is pretty good for Morocco. Moroccan hash has been already sold, so we don't need to do marketing. We don't need to do a lot of things. We just need to make it GMP. So it's going through channels for medicinal purposes. Like Germany won't buy your hashish. It needs to be EU GMP, CGMP certified. The cool thing is the way we make hashish, it's very easy and simple that we can just put machines together, just presses and shakers, and it's easy, and that allows us to be in that GMP spectrum. We can, export to Germany. Do you imagine if I sell you a little tablet thing, but instead of pills, there is single doses of hash like this? Oh, this is my single dose of hash for today, or for, oh God, it smells so amazing. Anyway.
Is that the Vidalia?
That's Vildia, yes, sir. I had the people of Valoya lighting. They hooked me up with some new lights. That's why the lab is all messed up. I got rid of the old ones. We put some new ones with like UV, and they're pretty cool. So I broke a little piece of that Vildia and I treated it into a joint. So it was right before the meeting. So yeah, this GMP instead of pills goes 30. And you can use one every day. Break it, smoke it into a joint. People know how to smoke Moroccan hashish. Anyone in Europe you go right now, a smoker, you tell them a Moroccan joint, they know how to roll it. They know it requires a little bit of tobacco, the bottom tip of the cigarettes as a filter, and a rolling paper. And it looks like a cigarette, and it protects you when you smoke. Instead of just a filter with nothing, you have actually the cigarette filter that stops some of the heat, some of the, Anyway, that's a different process, but that's the goal, is to export a beautiful medicine terroir out of that area.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating because it's the foundation of the behavior and the process to be able to legitimatize these local farmers and the product that's been held in their hands for millennia. And I think that, for us in Humboldt County and a lot of these other smaller production regions within the U.S., it allows there to be a format to start to understand a way forward. And what I've noticed from the work I've done globally is that all small farmers are fundamentally the same. They have similar desires of a better life. They want to do it in a sustainable agricultural manner. And without doubt, most of them are getting run over as if they were standing in the middle of the freeway.
Yeah.
And so the ability to start to create these discussions and these conversations is critical. And I think that, that was from Lily's perspective, the idea of how do we preserve and maintain the legacy of the region through the genetics, because that's really what developed our area, was that people had sourced genes from around the world. They brought these inbred lines together. They collided them. The genes that were present in that 60s, 70s, going into early 80s were incredible, but the drug war radically changed everything because it started to take away your ability to cultivate naturally. So you started to have to force production to go into unnatural methods. And we started to slowly bottleneck the genes. We started to steer towards some very specific routes. The US started to slowly develop an incredible pharmaceutical opiate addiction that drove the profiles into a very specific range. And we started to lose the diversity. And the idea now is that so much of the cannabis is, to me, it's homogenous. It doesn't matter what the name is or who's talking, it's really maybe 6 or 7 different lines that are forming everything. And you never really have an ability to find something that takes you where you want to go on a consistent level, because it's very difficult to find it in source and production.
We were talking about it last time. We do a lot of work with SC Labs, and they were just looking at the profiles of the flower coming in, and they're like, look, all of these batches are the same. 80 to 85% of all of these batches, desserts, they're all high and heavy in myrcene and beta-caryophyllene. Even sometimes when the bud, the color looks different, but the biochemistry is the same. And I tell people, the colors that you see, that's epigenetic control, unless for the purple ones, if you have an extreme expression of anthocyanin synthases, or the ones that degrades chlorophyll. That's why you get those colors. But that dark purple, I don't think that's due to a gene. Magenta purple, like this light kind of pinkish purple right here, that could be due to a gene, because the leaves don't get dark. Only the callus gets dark.
Gotcha.
And when I like this purple magenta. It's not really dark. When you see those dark purple ones, that's usually a high degradation of chlorophyll into anthocyanin that gives those colors. But until now, I didn't see someone who actually did a gene expression on those genes and said, my flower is purple because I have a high gene expression of those genes. You can do a cold treatment at the end of the flower cycle, turn that flower dark. That's not magic. But to grow in optimum conditions and have a purple flower like that, not really. So this entire industry is weird. This is like, I sit here and I just go through social media and I see what people are doing, what people are posting, go to LinkedIn, Instagram. It's just like everybody is doing his own thing, not worried about anything else going around. And I don't think it's the right approach. I think if you are a breeder, you should breed being conscious of what's going on around you, instead of I'll tell you an example. This year, everybody is saying, well, we're going to go away from like candy and desserts. We're going to go toward garlic flavors, because every year certain people get together and we're gonna steer the market. This year is garlic or whatever. But what about I don't care about that garlic, let's say, or fruit, or what about medicine? How about someone who is breeding for processability, for example? Not all flour is smokable. Certain of flowers, they're only for good dumpers. They could be made for rosin, but you don't have a lot of people breeding for these purposes. People are breeding for look and high THC, right? But there's a lot in between those things that we can breed for to optimize. But here again, the industry, even at this point, is still an infant stage. We're still relying on elite clones that are circulating a lot of disease with them from a place to another. We are still relying on we're not testing the way we should. We're closing the eye on a lot of things that we should not close the eye to. Everybody is cutting corners because everybody wants to go quick to market and make a buck. Everybody wants a 7-8 week finisher because they have certain processes that one needs to. Bottom line, if you're gonna grow cannabis at a large scale, it needs to come out your indoor facilities and greenhouses. Like if anything that could be said about this industry, because the illegal market pushed cannabis into indoor. That's we can agree on. If it was not for law enforcement and people trying to hide their plants, we will never have an indoor industry.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we went inside, we create a lot of susceptibility on a lot of plants. You can't take something in a confined environment the same again and again and expect it to thrive. Let's do things right. If we're gonna use this crop, and I consider cannabis a crop because a lot of medicines are crops. Black seeds, for example, like black cumin, is a medicinal crop. Plant is a crop. If we start treating it as a crop and taking it outside, working on the plant, forget about millions of dollars in indoor facilities of lights and humidifier and dehumidifiers and this and that. Take all of that money and put it into the genetic work on the plant itself. Make resilient phenotypes that could grow in a very humid area, very arid area, breed for microclimates, breed for latitudes. I'll give you an example. We have genetics that are they just finished in New Zealand. Right? If you're breeding in North America on a certain latitude, how do you expect your genetics to work in Argentina, in Australia, in New Zealand? How do you expect something that's been bred in Colorado to grow in Thailand, where there is a humidity, or to grow in Southern Illinois, where I live?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody cares about this. I just want to throw the seed, and then we'll see how they will do. No. When we're doing home grow, yeah, you can see how it will work. But we are talking about a commodity, agricultural commodity, agriculture. I want government contracts. That's where we need to start thinking. But government contracts needs 40 billion seeds. Who is today in the US or in the world producing 40 billion viable seed? No one.
No one. That was what was so interesting. Conversation with the triploids was that because it had such a higher efficiency in energy capture, that it made me realize that it's that ability to be able to steer into more northern latitudes and do less than optimal growing situations, so that you're able to really have more regional cannabis, because the plant has the ability to function with the conditions and produce still exquisite flower, or whatever with the sources that we want.
Absolutely. And that's the thing. Companies, they try to rush to market. Like in the company, we're always having this conversation. Like, guys, we need to be aware of what's going on in the market, but we don't have to go at a certain pace, because at a certain point, you are cutting corners. When a process that needs a certain amount of time, a certain amount of resources, you can only accelerate it if you have more resources. But when you try to get to market just because X, Y, and Z is going to market with maybe the same thing, you can make mistakes. Triploids are something that is very sensitive when in the making. Some people, they have a polyploid, right? And they're like, oh, we have this tetraploid. A polyploid and a tetraploid is two different things. in a polyploid, you can have different ploidy levels. You can have one stem that is tetraploid, but the rest are diploid. That's a polyploid. Now, the problem when you are making seed, you are making two types of seed. You're making
I got you. It's unstable within the entire plant, and so portions of it have different gene frequency than others, which creates no stability in the seed population.
Absolutely. And imagine that a company is throwing this out in the market. Someone is getting it, thinking that they have true to type triploids. They grow it, it gets seeded. Now we lost that trust of the farmer in that technology because of a bad apple. When I say do your crossings, take leaf sample, do flow cytometry analysis, look at your peaks. Now, if you see a triploid peak, that peak is not going anywhere. That's not a polyploid. And what we do is we don't only sample one. You take 1, 2, 3 samples from different part of the plants just to avoid having a polyploid.
Yes, just so that it's so that you're aware that the genes that you've captured from the plant reflect the entire plant, not just the potential for a branch that had a different gene sequence.
But
so
the problem is, people are using their brand presence and their community that is buying their gears. And if they feel threatened by a company saying that we're working on this and this, and we post everything that we do, like we try to keep people engaged and part of the process. So when you're like done, I'm like, I have these seeds ready, people actually follow during that process. They are familiar with that plant. But just because you're threatened, you start dropping things and like, oh, we have this and that. And then when you go by, they will tell you coming soon. That's the problem. That cannabis companies, they compete, but they don't compete in the work. They compete in the hype.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's the subculture. That's how it works. You got to create the hype with the marketing and everything and hype people up. So when your product is finally ready and it comes to market, you have people already like ready to accept it. But I think sometimes it's false hope when sometimes you don't dial your process yet and you're promising these things. People that are loyal to your brand, they want to wait until you drop that. And you can see this with a lot of brands that see it drop within 25, 30 minutes, everything is gone because you build a community around the brand. And it doesn't matter if that's right or wrong, or if it's actually a good thing or not. Your community going to still take it because of that establishment of sense of community that you build with them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, tell me these are testers, I will understand. Say when that's it, I'm like, guys, we try this scientific concept for the first time. These are testers. We would love for our community to try them, give us a feedback. That it's understandable. Something that is coming out of R&D the first time. I would love my community to try it first, give me the right feedback, and then I can go with it on a larger scale. But it's just, and it's frustrating, for certain people that are really doing the work, like really, really hardworking and doing the science and putting money behind all of this. It's really frustrating when you have someone just being a clown and doing the hype on Instagram or whatever, and they're dragging business towards whatever. It pisses you off, but stay focused, work on the things that we work on, believe in the science, see it unfold. That's how we work, and we hope that soon we establish what cannabis genetics should be. Like we are still, because if you tell me that I have a breeder's cut, that's not breeding for me. If you take one and B and you cross it because you got a gear from here and a gear from there, and you hunted that, you call that a breeding process. That is not a breeding process. That is a selection process. Different. Take a cool cut and then do an S1 and sell it to people. You know what an S1 is? An S1 is a population in segregation. If you can sell that whole batch to one person and they grow it, it's going to be like crazy, because it's an S1 coming of a hybrid of a hybrid of a hybrid of a hybrid through selection. It's not something that it's fixed or it's stable or homozygous. No, it's a cross, which is 50% from this, 50% from this. They're close to, even the parents are close to each other, but it's still creating a segregation population. People are selling concept, like I've heard people selling F2s. Why would you buy F2s? An F2 came from a true F1 hybrid that is 100% heterozygous that was crossed to itself. So the F2 gonna be 25% like the grandpa, 25% like the grandma, and 50% like the hybrid. This is a Mendelian segregation. So you just lost 50% of your yield. And people sold F2 hybrids. I'm like,
oh, it's popular. No, you lose the heterosis from that first F1, but the issue so much is that there really is so few inbred lines that have actually been stabilized and worked into a true inbred line, that almost everything that's used in cannabis in North America is polyhybrids woven upon polyhybrid. So when you break it apart, it's just a cornucopia. And I think that the entire cultivation community has become comfortable with the fact that when you're buying a population, what you're doing is you're buying enough to look through to find a plant that works for your situation, versus the ability to just, like with any other crop, buy seed that is within a standard range of deviation. So expectations are met, timing is met, resistance is met, and it just simplifies the process.
absolutely. And that's where cannabis should go, because it's first is going to bring it outside of the indoor facilities first. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait, because cannabis is a sustainable crop. We want cannabis for carbon sequestration, for the love of God. The highest carbon sequestration ability in the planet. Well, imagine if instead of growing in these indoor facilities and wasting a lot of lights, a lot of gas, a lot of power, a lot of that, we are growing that crop outside, and it's helping us fix all that carbon dioxide. Now, cannabis is beyond a medicine, is a phytoremediator for the planet, is a holistic plant. It's cleaning your soil. Don't get me started on this, because we can talk for hours. I am against indoor cultivation. I do not like indoor cultivation. I think that it's polluting, and it's taking a lot of resources that could be invested into those workers. You know, the people that are trimming and doing all of that, that I got paid $12 an hour, while you are paying a power electric bill for millions of dollars to corporations. Cannabis belongs outside. Allow the plant to grow, to give the medicine. Sun grown has not only one cannabinoid. Take any homegrown and do a test. You will have a little bit of THCV, a little bit of CBDP, some of this, some of that, some of this. In indoor, it's steered toward one or two things. Someone who is growing on cocoa or on whatever that's watering 2-3 times a day with all those runoffs, what are you doing? But you know why? Because genetics are weak, and they need to be babysit, and they need to be from clone, because they're not ready. That's why we have that industry. Because they think if they control the environment, no bugs, no disease pressure, no fluctuations, we're going to make those plants perform. And they do, but at what price?
Truth. It's a sacrifice.
I've seen 16, 18 footers in Humboldt. I'm like, this is how you should grow cannabis. Every garden has 10 plants. That's all you need. Imagine growing a plant that could give you 15, 20 pounds. That's what people are pulling out of an entire 20, 30 lights rooms. I don't know. It's take cannabis out of those growths. I know people will like tell me to shut up because I'm tapping into their businesses, but take cannabis out of there. Take it out. Put it on the rotation, for the love of God. You know, the cool thing about cannabis, it pulls stuff from the soil, heavy metals and all of that, just grow it there and take all that biomass and turn it into fiber for clothes like this shirt or hempcrete. You have homeless people all over California and Oregon. Do small housing with hemp fiber. All the trash that you get from those facilities needs to be taken to processing facility, decorticated, and turned into hempcrete. Cannabis waste should be used. Cannabis is that only plant that from top to bottom needs to be used. You don't throw the leaves, juice them. But you can't juice something that was grown inside with spraying every day. No, you can't. That's why we rely on community like Humboldt, like Tama, like Kandahar, like Kabul, like the little regions in the northern part of Lebanon, to conserve that knowledge, the how-to, the genetics, the medicine, the spirituality. It's, I don't know, Crisco or Curaleaf or whatever these people, they're not going to provide any of that or protect any of it. So we're going to rely on small communities with the Rastafari movement in Jamaica and stuff. And those are the people that...
Yeah, the Jamaica, I was just in Jamaica, and it was incredible about how in order to have a license in Jamaica, you have to have the blessing from the Rastafarian community, and it creates a check and balance system so that what you have is non-exploitative, non-abusive production.
Absolutely, and this is how it should be.
Yeah, it has to be, there has to be parity. And I think that's the issue that is occurring with us here, is that what you had was communities that developed under cannabis cultivation, but under prohibition. But nonetheless, it developed 50, 60 years of community and behavior and land stewardship. And with the changes in the markets and how they got controlled, it decimated these regions. And it comes down to now, how does one steward the land if there's no money to steward? How do you preserve these regions? And then it sets to me a tone of another wave of colonialism to come through and do exploitative work, take the natural resources, export the profits. And so what you're doing is you're just systematically destroying small communities to centralize the monies in other locations. And at the end of the day, it's just a very short-sighted model of the reality of life, that there has to be sustainability for all organisms, not just the three at the top that figured out how to manipulate the system.
You touched on a very sensitive subject, and I told them, I'm going to say this, and I hope I don't offend anybody. It's not my intention, and I don't believe in race, and I don't believe in any of that shit. White man came to Africa a while ago to take gold, to take water, to take oil, diamonds, cobalt, all precious stuff. Now they're coming back for our dirt. Now, Portugal, Spain, Israel, Switzerland, if they want to produce cannabis, where do you think they're going to produce it? In Israel? In Spain? In Portugal? In Switzerland or Germany? It's going to be produced in Tanzania, and Malawi, and Kenya, and Nigeria, and Botswana, and Morocco, because it's cheap and because they can grow large acreage, because they can have 300 or 400 workers working for $1 a day. That's the new wave and era of colonialism coming. This is the new King Leopold of Belgium coming back to kill 40 million Africans again. But this time they're going to kill them with a lot of, not with bullets, with other chemicals that needs to be used to produce this or produce that, and all the things. And I felt it personally. Personally, I've been harassed by companies from around the world. Work with us, we want to do this and we want to do that, and we want to do this and we want to do that. But they need you because you're a Moroccan. Because they can't get into business unless they have a Moroccan guy. What Moroccan dude are you going to meet? Someone who is in the industry here, who knows a thing or two, that could take you and allow you to have a foot in that country. I've seen this. I've been approached by hundreds from left and right, and it's not, it doesn't happen like that. You know, it's, if you want to work in that country, and I'm not only saying about Morocco, if you want to work in Jamaica or Colombia or Mexico or Lebanon or Palestine or Afghanistan, go with this, the mind of, I'm going to make $2. I'm going to keep $1.50. I'm going to give them $0.50. From the $1.50 that I made, I'm going to take $0.50. I'm going to invest it in road, in water supply, in energy, or anything, or a hospital or a little school for those kids. You know that $0.50 that you invested, the gratitude, the love and respect, the brotherhood that you will get from those people will shield you against anything in the world. But nobody is willing to split with the people. They want to come in, take the big cash, and leave little crumbs just to satisfy them. Those people are tired of just being satisfied. They want the piece of bread with the little cheese on it, with the little jam on it. They want the little charcuterie board. They don't want just bread. They spend thousands of years just eating bread, and people are making millions of dollars out of their work. Now it's time to have an honest conversation, either you want it or not. If you want to make money, the tide needs to lift their boats before they get to yours, or it's not happening. And this is the feeling that I get from my people. They told me, look, anybody who is reaching out to you to work with us, they're not going to be just the growers. We want to be involved in every part of the supply chain. This is how you can build community in Garberville instead of looking like a crackhead motel. Create value transformation within the community. Don't just ship genetics. No. Bring business there. Transform those genetics. Develop products there. And that's what those farmers want in the Reef. They said, we're not going to just grow. Not a contract. We're not growing for you just to buy biomass from us. No. We want to be involved. We want a piece of that last product that comes out of the port that is high value dollar. That's, we want a piece of that. And
no, that's the only fair exchange.
It is fair. It is fair. Cannabis, there is millions of dollars to be made, even if you take 0.1% of the global shares. You are still making tens of millions of dollars. For a small community like mine in the Reef, that's what we want. I want hospitals. I want schools. I want roads. I want the kids not to have to go 200 miles away from their families to live with a cousin to be able to go to school, or someone to have to travel to the family to be able to be in a hospital. Like, this is beyond just cannabis, guys. This is a gift from God to rebuild those communities. We're going to get to a time where cannabis is going to feed us alone, going to give us food. It's going to give us material to build. It's going to give us housing. It's going to give us clothing alone. We're not going to be able to grow cotton or jute or any of these fibers because they need a lot of water, because they require roundups, because they require a lot of processing. I love hemp, man. I wear it all the time instead of linen, because linen cannot go in a dryer and regular washer. Hemp fiber doesn't shrink. So like, and when I talk about cannabis, I don't only talk about cannabinoids. I talk type 1 to type 5. CBD cultivar, THC cultivar, mixed ratios cultivars. This is something that nobody talks about. Minor cannabinoid cultivars, and then grain and fiber cultivars. Because that also needs to be grown in the US. People are like, industrial hemp should be all over the US. It was here before the prohibition in the 30s.
Yes.
It was here. When the US needed it again in the war, they passed a law just to put it back into the fields because we needed ropes and stuff. And then criminalize it again. No, it's like, what are we waiting for? Soybean and cotton and corn, they need something to clean up their messes. The Roundup Ready, the full input of nitrogen and organic matter and stuff. Let carbon sequestration heal your soils. Like, these conversations, they gave me heated because, as I said, the game here is way bigger than just cannabinoid or just medicine or getting high, or it's the livelihood of millions and millions of people. And I appreciate you taking the time today to tap into this, because we get all kind of interviews and talking about cool stuff, but nobody is talking about the real deal, the real things that are making communities and hurting communities. And the lucky thing that we are on the bottom of that in the genetic world. That's what we do. And the right genetics can bring up or down the market. So put more love, more money, more resources into the plant, into understanding its biology, its physiology, its molecular biology, mechanisms of that. It will serve us. Believe me, I've seen this firsthand in soybean and corn, and how science elevated everything, but and then took a wrong path. Hopefully, it does not happen in cannabis. But we need some science into the plant before we go do anything else.
Certainly. No, thank you so much for taking the time, because the topic has to be discussed, and you need to, it's so many facets to this gem that if we don't see all of them, we don't really understand how it shines. And so thank you so much, Osama. It was a fantastic conversation.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education, here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
my baby, that lovely.
Good morning, it's May the 6th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, your cannabis and psychedelics news source. Good morning, Rev Cindy. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I am doing well, especially when I remembered that we were doing the news this morning when my phone went off, like, just before I started sending the... I'm not used to Mondays, right? So...
Yeah, I didn't see anything there this morning when I got up. Yes. Well, hey, welcome back. I know that you've been out west. Went to
Yes.
BC. How was everything?
BC was pretty amazing. I went out there and did, of course, a whole bunch of different modalities of medicine for a week. And that was interesting in and of itself. We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think there was 8 different modalities that we did in the week, so it was pretty amazing.
Wow.
Yeah. And then, of course, I spent the countdown to 420 and 420 at a couple of different events out there, which was it was pretty awesome, but kind of shockingly sad at the same time. I mean, there were 4 different events planned for Vancouver.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the cops shut 2 down. Like, they went down and they totally
right.
gated off Thornton Park and Sunset Beach before, 2 days beforehand. They showed up at the art gallery and were arresting people and, taking supplies. And then at the 4th event, which is where I was, the cops ended up being called by somebody, and we all took off before the cops showed up. We got the heads up, but they were on their way.
On the way.
Yeah.
That's too bad. Yeah, we reported on some of that here on the news show. Just so you know, this past Saturday, Global Marijuana March was held around the world. We were part of the broadcast and part of the event in Toronto. I can tell you that I'm going to say there's probably twice as many vendors and people that attended the march versus last year. It's a bit of a rebirth of it, being that COVID and cannabis legalization here in Canada, really dampened things down, and so there's still lots more work to do. I interviewed several people on the march and asked them why they were marching, and they said because cannabis has to be legal globally.
It does, yeah, and that's why it's a global marijuana march. And one of the things that I've noticed just by talking to people, whether it be at 420 out in BC or talking to people around Nova Scotia, a lot more awareness is coming back up for medical cannabis. And people are wanting more and more and more to renew their licenses that I have seen in the small sample of people, it's really nice to see. And those that don't have their license but have a condition that would allow them to have a license, it's educating them to. It gives them more benefits. They here in Canada, you're only allowed to carry 28 grams unless you have a prescription saying you can have more. So there are benefits and ways to inform people. It'll make traveling within the country a lot easier if you have your license.
Yeah, that's for sure. All right, we'll get on with the news and start talking about medical cannabis. First story of the day coming to us from MJ Biz Daily.
Yes, Canada's medical cannabis exports jump to $220 million as domestic sales fall.
Wow. Canadian exports of medical cannabis hit an all-time high last year as the country's licensed producers continue to diversify from the competitive local market in favor of pursuing top-line opportunities overseas. In 2023-24 fiscal year, Canada exported roughly 218 million Canadian dollars worth of medical cannabis products for commercial and scientific use.
Wow, that's an increase of more than 36% from the previous year's exports, of $160 million. The data from Regulatory Health Canada paints a picture of brisk and consistent growth in the export sector.
In previous years, the revenue of cannabis exports reported by licensed producers was $8 million when it started in 2019, 2020. 2021, 22 had risen up to $107 million worth.
Wow. Yeah, that's a big jump.
Yeah. Now, the data can be subject to revision, as they say.
Yes, yes. Health Canada said the 2023 data is subject to revision, as you just said. Some Canadian cannabis companies have looked to capitalize on opportunities overseas, in part to dodge a multitude of hurdles in their home market. Those challenges include an onerous excise tax regime imposed on the industry by the federal government, as well as provinces gouging businesses via government-owned wholesalers, according to experts.
Yeah, big time. Look, you can see the graph there, the chart there showing how there's an increase every year in the sales. Deepak Anand, principal of ASDA Consultancy Services in Surrey, BC, suggested that Canadian cannabis producers benefited from the first mover advantage after Canada legalized cannabis in late of 2018. He says, on the one hand, Canada's reputation for producing high-quality cannabis products at competitive prices has positioned it as the preferred supplier in the global market. On the other hand, slow regulatory developments in the other lower-cost jurisdictions, such as Colombia, have limited their ability to compete effectively.
Countries that had declared their intention. Woo! Sorry, my cat's getting into stuff.
Oh.
I apologize. Here, if you just want to continue on.
Yeah, I will. Countries
computer.
that have declared their intention to net importers of cannabis, including Australia, Colombia, Israel, Jamaica, and Portugal, have faced various challenges exporting meaningful quantities. Anand says challenges faced by producers in other countries provided Canada with a significant advantage, helping to drive an increase in cannabis exports from Canada.
Thank you. The trend in exports contrasts with Canada's domestic market, which has been in a free fall for a number of years. In the 2023-24 fiscal year, ended in March, Canada's medical cannabis spending was at $355 million, according to Statistics Canada data.
That marked a 13% decline from the previous year's $409 million. The figure for 23-24 represents a 41% decline from the peak of 2019-2020, when Canadians spent $603 million on regulated medical cannabis products. Well, now there's more people just walking in the recreational stores.
Yeah, it's they can walk into a store and not have to wait for something to show up in the mail. I get that too, right?
Yeah. Question 5.2 of the Review Act.
Yeah. The last time medical cannabis spending was this low was in 2016, 2017, before recreational cannabis was legalized. Mitchell Osk, president of the Toronto-based Quanta Consulting, said the medical cannabis industry is being hobbled by systematic problems such as excessive taxes, low insurance reimbursement, and access to products via traditional pharmacies.
Why taxes on any medical cannabis, of any tax, not just an excise tax, but any tax on medical cannabis?
Yes.
Yeah. He goes on to say it also doesn't help that patients can often get the exact same product from the same LP for a much cheaper price in the adult use market. Question 5.2. All large LPs struggle with a declining domestic medical cannabis market and slowing adult use growth, punitive excise taxes, and hyper competition.
The savvy LPs have discovered a new lucrative channel for profitable and high growth, exporting medical cannabis. Which is, they're gonna make more money there, and they're it's actually they get to sell it at a less rate but make more money, a smaller
They can move
amount.
more of it. Yeah, they can move larger quantities.
Yep.
It's But it's good to see that the country is exporting cannabis. Like, when did you ever think that was going to happen? Because it was always against the law to do, right?
Well, I mean, we were exporting and importing stuff, but whether it was legal or not. But yeah, it's kind of neat to see it happening this way, and watching a lot of legacy growers moving towards the legal route and doing this. It's kind of cool to see your friends' cannabis end up in Germany.
Yeah,
for instance, right?
Yeah. All right, on to the next story.
Coming to us from StratCan, Manitoba businesses caught off guard by province's recent pause on controlled access retail cannabis licenses.
2 Manitoba businesses say they were caught off guard by a recent change to the province's cannabis store licensing program, impacting their business plans. In April, the Manitoba government said it was placing a temporary freeze on any new controlled access retail cannabis licenses for at least 6 months while the new provincial government looked into the issue more. These licenses for retail cannabis stores allow for cannabis to be sold in convenience stores and gas stations that carry other non-cannabis products.
The province currently lists 205 cannabis stores licensed. 11 of those stores are controlled access stores. Eduardo Famakin, a spokesperson for Manitoba cannabis producer Wow Kapow, said he and his partners were blindsided by the announcement as they were in the final stages of receiving approval for an agreement with Manitoba retail gas station Domo to supply the chain with their locally produced cannabis products.
Famakin tells StratCan that while Kapow and Domo had been in talks with the provincial government about their plans to supply 5 gas stations in the Winnipeg area with cannabis products and had expected some of the first licenses to be issued in May of this year. Instead, he said he learned of the news that the province was pausing the program in media reports rather than from the government, something that has left him and his colleagues confused.
He says Wow Kapow signed an agreement in June of 2023 with Domo to supply several of the locations with cannabis. An ongoing discussion, he says, Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries and the Liquor, Gaming and Cannabis Authority of Manitoba were aware of. We all had a big meeting about how we were going to do this, explains the frustrated Famakin. Then over the next 11 months, we all worked together to get everything ready. So seeing this in the news, instead of them informing us, it was gut-wrenching. It threw us off.
Just imagine. Now he sees the company is already having to lay off employees they had hired in expectation of this new agreement. In a prepared statement sent to StratCan, Douglas and Kate Everett, the chairman and president of Domo Corporation, said the company was disappointed to hear of the pause on the issue of licenses for controlled access cannabis stores, a change they blame on lobbying from the Manitoba's Retail Cannabis Council, an organization representing some cannabis stores in the province.
After a year-long, extremely detailed application process, Domo was in the final stages of obtaining controlled access retailer licenses for our 5 stores when the government derailed the process. We feel it is particularly unfortunate that the Manitoba government is favoring large out-of-province chain retailers instead of local Manitoba-based cultivars, distributors, and retailers. Some cannabis retailers in the province have in the past expressed concern about such licenses. Melanie Bekovich, owner of Mystic Cannabis in Winnipeg and a member of the Retail Cannabis Council of Manitoba, told StratCan earlier this year that the organization had met with the Manitoba government to express their concerns with how these licenses were being issued.
The RCCMB is pleased that the minister has been responsive to the industry's calls for a review on the controlled access license regulatory, says Bekovich. This category was intended to provide access to legal cannabis for rural and remote communities, but we're seeing most of these licenses in Winnipeg and Brandon. A review of the category could ensure controlled access licensing is being used in the spirit of its original intent. The minister will need to find a balance between limiting exposure of minors to cannabis sales and access in rural remote communities. Stephen Stairs, the chairperson of the Cannabis Business Association of Manitoba, questions the pause, arguing that Manitoba needs more access to legal cannabis, not less.
Why put a moratorium on the controlled access licenses? If anything, we need more of these in urban areas to combat the black market. Recent police reports have shown that the black market cannabis industry is selling cannabis through small corner stores and bodegas. Pausing the ability for these types of stores to become legal licensed stores only enables the black market to continue selling out of these locations across the city without obstruction. Femikin at Wow Kapow says one of his frustrations is that the new provincial government, which replaced the previous government in an election in 2023, has not contacted stakeholders like Wow Kapow or Domo to let them know about the changes in advance.
Yeah, he says that in their review process, they should have consulted the regulatory bodies to see the impact of the decisions to stakeholders who have been working with them the entire time. For existing applications already in the system, to end it without any type of communication or forewarning is striking. I don't think there's just cause for the pause. Manitoba producers need more places to sell Manitoba products. Now, Glenn Simard, Manitoba Minister of Sport, Culture, Heritage, and Tourism, as well as the minister responsible for the Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries Corporation, told StratCan the pause on such licenses was in urban areas and was based on concerns with young people being able to potentially access cannabis in less than secure retail settings.
We know that when legalization took place, that this was a new and emerging market. As with liquor and lotteries, our focus is on ensuring social responsibility, Samar tells StratCan. We want to make sure that people are accessing cannabis in a safe and reliable manner. What we see now is that consumers don't struggle to access cannabis. With over 200 stores in Manitoba, people in urban areas have access to cannabis. The directive I've provided to MBLL through the board chair is to put a pause on licenses for controlled access in urban areas and cities. We do have concerns about the availability of cannabis for young people, and we want to make sure that we're making socially responsible choices. Widespread availability of cannabis outside of an age-restricted area is a concern, and we want to make sure we're balancing availability and social responsibility.
He added, I'll be frank, we're not hearing an overwhelming desire for Manitobans to see cannabis available in convenience stores. That's why we're taking the time to do a review and get this right. People would expect this on the liquor side, where we're always considered market viability when looking at liquor retail licenses. Samard also says the new provincial government has no plans of changing Manitoba's private retail cannabis model into a publicly owned retail model, despite some claims from the opposition.
One important side note, we're not looking to bring cannabis sales under public ownership and are committed to working with our existing retail partners to ensure a continued focus on social responsibility.
So it's like they kept saying they're stopping the urban end. So they're still licensing for the people who are on the rural end, because they kept saying urban.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing is they are looking at it within the city of, like, say Winnipeg.
That's urban, yeah.
Or areas, which I kind of understand, because there's a lot of standalone cannabis stores.
Yeah, and the program was set up for areas that that don't have coverage.
Yeah.
Where there isn't a lot of people who would go set up just a retail store in cannabis. It's sort of like they're near Roseneath. There's a business just outside of there that has, it's just a regular retail store, but it has alcohol. It's not a liquor store. It's not a regular. It's just servicing an area that is under. Doesn't have many. It's rural.
And honestly, I mean, convenience
just down
stores.
the road here. I got one just down the road.
Convenience stores have carried cigarettes for absolute years. And they, one of the things that we're taught when we work retail in a convenience store is how to check for ID. They have to look over a certain age. I think the age now is 30 or something like that. So It's the exact same principle for cannabis, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the stores, like it used to
Yeah.
be, you know, you
I-
leave overnight, you have, yeah, right. So
Yeah, if you look under 30, you're gonna get asked for ID, correct? Yeah.
which
yeah.
is totally
I've
fine.
seen
I'm
those.
52, and if you want to ask me for ID, I might leap over there and give you a kiss on the cheek, right? Because you know, at 52, if you want to card me, let's do this. But like, I mean, if the cashiers are being taught how to card for cigarettes, it's the exact
Yeah.
same principle for cannabis or alcohol for that
Oh, yeah.
matter,
Yeah.
right? So if
Yeah.
you're going to allow them to carry cigarettes and alcohol, cannabis is right there with it, you know, as far as the Canadian laws. So
Yeah. Well, I can see. Yeah, because they should still be issuing them on the rural end of things, and you know, Manitoba's going through some changes. They're going to be starting to allow to grow cannabis, so that's a good thing about it. So.
pretty exciting.
All right, on to the next story.
Yes, coming to us from Side Post, psychedelic microdosing, a new frontier for treating ADHD symptoms and emotional dysregulation.
A new study published in the journal European Psychiatry has shed light on an unconventional approach to managing symptoms associated with ADHD. The findings suggest that small repeated doses of substances like psilocybin and LSD could potentially help reduce ADHD symptoms and enhance some aspects of emotion regulations. These findings could pave the way for new treatments that could focus not only on the primary symptoms of ADHD, but also improving emotional and social functioning. ADHD is typically marketed by inattention, hyperactivity, and impulsiveness. Beyond these primary symptoms, many individuals with ADHD struggle with emotional regulation and empathy, which can impair their social interactions and relationships.
Wow. Well, conventional ADHD medications like, I can never say that word.
Amphetamines.
Yeah, even with you say it first, I can't say it first. And methylphenidate.
You're on your own.
Target the core symptoms. They often fall short in addressing these secondary issues. Interestingly, some adults with severe ADHD symptoms have turned to microdosing, taking minimal doses of psychedelics as a self-treatment. Globally, up to 3% of adults are affected by ADHD. The core ADHD symptoms are known, such as inattention and hyperactivity and impulsivity are known and can be very debilitating. However, less known is that adults with ADHD suffer from problems with emotion regulation too, explained, study author Elaine C.H.M. Hagen, who is a PhD candidate at the Department of Neuropsychology and Pharmacology at Maastricht University.
Some studies have even suggested that emotion regulation should be considered a core component of ADHD, as it experienced by up to 70% of adults with it. Emotion regulation involves all attempts to influence emotional experience and responses. For example, it may involve the ability to interpret an emotion eliciting situation, but also the inhibiting strong positive and negative emotional responses. Related to emotion.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, you can.
Okay. All right. Related to emotion regulation is empathy, and together impairments in these constructs may impair emotional and social functioning. Current conventional ADHD medications, such as amphetamines, and that word again, seems to be effectively addressing emotion regulation impairments, but to a lesser degree than their effect on core ADHD symptoms. Therefore, we wanted to investigate the effects of potential future alternative treatment option, microdosing with psychedelics, to investigate if microdosing is effective in improving emotional regulation and empathy in adults with ADHD.
The researchers conducted 2 studies to investigate psychedelic microdosing impact on adults with severe ADHD symptoms. The first study included participants who either had a formal ADHD diagnosis or displayed severe symptoms indicative of the disorder. Individuals participated on their own initiative, deciding when and how to microdose. The researchers collected data using a series of online surveys that participants completed at baseline before starting the microdosing. And then again, 2 and 4 weeks into their microdosing regime.
These surveys included validated scales like the Conners Adult ADHD Rating Scale for assessing ADHD symptoms, the Emotional Regulation Questionnaire to measure strategies like cognitive reappraisal and excessive suppression, and the interpersonal reactivity index to evaluate different facets of empathy. There were 233 participants at the start of the study, with sample sizes decreased to 64 and 44 at the 2 and 4 week follow-ups, respectively.
Interesting. The results indicated that after 4 weeks of microdosing, participants reported significant improvements in certain aspects of emotion regulation and empathy. Scores for cognitive reappraisal increased, suggesting that participants were better able to reinterpret stressful or emotional situations in a way that reduced their negative impact. Similarly, scores for expressive suppression decreased, indicating a reduction in the effort to inhibit emotional responses, which could suggest a healthier emotional expression and processing. Additionally, the scores for perspective taking improved, which implies that enhanced ability to understand others' point of view. However, the changes in other areas of empathy, such as empathetic concern and personal distress, were not significant, suggesting that the effects of microdosing might be more pronounced in cognitive aspects of empathy than emotional ones.
The second study introduced a control group for a more rigorous comparison. This group consisted of individuals with ADHD who were not microdosing, but were continuing their usual ADHD medication treatments. The researchers collected data at the same 3 time points using the same surveys and scales that were used for the first study. They compared 180 participants who were only microdosing with assessment completions by 50 and 38 participants at 2 week and 4 week marks to a control group of 37 individuals using conventional ADHD medications, with 27 and 28 completing the 2 and 4 week follow-up respectively. This comparison approach provided a clear view of how microdosing stacks up against traditional treatments. The findings revealed the microdosing group experienced a more significant decrease in the ADHD symptoms severity across several measures compared to the control group. This included scores for inattention and hyperactivity, impulsivity, which are traditionally targeted by ADHD medications. A better score. Wow.
But when comparing changes in emotion regulation and empathy, the results were mixed. While the microdosing group showed continued improvement in expressive suppression, similar to the first study, no significant differences were found in cognitive reappraisal between the microdosing and control groups after the study period. This suggests that while microdosing may help reduce the need to suppress emotions, it does not necessarily enhance the ability to reinterpret emotional stimuli when compared directly to conventional medications. In terms of empathy, the results did not show significant improvements in the microdosing group compared to the control group, indicating that the benefits observed in the first study might be limited to self-perceived changes within individuals rather than relative to a standard treatment.
There's always a but, isn't there? These findings suggest that microdosing could potentially offer some benefits over traditional medications, particularly in reducing ADHD symptoms and improving certain aspects of emotional regulation. However, the impact on empathy and the broader emotional and social functioning remains unclear and less consistent. We compared individuals with ADHD who were microdosing to individuals with ADHD who were using conventional ADHD medication, Hygen told SciPost.
we found that microdosing compared to conventional ADHD medication introduced positive effects on core ADHD symptoms and one aspect of emotional regulation, excessive suppression, which might indicate improved emotional regulation after 4 weeks of microdosing compared to baseline.
Cognitive reappraisal, the other emotion regulation aspect we assessed, and all the empathy facets remain unaffected after microdosing. We highlight the potential therapeutic properties of microdosing in adults with ADHD, but also emphasize the importance of a control group, as initial findings seem to be null findings after comparing them to control data. The study is an initial step paving the way for future, more rigorous controlled clinical trials investigating microdosing in adults with ADHD. The naturalistic design of the study has several benefits, including providing real-world insights into how individuals using microdosing to manage ADHD symptoms on their own terms. The approach allows for observations of genuine behaviors and outcomes in everyday settings, but this method also comes with some inherent drawbacks.
This is a naturalistic study, meaning we do not interfere with participants' microdosing practices, meaning that respondents use the substance, dose, and dosing regime that they preferred. This is the main limitation of such a study design, limiting our ability to draw strong conclusions about the effectiveness of microdosing. However, it still provides enough reason to investigate microdosing in ADHD further.
Yeah. Regarding her long-term goals for this line of research, Hagen explained that she plans to continue investigating if microdosing is a useful alternative option for adults with ADHD through controlled clinical results. If so, we'd like to investigate its working mechanism and how it could be implemented in current clinical care.
There you go. Who knew? Who would think, that microdosing with acid could help be a benefit to people for ADHD.
For ADHD, but I've had chats with Ross Verbigliati, the Olympic snowboarder, and he is somebody that opened my eyes to that. That was his microdose of choice when he was training to keep his focus and whatnot.
Wow, there you go.
Which is quite interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. Well, it's commercial break. Time for us to take a break. We're only through the first 3 stories. The long stories. But we're halfway through the broadcast. Actually, we're over halfway through the broadcast.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. All right. We'll be back after you hear from our sponsors. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News, found here at paceradio.net.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyendinaga.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And we're back from a medication break. What did I miss? Hey, you know what? It's so nice out now. It's that time of year where I can leave the door open and the dog and cats can come and go as they want, and I don't have to keep leaving.
That's wicked.
Yeah, and maybe next week I'll do the news outside because the weather's so good. So, all right. We've got a lot of stories to cover, and hopefully we can get them covered by the top of the hour. So we just better fly through them. So there's some that I might cut a little short, but we'll get the gist of the story out there. All right, here we go.
Heading over to cannabis.net. But what about the UN drug treaties? Germany imports almost 35 tons of weed, while the US tinkers with rescheduling cannabis.
Germany had a record 34.6 tons of cannabis imported in 2023 for medicinal and research purposes, a significant increase from previous years. This inflow highlights how Europe's biggest medical cannabis market, which is federally regulated, is changing, as seen by the increasing interest that foreign organizations are showing in Germany's cannabis sector. Notwithstanding a little slowdown in growth relative to prior years, the notable rise in imports underscores the nation's critical position in molding the world's cannabis industry. The surge in cannabis imports coincides with significant shifts in Germany's regulatory framework, particularly the abolition of previous cultivation quota system. This system, which restricted domestic cultivation to select few companies, compelled the nation to heavily rely on imports to meet demand. With the introduction of a more flexible conditions for cultivating medical cannabis under the new legislation, Germany aims to reduce its dependence on foreign imports, ushering in potentially transformative era of domestic cannabis industry. Oh, Cindy, that goes back to our first story. Those numbers may lower next year.
Yeah.
Medical cannabis. When you read this,
yeah. The abolition of Germany's growing quota system, which marks a watershed moment in the country's cannabis industry, promises a paradigm shift in cultivation dynamics. Only 3 companies were awarded permits to develop medicinal cannabis under the previous system, following a stringent application process. As a result, their total output was limited to 10,400 kg over 4 years. Wow. As a result, the shortage of supplies from domestic farms forced a considerable reliance on imports to meet rising demand. However, with the latest regulatory revision, enterprises may now apply directly to the Cannabis Agency for permission to produce medical cannabis. This decision marks a shift from the tight quotas of the past, providing a more streamlined and accessible route for firms to engage in cannabis growing. Peter Homburg, a major person in Germany's cannabis business believes that the increased flexibility in cultivation conditions will progressively reduce the need for foreign imports, opening the path for more self-sufficiency in the home market.
Once the growing quota system is removed, there will be a great deal of freedom for expansion and innovation in the German cannabis industry. By allowing a greater variety of companies to engage in cultivation, the regulation change fosters a more competitive environment that is advantageous to development and diversity. Moreover, this is a significant step towards aligning German cannabis regulations within evolving international standards, therefore enhancing the nation's competitiveness in the global cannabis market.
Good for them.
With transition away from the important independence may take time to materialize fully, the dismantling of the cultivation quota system sets the stage for a transformative journey towards the self-sustainability as companies seize the opportunity to expand their cultivation operations under the new regulatory framework. Germany itches closer to realizing its vision of a thriving and resilient domestic cannabis industry.
Yay.
Yay.
Yay for Germany. That's exciting for them.
Yeah. We'll just shut that down. That way we can keep going and catch on to these stories here. But yeah, I can see if they're shutting down imports, I can see that Canada's going to be affected by that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. 34 tons they imported. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So those numbers are going to come down. All right, on to the next story.
Coming to us from High Times. This is a study. Psilocybin enhances meditation.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. According to the new research published in the journal Scientific Reports, psilocybin can boost insightfulness during meditation. The study explored for the first time a data set of functional magnetic responses images collected during focused attention and open monitoring meditation before and after a 5-day psilocybin-assisted meditation retreat using a recently established approach based on the MAPPR algorithm with topological data analysis, the researchers wrote in the abstract.
After generating subject-specific maps for 2 groups, psilocybin versus placebo, 18 subjects per group of experienced meditators, organizational principles were uncovered using graph topological tools, including the optimal transport distance, a geometrically rich measure of similarity between brain activity and patterns, the researchers wrote. This revealed characteristics of the topology in space, i.e. abstract space of voxels, and time dimension of whole brain activity patterns during different styles of meditation and psilocybin-induced alterations. Perhaps most striking of all, the researchers found that psilocybin-induced positive derealization, which fosters insightfulness, specifically when accompanied by enhanced open monitoring meditation, was linked to the OT distance between open monitoring and resting state.
They said that the findings suggest that the enhanced meta-awareness through meditation practice in experienced meditators combined with potential psilocybin-induced positive alterations in perception, meditate, insightfulness. Together, these findings provide a novel perspective on meditation and psychedelics that may reveal potential novel brain markers for positive synergistic effects between mindfulness practices and psilocybin, they wrote.
The research was based on findings involved with 36 experienced meditators who completed 2 fMRIs, brain imaging sessions, 1 day before and after a 5-day psilocybin-assisted meditation retreat following a double-blind, randomized, placebo-controlled parallel group study design. Placebo or psilocybin, 315 body weight absolute dose, I'm not sure what that is, was administered on the 4th day of the retreat, and the 11-DASC questionnaire for ratings of altered states of consciousness was administered 360 minutes after drug intake as a retrospective measure of subjective effects. Each scan session consisted of a 21 minute of resting state, focused attention, and open monitoring sequences, with each meditation lasting 7 minutes. For each subject, both scan sessions were concocted, and mapper-shaped graphs were generated and analyzed, the researchers explained.
They concluded that compared with meditation alone, psilocybin alters the perception of the external world, presumably by increasing informational richness, which is reflected by increased OT distances between OM and RS post-retreatment. Barrett Singer, one of the study's lead authors, explained the inspiration behind the researchers.
I was interested in the technical part of the topic because I am fascinated by how pure mathematics, especially topology, can be applied to extract important information from latent structures and data that is not apparent to other methods, Singer told the outlet SciPost. Psychedelic neuroscience and mediation is particularly interesting to me because I can see that there's a lot of research needed to better understand the mechanisms of these substances and techniques, and because I wish that this will help to use them in a beneficial way for individuals and society. It surprised me that the subject-specific mapper graphs were at first sight very different and did not seem to share many similarities, but when described and simplified using suitable graph measures, their common structure was revealed and turned out to be quite stable across both groups, Singer continued. In other words, their common features were not obvious to spot by eye from looking at the subject-specific mapper graphs, but only after calculating their topological features.
Singer and the rest of the research team noted in the study that meditation and psychedelics have attracted increasing scientific interest in the recent years. Sure has. While research on the neuropsychological of meditation and psychedelics has grown rapidly, these topics have been studied mainly from the perspective of functional cognitivity, resting state networks, and signal variability, including measures of entropy and criticality. This article targets an alternative approach in which a novel topological data analysis method is applied to the neuropsychological study of the synergistic effects of meditation and psychedelics.
Meditation can be understood as a form of mental training with various aims, including improving cognitive and emotional self-regulation, changing attitudes towards the self and others, including their underlying duality, and cultivating positive emotional states. Different types of meditation can be distinguished with the attentional family of meditation. Two well-researched attentional practices are focused attention practices and open monitoring practices. Focused attention involves narrowing of the attention scope. And of course, open monitoring, in contrast, involves releasing attentional control and bringing awareness to moment experiential content. Psychedelics are a broad class of conscious modulating substances that induce altered states of perception, cognition, emotion, and the sense of self. Classic serotonic psychedelics include LSD, psilocybin, mescaline, and DMT.
There you go. Don't you love those tongue twisting words?
Yes, and I'm really glad that they have like little versions there, so we can just skip right over them.
Skip right over them.
Some of them, anyway.
All righty. Here we go. Next one.
Coming to us from Ganjapreneur, federal cannabis legalization bill filed by Senate Democrats.
All right. Let's see here. Lawmakers in the U.S. Senate this week introduced the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act, which seeks to end the federal prohibition of cannabis. This bill was filed by a coalition of Democrats led by Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Senators Ron Wyden and Cory Booker. In a release by Senator Schumer, he says, "It's past time for the federal government to catch up to the attitudes of the American people when it comes to cannabis. That's why we're reintroducing the Cannabis Administration and Opportunity Act, legislation that would finally end the federal prohibition on cannabis while prioritizing safety, research, workers' rights, and restorative justice. We have more work to do to address decades of overcriminalization, particularly in the community of colors. But today's reintroduction shows the movement is growing, and I will keep working until we achieve meaningful change. Let's do it. Come on.
The CAO, which was first introduced in 2022, would remove cannabis from the federal drug schedule, automatically expunge federal nonviolent cannabis offenses, and establish a grant program aimed at helping individuals who were adversely affected by cannabis prohibition with housing, economic, and community development needs. Those grants and additional plans to expand cannabis research programs would be funded at least in part through a new tax structure on federal regulated cannabis products. These common sense policies will ensure a more equitable criminal justice system and promote public safety, Senator Booker said in a statement.
Lawmakers proposed the bill on the day after it was reported that the DEA intends to move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 under the Controlled Substances Act. And a recent poll found that that was done in November, 70% of Americans, adults, support legalizing adult use cannabis. Get it done.
It's about time.
It's about time. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Yep.
It's they gotta get it. They gotta get it done.
Yeah.
All right.
Catch up.
I might.
Heading over to SciPost, psychedelics could make mental health worse in people with a personality disorder.
Oh, where did it go? Hang on. It didn't show up. There we go. I got it now. There we go.
Okay.
Yeah. Something that might be on the negative end of things here. The interest in psychedelics is growing both in psychedelic circles and among the public. These are powerful substances capable of altering perception, mood, and various mental processes. They also show promise for treating a whole wide range of mental health disorders. However, for their use to be safe and effective, it's important to understand how they interact with different mental health conditions. This is especially true for personality disorders.
A personality disorder is a type of mental disorder involving rigid and unhealthy patterns of thinking, functioning, and behaving, which significantly affects a person's life. Understanding their interaction with psychedelics is crucial. These substances can deeply influence mental states. They can worsen or improve symptoms in ways unique to these disorders. In a recent study, researchers at Imperial College London investigated the complex relationship between psychedelics and mental health, highlighting the potential risks for people with personality disorders.
The study collected self-reported data from 807 people who use psychedelics in various settings from recreational to therapeutic. These measure participants' mental well-being before and after using psychedelics using a scale called the Warwick Edinburgh Mental Well-Being Scale. The researchers considered it a meaningful drop in mental health if someone's happiness and well-being fell more than what was typical for most people in the study. The researchers specifically looked at those who had negative experiences while on psychedelics. They found that only 16% of all participants reported an overall negative response, but a significant portion of those significant experiences, which about 1/3 of them, were reported by people with a history of personality disorders.
However, the study has several limitations, including the reliance on self-reported data, the small number of participants, and a 56% dropout rate. All of these factors would have skewed the results. Other limitations, including the lack of a control group, for comparison. Additionally, there were variations in the types and dosages of psychedelics used.
The study's method of participant selection could also lead to biased results, and lumping different personality disorders together might overlook specific risks associated with each. Various personality disorders might respond differently to psychedelics. For instance, people with a histrionic personality disorder, which is excessive attention-seeking and emotional overreaction, or borderline personality disorder, which is an emotional instability, intense relationship, and fear of abandonment, might feel worse or more unstable.
And those with schizotypical personality disorders, which is social anxiety, odd beliefs, and eccentric behavior, and we're talking extreme, could become more paranoid. And people with narcissistic personality disorder, excessive self-importance, lack of empathy, and need for admiration may struggle with the self-reflective nature of psychedelics because they often have a hard time handling criticism.
I know somebody who should not do psychedelics. Let's just leave it at that. Considering the study's notable limitations, we must approach its findings with some skepticism, but the study does recognize the potential benefits of psychedelics for mental health, stressing the need for careful screening for personality disorders.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's just like with cannabis, right? The same thing. The same thing there. If somebody has, they shouldn't be, taking cannabis. Just so you know, before I forget.
Yeah. Good day, Steve.
Good day, Steve. All right, I'll get the next one lined up here, and as soon as I got it lined up, I will let you know. All right, there we go.
Okay. We're heading over to Ganjapreneur. Poll: most Americans think cannabis baking would benefit public safety.
Yes, it sure would. Recent polling data from the Independent Community Bankers of America suggests most Americans believe that giving cannabis companies access to traditional banking services would benefit public safety, according to a press release. Sure it does. The data published on Thursday, ahead of the 2024 ICBA Capital Summit in Washington, D.C., found that
64% of Americans believe the Secure and Fair Enforcement Regulations, SAFER Banking Act, would protect federally regulated financial institutions that serve state legal cannabis companies and would benefit public safety. Additionally, 54% of Americans agree that allowing cannabis companies to utilize traditional banking system would benefit underserved communities.
The ICBA polling data also found that 63% of American adults believe cryptocurrencies should be regulated at least as stringent as banks, so on and so forth. Meanwhile, the American Bankers Association this week that after cannabis was moved to Schedule 3 under the Controlled Substances Act, traditional banking services will not be available to state legal cannabis markets. Rather, Congress must first adopt the Safer Banking Act or a similar proposal to give the industry proper banking access. Why not pass the Safer Banking Act along with the CEO Act at the same time so that cannabis can become legal in the United States? Mm-hmm. They're both right there. Both laws are introduced. It's just so get it done. Get it done. All right. I'm bringing up the last story of the day here.
Okay. Yeah, we are heading over to CTV News Toronto. Toronto mayor responds to criticism on city's request to decriminalize certain drugs.
Yeah. Toronto Mayor Olivia Chow is responding to criticism over Toronto's efforts to decriminalize drugs in the wake of the opioid crisis, saying it misses a much more urgent need. Olivia Chow says people are going through the cycle and they're not getting anywhere. She says that during an interview with CP24's Breakfast Friday, referring to people who are arrested for drug possession before being released with no place to go.
She said many of the people living on the streets of Toronto have addiction issues that can't properly be resolved without housing. On streets, in libraries and community centers, in the subways are people desperately needing help. And we literally don't have enough shelters for them. We're turning away 200 people plus per night, Chow said. So I'd rather focus on something practical. House these folks. Get them into a treatment program.
Earlier this week, Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre sent a letter to the federal government asking it to deny Toronto's request to decriminalize simple possession of small amounts of drugs for personal use. Toronto's medical officer of health, Elaine Davila defended the city's request in a statement, saying that decriminalization is fundamentally recognizing that addiction is a health issue, and said decriminalization is not the same as legalization. She said the city urgently needs more publicly funded treatment programs.
Absolutely.
And
Chow-
that's, yeah.
No, go ahead.
No, there's programs that are in the midst. It's things got to be done.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. Chow echoed this statement Friday, but said the debate misses the point. Whether federal officials say yes or no at this point, we still don't have the treatment programs, Chow said, and we are seeing the impact of it. You see it on the street, right? There are some people that are not well. She said decriminalization really is the end of the conversation rather than the start, and said on the ground, practical solutions like housing are where she'd rather focus her energy when it comes to the opiate crisis.
The renewed debate comes as BC asked the federal government to walk back some parts of an exemption it was granted as part of the pilot project in 2023. Toronto has asked for a similar exemption to allow simple possession of small amounts of hard drugs, but it is still being considered by the federal government. There you go. What do you think?
Well,
Decriminalization of hard drugs has worked in Portugal. Helped there big time.
Yeah, it takes away the stigma, and it gives people the courage to stand up and say, I'm addicted to this and I need help, without worrying about being arrested or being thrown in jail. And eventually, the stigma will change from looking at people with addiction with a hard eye as if they're criminals to a soft eye of a human that has a medical condition that needs some help.
Yeah. It's it's unfortunate, but unfortunately, I think come the next election here in Canada, there might be some changes, and maybe we'll be back to the old method, trying to arrest our way out of.
We're gonna get nowhere.
Yeah. All right. Anything before we want to say goodbye?
I'm happy to be back. Hi.
All right. From the Legacy420.com news desk, that's the news for today. We hope you found it educational and informative. Thanks to Legacy420.com, Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, and LimestoneCityHydroponics.ca, and to you for watching the show, and Sydney for coming back from your holidays. And we'll see everybody again in the news Thursday morning when Glenn and I return. We'll see you all then. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Pace Radio Network, created by patients for patients, and for those who need to know.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
Morning, folks. How's everybody doing on this fine Monday morning? It's Monday. I know And every Monday that I go to do this, I'm thinking, God, why do I do this on a Monday? Because I don't know, every Monday is always great, but it is what it is. So I hope everybody had a good weekend. We had the global marijuana marches across the country on Saturday. I've been looking through some of the pictures. It looks like there was some turnout in Toronto. We're going to pop over there and just take a peek at what we got going on, because I'd like to commend everybody that was out there. And it was like, and like I said, it looks like it was pretty dang good. And they marched, and they marched, and they marched. So here's I'm just gonna actually come over here, and I'm gonna pop up some pictures. We're gonna share the screen. There we go. All right, so we're gonna add this up. So here are some of the pictures from the official Global Marijuana March on the weekend. And it looks like we had some vendors there, and we had some marchers. Isn't that terrific? Seeing, like, because of the fact that, you know, it's not legal everywhere in Canada, or I mean in the world, and we still have some laws attached to cannabis. So these are some of the pictures. I'm just gonna, but people should be out marching still. I'm not sure that there's anything, I haven't seen too much come across the wire this morning, but other than that, but I actually had to go looking for it too, because a lot of stuff doesn't just come onto my feed, right? So I have to go actually looking to see what went on. So I should probably maybe look at something else here quick and see if anybody else has some pictures up. Because I know Al was going to be there, because Al was involved with the organization of this. Oh, he has some lives. Let's see if we can go on to it.
Anyways, so today
That wasn't me, by the way.
Jane
no, that was my. Oh yeah, we should specify. So the GMM, this is the 25th here in Toronto, stands for the Global Marijuana March. Happens all over the world. First Saturday of May, every year.
Even in Indonesia?
Well, see, this is the thing. Can't say all over the world, because not every city or town or country, I guess, like, spot has their own. I know there's one in New York this year. I actually was debating driving down there, but I did a little bit of planning on the back end for the committee this year for this event, so I wanted to see how it turned out.
You've been working hard with this event. Just as a side note regarding Indonesia, I'm a big
He's like number one.
I have a big fan base down there. Yeah.
Well, you're the second best comedian in Indonesia.
Probably, yeah.
We don't know who the first is.
No, but just in case there is one.
Yeah.
But if you're in Indonesia watching this, you've probably seen me.
So I don't know if you can see what's going on behind us, but we literally, the crowd has started to form around the, what is that?
That's a horse with a man
The horse
on it.
is that? Oh my God, there's actually a hole.
Wait, is there a man on it?
There is.
There is. There's
It's
some
not
guy.
every day you see a horse with
No,
two rear ends.
There's some guy with a dress on a horse behind us. So already though.
Oh, I thought you meant like in real life.
No. So already though, there is.
It's a party vibe.
There's
sure.
more people than last year.
Oh, definitely.
Now there was a time though where this was packed, and then it kind of died out, and now the rebuild is beginning.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if COVID was responsible for that or a little bit of legalization. Some people have said that since legalization, the push for cannabis reform doesn't feel as necessary. And to that, I say poo-poo. Our job is still not done. That's why we've made signs, right? Here, let me grab the signs.
We have made signs. I think that's one thing that I realized very quickly, because when I came into this community through the podcast here and through connecting with MJ, is that I came in, I met you, 3 months before legalization?
Yep.
There's my sign.
There's
I made
Timmy.
that one. Have the conversation. That's probably the biggest thing that I advocate for as a non-consuming advocate, is I just want to be able to have the conversation. Regardless of what you believe on the issue, the fact is that more conversation needs to be had regarding cannabis. And even if it's not for everybody, which I don't think anything is for everybody, the conversation needs to be had. People need to open up that dialogue and really find out where does it fit.
Right? Again, and the stigma. So Global Marijuana March looks like it was fairly successful out in Toronto. Not going to play the whole thing. You can go onto YouTube, onto our Pace Radio channel, and look up MJ and Tim. They are the Doobie and the Newbie. And they are live on the 420.ca network as well, which is in conjunction with Pace Radio as well. So we're kind of all connected on the same networks. But actually, I'd like to congratulate MJ because she did win Podcast of the Year at the Canna Festival in Toronto. Nobody's saying much about that because apparently there were some issues. I wasn't there. I have nothing to do with that. So I'm going to congratulate them because I think that that's terrific. And if nobody else is going to say it, I will. Congratulations, guys. So on that note, there's so much politics within our community. It's ridiculous. Like, I'm not going to get into the ins and outs of it because of the world politics that are going on, but it's filtered in. And I don't want to have any of that involved in what we do. It really has nothing to do with cannabis. I know a lot of studies and stuff that they cited who were coming out of Israel, and then we had an ex-IDF soldier who had left Israel and moved into California on our show on Pace Radio, saying that a lot of that stuff is not real. It's just been cited by a couple people and made, published, and then it was all of a sudden some big study when it really wasn't. So I feel like we've been lied to again, and a lot of stuff isn't what they say it is. Now we have several professor doctors in Canada, like Mark Ware and Al, what the heck, I can't remember his last name. They are both professors at universities in Canada that are doing actual studies on cannabis and how it relates to human behavior, and as well as how it can be used for medical. So again, also some veterinarians are looking into the use of cannabis. So with legalization and with this new recommendations that did come out, mentioning that the federal government should be doing more funding into looking into the harms or non-harms of cannabis and whether there is medicinal purposes and what the benefits are, and to cite for dosing. So, because that's always been kind of a gateway issue, I guess you would call it, is that there's been no recommendations from any medical physician on dosing. And nobody knows how to dose anything. So with medication, like pharma medication, you can always do a dosing. They know they can start you at 50 milligrams, right? And they know what that's going to do for certain body weight. All the things that go along with why they recommend or why they prescribe you medications. And what they prescribed you in the amounts, right? So with cannabis, there's really nothing anywhere that shows the doctor how to dose it. And I think that's been a big barrier for a lot of patients because of the lack of information and the lack of education to our medical community, whether it be the College of Physicians, whether it be nurses, whether it be doctors. And I know there are some. And we were talking to somebody last week on our show that as well mentioned that prior to 1930s, when there was no prohibition of cannabis was being used as medicine. And they were using a lot of it as medicine prior to prohibition, right? So some doctors that are old school that were trained prior to, they probably wouldn't be alive now per se, or they'd be in their 90s, have used cannabis. We're talking back in the 70s when things were a little, actually more less invasive than they are now. But we're like, we should be really grateful that we have, you know, federal cannabis legalization in Canada, because in the States, there are still some states that would put you in jail for a joint, right? Why the Global Marijuana March, again, was so important and continues to be important, because there are countries, too, that do not allow cannabis legalization or you know, even talking about it. Now, Germany is another country that now has, you know, come a long ways, and it has legalized cannabis. Where, you know, it's funny because Amsterdam was pulling back on their cannabis, the Netherlands, now Germany's gone ahead and legalized. So there's so many different elements, and I think the UN, with what they did with taking back that mandate through them, allowed and opened up cannabis legalization worldwide. If the mandate for that, you know, that country would like it, like, you know, there are going to be probably still some countries, like, I mean, there's countries that we don't talk about in Canada, like African countries and South American countries and little islands off, you know, Jamaica and the Barbados and all these other little countries that we don't talk about because we don't hear anything about them. And we don't know what their stances are on cannabis, whether it's something that they use as medicinal purposes, religious purposes, because we just don't. We're Canadian, and we don't look into a lot of aspects of other things outside Canada within our own box, right? We are so consumed by our own lives, which is, you know, normal, right? You go to work, you have kids, you have pets, you have responsibilities. You're not really paying attention to what even your neighbors are doing. And that's in itself kind of sad in our day and age, that we don't pay attention to what everybody else is. I mean, again, it's tough. There's a lot of stresses in the world, and cannabis is one way a lot of people use that to de-stress, right? Why legalization has been such a burden taken off a lot of people that would have never normally ever said they were out of the closet. Why it appears maybe that the numbers have gone up for consumption is because people aren't afraid to admit that they use cannabis anymore. Prior to legalization, there were lots of people that I knew that smoked cannabis that would have never come out to a Global Marijuana March because they might have possibly lost their job. If anybody found out that they smoked weed, they would have lost their jobs, or they would have lost family members or friends or, you know, spouses. So legalization has pulled some stigma off of it and opened the doors to say, you know, okay, I'll always smoke weed, not a big deal. But prior to legalization, some of those people would have never ever said that. They would have said, oh, and the only way you'd ever probably find out would be at a party after the bar when they're so hammered that they're puffing away and it all comes out. I've seen that happen a few times. Oh, I smoke weed all the time. I just don't tell anybody. Prior to legalization, we're talking back in the 90s when we all smoked weed, but nobody knew it, right? Had to hide it from our families because if my mother ever found out I smoked weed, oh my God, I'd be a fucking drug addict. And I was. That's the funniest shit ever, is that the story my mother would give people is the reason why my kids lived with her is because I was a drug addict because I smoked cannabis. What? But that's the truth of the matter, because it was so misrepresented. Cannabis has been so misrepresented, and the people that use it have been so misrepresented for decades that we were basically all lumped into the same pocket as addiction. And addiction is a terrible disease. And I'm not saying that people with cannabis might not have, you know, wavered and maybe gone down the wrong road for a bit. But cannabis is what pulled me back out, to be fair. Cannabis substitution, I think, for hard, taking, you know, helping you ease the withdrawal symptoms of coming off of hard drugs of any kind, whether it be opioids from a doctor, or whether it be, you know, whatever drug, street drug you're using. Cannabis substitution, I feel, is imminent. It should be used in consumption or conjunction with Suboxone or methadone to ease off the withdrawal, help you sleep, help you eat. Because I see my daughter use Suboxone, and it was hard for her to sleep without cannabis. And then before she had to go to recovery, she had to give up cannabis, which took her back not being able to sleep because the Suboxone made her so she couldn't eat or sleep. So it's a double-edged sword on that one. Like, in reality, you should be using something that helps you eat and sleep naturally without having to add more pills to it, to help somebody get off the harder drugs. And I've always believed in the substitution programs that are running in our country. And shout out to Neil Magnuson today. I know, buddy, you're in the hospital and you're battling cancer like a bugger, and we're thinking about you. But if it wasn't for Neil and the substitution program that was started in Vancouver, because the need was so dire down there, because their need is still dire down there, no matter how you look at it. It's not there's no free drugs being handed out in downtown Vancouver. I think that people have some misconception that the BC government's been handing out free drugs in downtown Vancouver. Everybody's just having a free-for-all free drugs. That's not what's happening. It's just that you don't get busted and thrown in jail for having any drugs on you. So the drug dealers are still out there dealing their toxic bullshit poison. People aren't getting busted for holding it or having it or getting high with it. Yet they're still dying from the drugs that are poison because there's no free drugs out there. There's no safe supply. That was the whole, that has never really happened. Anytime there was some safe supply available, it was so limited and only certain people were allowed to have it. They had to have a prescription from a doctor. Like, there's so many obstacles again to be getting the safe supply. And now, because this project has turned into a gong show out here with so many I don't even know how to say it. I don't know. I don't think it was mismanaged. I wouldn't say it was mismanaged. I think they were overwhelmed. I think they didn't have a full grasp of what the problem really is. I think they figured this was a Band-Aid to help them not have to take the responsibility of treatment and recovery. Because no treatment and recovery houses or anything more had been built. They just started decriminalizing and letting people just use everywhere with no restrictions. And it's bad. Like, people are using in front of schools and leaving needles in schoolyards. And that shouldn't be acceptable on any level. Addiction or not, you don't, like, if you want to look at it as a disease, cancer patients and diabetics aren't out leaving their medication paraphernalia laying all over the streets for people to find. So if you want to be treated like it's a medical problem and a disease that you need to be treated with, you need to have that mentality that you need to be treated. And a lot of these addicts don't feel that they need treatment. Again, that's another obstacle because of the trauma. For whatever reason, they can't hold down a job. They don't have enough money to pay for, and rent's outrageous, and food's outrageous, and minimum wage isn't high enough, and people are scratching. And that's the reality of it. And even now, like, some of us that prior to legalization would be able to do some compassion and kind of subsidize our wages because we were only making small amounts of money, aren't able to do that anymore because it is now contraband. And like I said, it's just something that's not viable. Like, it's just not. You can't compete with stores with hundreds and hundreds of strains. No matter how nice you are. People don't come to buy their medication because you're nice. They come to buy it because it's better than what they can get anywhere else. And I cannot compete. No one single person on any level can compete with legalization that was prior to in the market. Whether it be baking, whether it be flour, but whether it be anything, it's too competitive for the stores. Never mind then the growers, never mind a little guy like me that was just helping a few people out along the way, but that income helped my family, and now I don't have that income either. So there are so many things that have kind of gone upsy-turvy-whirly in the world in the last 4 years with the pandemic, legalization, loss of dignity and compassion on so many people's levels. I don't know, but even cannabis, which I always thought would save the world, has also divided so many people because of the medical, because of the recreational, the ones that went with legal market, the ones that are still trying to scratch through with the other. So again, a divided community because of difference of opinion. There was a lot of interfighting when we had all kinds of projects going on in the background. There was egos and people fighting and interfighting all through the coalition. While we were trying to raise funds and try to get money to a lawyer so that we could fight for our gardens, there was always internal politics within each group that I've always been involved in. It didn't matter. Not everybody's nice, including myself sometimes. I can be pretty rude and blunt and, opinionated. I'm not even going to sit here and say I'm an angel, because I'm not. I've called people out. I call people out. I'm pretty blunt about it sometimes, and when I'm wrong, I will own it and apologize. Which is more than I can say for some others. But again, that's okay, because we're all our own people. We're all our own personalities, and that all goes along with the movement, right? So even within cannabis, there's a lot of politics and a lot of hair pulling, and not everybody plays nice in the cat box. Yeah. And why it's been so hard and it took so long, I think, for a lot of things to come together, because there was too many. I didn't really expect that when I got involved. But it happened. And it's, it is what it is. And we all got through it. And here we are. And like I said, some people have gone to the legal market, and some people would say that's the dark side, and other people say it's great. It's terrific. And I don't have really an opinion either way. I think it is kind of great if they could get in. I want to see my friends succeed no matter what. Whether it be what I think is, that's just my opinion, right? It doesn't mean it make it right. And I think that if you can get in and do the job and make it great and do a really good job at it, that's awesome. And again, 95% crime rates for possession are at 95% decrease. That means there's and I was actually looking at a few things too prior to this about fines and stuff for selling to minors, and there is no mention of a 14-year jail sentence on this stuff. It says fines, but it's not mentioning any jail sentencing, and it's also mentioning that cannabis has been taken completely off the CDSA. Not kidding you. Where did I see that? What was I Googling? I was Googling, there we go. Okay, so what's the task force is one of the things that I came up with. This is a legislative review of the Cannabis Act and what we heard. Now, Al and I had gone over some of this stuff, and I had gone through some of it too with you guys on the last couple. But this is again on Health Canada's website. Again, legislative review of the Cannabis Act. But again, I wanted to go back here because that's not what I was looking for. But it sure gives me a whole wow. Justice laws on the website, Control of Drugs and Substance Act, 1996. Let's search cannabis on here. Gives you calculations from Revenue Canada. And then it's got addiction to cannabis, which is on Health Canada as of April 2024. Duty, cannabis in Canada, get the facts. Health Canada. About cannabis, Health Canada. Physical Securities, cannabis license, cannabis, Health Canada. So there's several different all this, on the Health Canada, like, so there's so much information that they are propaganda spreading. Let's put it that way. I just feel like this is more propaganda than anything, because it just licensed physical. It just like, what are they talking about? Like, what does that got to do with it being medicinal, right? Like, are they even looking? Again, this is another review. There's been so many reviews, but there's also, it says there's a task force that is made up of lawyers. Let me see, where did I find that? What is a task force for cannabis? Here it is. Task force consists of 9 individuals. Representative backgrounds, among them a lawyer, 2 former police officers with organized crime and drug enforcement experience, doctors, an expert in public health, human and social development, addiction, and mental health. So these are 9 people that are on this task force. They don't tell you who they are, but they tell you what their backgrounds are. And this is what it is. Oh, here we are. The task force consists of 9 experts, chaired by the Honorable Anne McLellan, a former Liberal Deputy Prime Minister, and Dr. Mark Ware. Well, Dr. Mark Ware is somebody that is doing actual research on cannabis. I know he has advised the government on medical marijuana since 2001, which is true. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here's this task force on medical legalization and regulation. Here they are, folks. So this is the group of people that contribute to our Cannabis Act. Why is it I don't see any patients there, or any activists there, or anybody besides Mark Ware that might have some sort of background in cannabis? I don't know. We're gonna take a break here, thank our sponsors, and then we're gonna come back. We're gonna find out who these people are, and in depthly a little more about what they are saying and why they're saying it. So we'll be right back after a quick break. Thank our sponsors, who are Limestone Hydroponics, Campbellford Lifestyle, and Legacy 420. See, I did remember, Al. We'll be right back after a quick break.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
All right, we're back. And I'd also actually like to mention that I am grateful to be sitting on the Snaha'akam Nation, which I should mention at the beginning of every show, which I apologize that I did not do. I have great respect for our First Nations people, as I'm married to one. My son is also a part of First Nations. But again, that's something I should do at the beginning of every show. So I apologize for the disrespect of not acknowledging that I am grateful to be living on Snaha'akam territory. Another quick note, just because it's a historic day, as I feel it's May 6th, right? And breaking news is that Hamas leaders have agreed to a ceasefire agreement with Israel. Now, Israel hasn't accepted the agreement, but Hamas has extended the olive branch. So let's hope that the bombing stops. And I will leave it there. Anyways, back to what we were talking about before, which is the Canadian Task Force on Marijuana, which should be cannabis and not marijuana, but that's what they call themselves, apparently. Marijuana legalization regulation. So we have Anne McClellan, who I have met personally. This is her right here in the middle. Can we see this? I should put this up. Oh, I guess I should add this to the stage so I can see. So this is her right here in the middle. Right here. I don't know if you can see my cursor or not, but that's Anne McClellan. And then we've got Dr. Mark Ware. I'm not sure which one he is. But between June and November 2016, so this is prior to legalization. This is some background history prior to the election, blah, blah. Justin Trudeau became Prime Minister and acting and campaign to compromise, promised to legalize the recreational use of marijuana. I have heard him saying that because there should be cannabis in there. And you have, this is old, so they obviously haven't changed the wording. This is prior to, but I'm changing the wording because they have actually changed the wording on a lot of this now. Methods and tool used with an online portal, written submissions, and roundtable discussions. So some of us were involved in some of these roundtable discussions. This is definitely done prior to legalization. It also references 2015, Government of Canada controlled in 2018. Task Force Chair, unexpected surprises when Canada legalizes marijuana. So this is a lot of legal jargon all through here. There's like 19 pieces to it and a bunch of external links. So my best suggestion, I'm not going to sit here and read all this stuff on my show, but maybe, take a moment if you're interested. But the last update of this is 2018, which really is not, to be fair, current. So Bill C-45 was the bill to enact it. Now I was looking at the fact that it was on the CDSA. So I'm going to Google that again because I had wanted to know what it was on the CDSA, and it said it was taken, it was removed. Okay. This is where I was looking. People ask, is cannabis still on the CDSA? Can you see if we can see all this? Yeah, you can. Okay, so this is where it says, is cannabis still on the CDSA? It says, no, cannabis is no longer listed as a controlled substance under Schedule 2 of the CDSA. Additionally, cannabis is no longer referred to in the section of the CDSA that prohibits the possession, trafficking, importing, exporting, production, possession for use, and production of or trafficking of scheduled drugs. And this was October 17th, 2018. So, as of October 17th, cannabis is no longer a controlled substance whose production, possession, sale of cannabis are prohibited by the Federal Controlled Drugs and Substance Act. But that doesn't mean there are no limits on growing, possessing, using, and selling cannabis. Well, it says the other word. The law on cannabis may be changed, but there are still limits. And this is from the courts of British Columbia. As of October, cannabis is no longer a controlled substance. So I guess it's already been taken off the Controlled and Substance Drug Act. There you go, folks. Adults aged 19 over federal law refers to 18, but the BC age limit of 19 applies in this province. We already knew that. Cannabis can be obtained, including fresh or dried cannabis. Cannabis oil plants or seeds may be sold by authorized retailers. These products must be purchased with a provincially required retailer in BC from stores operated by liquor distribution branch or from a local licensed private retail store. Edibles and cannabis concentrates are not currently listed as product that can be sold, although cannabis extracts will be added within a year. This must be old because it is now added. 30 grams of dried cannabis or its equivalent. And then it just gives you a rundown on that. And residents in Illinois must not grow cannabis plant unless they already reside there. They're part of the house's child care facility. There are no more than 4 cannabis plants growing in the house. They are not growing cannabis in any other residence. The plant is grown from legal seed or plant material. It is not visible from any place in which public has access as a right or by invitation. Cannabis Controlled Act, Section 56 of the Cannabis Act. BC laws generally allow adults to use the cannabis in public spaces where tobacco smoking and vaping are permitted. However, using it is prohibited for areas frequented by children. So you can use it in public, same spaces as in Canada and BC where you can smoke a cigarette. Other than school property, health board property, park or recreation areas, which include skating rinks, sport fields, pools, playgrounds, spray pools and parks. So again, this cannabis is also prohibited at a bus stop, ferry docks, taxi stand, vehicle, or a boat, workplace and common area, condo, apartments, dormitory that is full or substantially enclosed, prescribed distance of a door, window, air intake, or workplace, or condo, or apartment common area. Federal and provincial laws create offenses with range of penalties up to 14 years in jail for disobeying these and other restrictions. So they can still put you in jail for 14 years. It says right here. Oh my God. Who's going to do that? Of course, there's, restrictions around driving, residential restrictions and leases. Manufactured Home Park Tenancy Act prohibits cannabis smoking under existing leases. Residential Tenancy Acts, municipal bylaws may be enacted. Check your city's website. So again, like they've then, kicked your back saying, hey, your city can do what they want. If they decide that they don't want you to have cannabis in your town or have access to stores, which is what I believe where Al lived prior to, they opted out on having any retail stores. Now the city council has flipped over, and I guess the new city council has opted into letting them have a store, which is terrific, right? So again, when you change city councils and people's minds change, and as we go on further ahead, maybe these laws will be pulled back. But I still can't believe there's 14 years attached to any of it, especially because it's planned. Yeah. But we've been talking about that for 2 decades. I don't know anymore. I'm getting so old that I don't even know what year it is. And how many years we've been talking about this. Like, I know I started in 2007. I can't even tell you the math on that either these days because my brain doesn't work anymore. But that, it's been a long time. And prior to that, we had people fighting in the 90s for Section 56s just so they could use cannabis while having cancer. And you had to have cancer, something really deadly, terminal, to be able to get access. And that's what they're doing with psilocybin now, too. Like, you can get access to it if you're terminal. And then they've only allowed a certain amount of people to have it. And why should you have to be terminal to get any quality of life? Like, why should it be end of life only? Like, you should have quality of life all the way through your life. Why should it just be the end of it? Like, that's one thing I, kind of think is kind of weird, that, you can only have any good quality of end of life if you're dying. Like, a little prior to, when you're suffering with all the pain and stuff that leads you up to that point. Like, I don't know. Sometimes there's just no logic to any of it. I don't know the answers to any of it. I don't know who's buzzing me, but let's check it out. It might be important. Probably not. Probably just some, no. I have no idea who this would be. Oh, my goodness. Anyways, that being said, like I said, how many growers still aren't getting their due amounts, and they're supposed to be getting their amounts, and there's still complications all through the cannabis manufacturing, production, and everything like that. Like, I've been hearing, not some great stories about, tax and excise, and why a lot of these big growers are now exporting because they don't want to pay the excise tax in Canada because it's too ridiculous. Hey, I'm not disputing taxes are ridiculous. I'm disputing that we have to pay them because everything else has gone up in cost. So we have to pay more to build a bridge because it costs more money. Or fix a road because the contractor charges more. Like, who do you blame for us taxes going up? Because the government needs more money to keep us in the services that we need. We just go up for fire and policing, and unions come in and they, demand higher pay, better budgets, higher budgets, better vehicles, all cost money. And at the end of the day, it's taxpayer that has to pay it. And our taxes then have to be increased to keep us in the services that we enjoy, including cannabis regulation, legislation, legalization, that all had to go through the wheels of parliament that we all pay for with our taxes. The bureaucrats, all the bullshit, all the people that sit in the Ministry of Marijuana. It's not called that, Health Canada, and the Ministry of, where they, do all the licensing and do all the checking of the paperwork and all that, their wages, all the pens and papers and the desks that they sit at, all is paid for by you and me, right? So I don't like it. I don't wish we didn't have to do it. But we sure like that hospital down the end of the road, and we sure like the schools our kids go to, and the roads that we drive on. The fact that we can call a fire truck. I don't know. Anyways, cannabis money should be going to that, and I keep asking where the cannabis taxation money is going, and apparently it's going to cannabis addiction. But hey, who am I to say that there aren't people out there that are addicted to cannabis? Right? It's everybody's got their own demons, and you can't specifically say, well, that doesn't exist. Maybe it does. Maybe it just does for the people and not for other people. Like, it's an individual thing, right? I think that cannabis is a non-addicting substance. So for you to have issues with coming off of it, like not being able to sleep for a couple days, and, of course, because your body's done detoxing from anything, it'd be like going off sugar or caffeine, cigarettes, like all the normal things day-to-day we use. So if you go off caffeine, you don't guarantee you're going to have a headache, have a hard time eating and sleeping too. But does that warrant you going to treatment and having the cannabis dollars being used to treat you because you can't sleep for a couple days? And Now, when it comes to harder drugs, where you absolutely need treatment, that's a little different. But it being maybe cannabis affects some people that way too. I just have never experienced it or known anybody who has, or any documentation or anything where I have seen where people are so strung out on cannabis that they have to go to a detox and treatment center. I don't know. Educate me. If there's people that you know that are out there that have gone to a 14-day detox or a 7-week program for cannabis, let me know. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear your experience and what you went through. I'm not saying that anything. I'm just, if there's somebody out there that has gone through a treatment program for cannabis, hit me up. I'd like to interview you. I'd like to talk to you, see what your experiences were. It'd be great to know. I truly understand that, addiction's hard, but I just have a hard time with, anyways, again, if you know somebody who's addicted to cannabis, send them my way. We want to hear from you. Yeah, Global Marijuana March. So again, too, if you had, if you were involved with that, congratulations and kudos to all of you guys that were out there marching. Doesn't look like it was raining, which is good. Doesn't look too sunny though either. It's been raining here for days. And my body's saying, oh, it hurts. Anyway, that's a wrap. So I'm going to do some shout outs, I guess. Check out these pages that I've been, ripping through too, is the laws on cannabis. Again, apparently cannabis has been removed off the CDSA with, still some fines and such attached to it, which I find difficult to wrap my head around, but it's still, that is the way it is. And, yeah, check out your, what your bylaws might be. You might have bylaws in your town. I believe we have bylaws against how many stores and such we can have and public consumption, nothing in the park, nothing in public, which were bylaws that were put in under previous council when cannabis legalization happened. Because prior to that, he wouldn't talk about it. Our previous mayor, he would not have any discussions about anything. He didn't want to hear until he was, whatever it is, it is. And listen to see what happens with the federal government. And always kick back all kinds of issues from deer culling to cannabis right back to either the province or the federal government. He wanted no part of it. He's not our mayor anymore though either. So we'll just leave it at that. I'm going to make a wrap of this today a little early. I have to work at 3 again. And hopefully today's better than yesterday. I'll go in and see. I'm always a bit bitter when I get there, but I'm going to try and put on a new face and try and do better today with customer service. Anyways, there goes. I'll have a great week. I am going to wrap early, and I want to thank our sponsors and Al, my producer, and everybody involved with our networks. And we'll see you Wednesday night live with Pace Radio with me now. And, if anybody wants to come on and tell their story, hit me up for that too. I'm always looking for some content. And yes, so give me an email and come on to my show, and love to have you on. Who sold this world to the government? Oh, hi, Susie. I don't know who sold anything to anybody, but it just seems like, yeah. But thanks for coming on and saying, hey, lady. But I guess I'm going to wrap it up. I got to work at 3. And, but again, check those websites out about laws on the cannabis and with the new, review that did come out on Health Canada's page. Like I said, Al and I were going through it on our Pace Radio show, but it's a lot of reading. So we did 2 consecutive shows of it, and then we've had to move on because there's just so much there. But again, 95% percent is the the drop in crime rates for possession, which is terrific, and that the recommendations are to get some funding for some more research on medical cannabis, because I see the gaps in that, and I think that's a terrific first step. So we're, every little baby step that we make, we'll get a little bit closer to maybe having them recognize cannabis as medicine. That would be my dream. And we still have a great week. I'm going to get off here and go jump in the shower and get ready for work. So catch you next week on Cannabis and Coffee with Marijuana. Have a good one.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment today on May 7th, 2024. We're here live on paceradio.net and many other places. Give me just a second.
Hi, everybody, and welcome. Steve apparently has somebody knocking on his window, which has honestly never happened before. That's actually kind of funny.
That's never happened to me.
That's first.
It's a gentleman from just down the road. He used a bunch of the black oil to get rid of cancer on his nose. And he's inquiring about the 7 mushroom blend and some of the other products to help him along the way.
Excellent. Excellent. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So how was your day?
So far, it's going incredibly well.
Strange people knocking on the window. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah. The phone's already been going off. It's a good day. It's beautiful and sunny. And, it seems like things are a little more settled in the planetary solar area, or at least not bouncing right at this moment. And, life is good. It's nice. I took Meek out for a nice walk already this morning. She enjoyed a bit of sun. It's a beautiful day.
Wicked. I had some fun over the weekend. I went to a tattoo convention here in Nova Scotia. And one of the tattoo artists that was set up there is the gentleman that I received my first tattoo from 30 some years ago. But yeah, he was there. He's 78 years old now. He still tattoos. He doesn't do much for designs, but he was there doing autographs for a lot of money. But he is one of the most worldwide famous tattoo artists of all times, Sailor Jerry. Some of you might have heard of his rum. Not that I promote rum, but some of you might have heard about his rum, Sailor Jerry. And so this is the man, the myth, the legend, and he autographed my first tattoo this past week, which is really cool. So my first tattoo was done by Sailor Jerry himself. And although he wasn't up for doing any retouches to it, he did sign it and add a second little mini anchor to the bottom of the Y, which is pretty cool.
Nice, man, myth and legend. We have one of those on our show today too.
We do. The man, the myth, the legend. You can't be in any of this natural medicine without knowing who this man is. Everybody knows him. He fought for cannabis. He's currently fighting for mushrooms. He's got this amazing coca. I keep doing that. Cafe in Vancouver. He's got a few cannabis dispensaries. He's got a few mushroom dispensaries. And he is just, downright a nice guy that fights for the rights to natural medicine.
Yes, he's been a very strong advocate and a very very prominent and loud person in the trying to change the way drugs are viewed and to end the drug war that is currently devastating North America.
Yeah.
And I'm really happy to have him on the show. It takes pretty big nads to keep going in there and fighting like that. And he gets raided, he gets taken down, he stands back up and goes, no, this is something I believe in, and this is a fight worth fighting. And I'm fucking honored to have him on the show.
Yeah, I've been able to tell by the way you've been sharing the advertising. It's been pretty beautiful. So welcome, Dana.
Hello, thank you for that lovely introduction.
We have a lot of respect for you. Lots and lots of respect.
Yeah.
So my first question is always one that seems to provoke some thought and some pretty good answers in the past. I want to know what got you started in this years ago. Like you've been this amazing, loud activist making differences and making changes for quite a while. But what was it that made you pay attention to this sector and made you decide that you needed to stand up and make a difference?
Well, about 35 odd years ago, when I was in my late teens, I started using cannabis and learning about the benefits and the hidden history. And I read the book The Emperor Wears No Clothes, which is kind of an oldie but a goodie. And a lot of people, I think, read that book and helped open their eyes to the truth about cannabis and a lot of the information that had been hidden. But for me, I saw quite quickly that it went beyond just cannabis. And although I do think that cannabis is wonderful and probably the world's greatest plant, I sort of saw that what we call the war on drugs is really a war on plants, and that coca leaves and opium poppies and psilocybe mushrooms and peyote cactus and all these different things are all also really wonderful plants with a great deal of historical, social, cultural, spiritual, religious, medicinal use around the world. And so my first kind of activist project, I started writing letters to members of parliament in Canada back in the late 1980s and keeping their answers in a binder that I had and sort of tracking those kind of conversations. And, for the since then, for 3.5 decades, it's been a pretty wild ride and quite a journey, but I've never seen anything to convince me otherwise that the truth that the war on drugs is a terrible, harmful, destructive policy that causes and worsens all the problems it claims to be trying to solve. And so, I never thought this was going to be something easy to change. It's very deeply baked into our culture and into our world institutions at every level in every country. And if you want to be participating in the global network of countries, you've got to buy into the war on drugs or you are excluded and ostracized and attacked. And we got cannabis legalized in Canada after a great deal of work. And of course, the legalization we got isn't perfect, but it is a monumental victory. But for me, it's always been more than that. And so I've been working on psychedelics for the last couple of years, but it goes beyond that as well. And really, the whole thing needs to be dismantled. I'm not sure we're going to see the real end of the war on drugs in my lifetime, but I think we're seeing the beginning of the end. And hopefully we can push things forward, but it's still many, many years away, if not decades away, of really dismantling this global policy, which has just caused so much harm and destruction and devastation on every level. So that's kind of my history and where it comes from. And the more I've learned and the more I've seen over the years, the more I've become convinced that we're in the right and that prohibition is really the policy that needs to end, and that prohibition and drug war are devastatingly harmful and deadly for millions, billions of people around the world.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Oh yeah, hands down. So when you look back, is there any one episode or any one event that actually triggered no, I need to step in and fight this?
Well, not really. I mean, I had a pretty privileged upbringing and everything, and to me, this is a nice way of giving back. I've enjoyed my work. I mean, there's definitely been challenges and losses and hard times in this conflict, and lost a lot of good people to drug issues and poisonings and things like that. But aside from that kind of thing, it's been a great journey. I've had the chance to do lots of different kinds of things, start businesses, write books, do political projects, and then work like that, run for office under a few different banners and all different kinds of things. So for me personally, it's been a pretty exciting and positive kind of adventure. I've had challenges and losses, but also a lot of victories, and helped a lot of people live better lives, I think, and done a lot of good through this campaign, especially with our Get Your Drugs Tested project, which has been going on for the last 5 years or so, and really grew into something much bigger and more fantastic than I ever really expected when we started it. We've now become the busiest free street drug analysis center in the world, and help tens of thousands of people make better decisions and more informed decisions about what they want to put in their body and the substances they're using. So, I mean, there wasn't any one single incident, I don't think, that's led me to that, but just a lot of different incidents over the years that have just showed me that. When we started off this campaign in the late or early 1990s, you couldn't buy a bong or a pipe in Canada really easily anyways. They were illegal. Grow books and High Times magazines and things like that were all prohibited and quite difficult to get. And we've come a long way since then, but we've still got a long way to go. And there's plenty of people in the cannabis community who see cannabis and recognize that the prohibition of cannabis is harmful and failed, but don't really extend that to other substances. And they'll say, well, heroin and meth, these are very dangerous and harmful things, and they should be banned. But cannabis is safe and helpful and should be allowed. And I understand the logic of that, but the reality is that it's prohibition itself that makes these substances more dangerous and often perverts them from their natural forms. And in some way, I think of like fentanyl or some of these things. They're kind of like the spice of cannabis. Cannabis, you get the spice product, which isn't really real cannabis, but can actually be quite harmful and deadly on its own, but sort of a substitute for cannabis when you can't get it because it's cheaper and easier to make, but it has lots of those harms. And I believe in a legal system that people tend towards the safer, milder forms of these substances, and that it's prohibition that puts them towards the more harmful and deadly versions, often that are replacements of the more natural forms that become harder to get. So yeah, I've seen a lot and learned a lot over the years, but nothing I've seen or learned has ever convinced me of anything other than the war on drugs is incredibly harmful, and it's time for it to come to an end for the benefit of all humans and all civilization and our advancement as a species. We need to put aside this terrible war on drugs, these terrible prohibition policies, which are just, like we've been saying, just causing so much harm and death and destruction in Canada and all around the world.
Yeah.
I have to agree, and it's not like it's getting any better. It's just constantly, exponentially getting worse. And like now, to begin with, it was like, oh my God, there's fentanyl in the heroin. Then it's like, oh my God, there's carfentanil in the fentanyl in the heroin. Oh, now there's benzos in the carfentanil in the fentanyl in the heroin. Now there's tranq in the, and the safe
absolutely.
supply stops that. A lot of people see the. Go
ahead, yeah. I was gonna say when I first started doing this in like the early 1990s, there was considered to be a drug poisoning crisis in British Columbia then. There was about one person a day dying from an overdose or drug poisoning in British Columbia. And this was considered a major problem, right? And so the NDP government at the time had the chief coroner of British Columbia do a big report. He traveled all around British Columbia, talked to tens of thousands of people, had all these town halls and seminars and discussions, and came to the same conclusions back then that all the experts come to now, that prohibition is causing these harms and that we need legalization and regulation and safe supply. But that was one death a day. If we got back to that now, if now in British Columbia the death rate dropped to one a day, they would consider that a huge success and problem
they'd
solved.
They'd be dancing in the government.
They'd say problem solved, but the reality is that in itself was a crisis, an avoidable crisis caused by prohibition, and it's only gotten so much worse since then. And so it shows to me that how out of whack we've got, how far we've gotten, that what was once considered a major crisis would now be considered a solution compared to how bad things have gotten now. And of course, we've had decriminalization of small amounts of a limited number of substances here in British Columbia, which has just been overturned. And they're blaming overdose deaths and poisonings and chaos on this decriminalization, which started fairly recently. But of course, this problem's been going on for years and years and decades. And of course, in jurisdictions without decriminalization, like right next door in Alberta, things are just as bad, if not worse there. And decrim itself is not going to really solve anything. But the point is, criminalization doesn't solve anything either and makes it worse. And the default for any substance should be decriminalization and non-criminalization of anything, unless you show there's a benefit to penalizing people from possessing or having that. And there's been none of that with prohibition and with our current laws. But they've just overturned this and gone back to criminalization in Vancouver or in British Columbia here, and it's some of our political leaders, they will, I've seen this before in my career, where they try to do the right thing or they'll move towards a better policy, but as soon as there's any kind of pushback or challenge, they just cave because they don't know how to talk about the issue. So, our politicians in British Columbia, they don't know how to defend decriminalization. They don't know how to explain these issues. And so they try to put this policy in place. There's a few speed bumps on it, and they just cave entirely and push back on it instead of understanding how to defend it, how to tweak it, how to put better rules in place. But there's an argument being made that decriminalization is the cause of all these problems in British Columbia, and of course nothing could be further from the truth. But decriminalization isn't really the solution either. It's part of the solution, but the real solution is replacing the drug supply with a legal one, and that is difficult to understand. And we've got this weird situation where instead of doing what I think should be done, which is legalizing and selling these substances to people, they'll give them away to certain small numbers of people. And I don't really think, I mean, in some cases you need to be given stuff for free for whatever reason, but I don't really think giving people free things is the right way to go. For the most part, drug users are happy to pay for the substances they want to use. We didn't end, a criminalization of cannabis with free cannabis for everybody. Like, you can grow your own, you can produce your own, you can share it, and certainly the taxes are too high. But I do think people should be paying for these things if they're going to be using them, right? But the reality is, we're pushing back on this. It's going to be years again before we get another opportunity to move forward on decriminalization again in British Columbia, and we've really got to go beyond that. But I think one of the important lessons for us, we saw this with cannabis also, it's not going to be politicians coming to our rescue. It's going to be us as activists at the grassroots level making these changes happen, and then forcing our politicians to lag along and come along behind. And this happened with cannabis, right? I mean, it was years after bong shops were all over the country and the police had given up on raiding bong shops. But the law against bongs and pipes didn't actually change until legalization in 2018. We had many years of pipes and bongs still being illegal in Canada, but the law being ignored. And the same thing with seeds, and then with seed banks, and then with dispensaries and cannabis sales, and ultimately open sales. And none of that was given to us by a government. All of that was taken by activists making those changes, starting off in some of the bigger cities, but ultimately spreading all across the country. Many people got raided and arrested and penalized for that, but the movement kept going and kept growing. And we're going to see the same thing with other things too. We're seeing it now with psychedelics, and certainly our shop is one of the leaders in that, but not the only ones. There's plenty of places across Canada with dispensaries, mushroom shops and things. Those fun guys in Ontario are very active. They've been raided and attacked and keep opening new shops and keep pushing back on that. I got raided once and that was pretty terrible, but those guys get raided all the time and somehow manage to keep pushing back, right? So certainly not just me by any means doing this. I'm the only guy putting my name and my face out there in that sense, that most of the other mushroom dispensary owners don't. They may be committed and maybe working hard, but they don't normally put their face and their name out there like I do. But I think this is going to be the solution. It's going to be us pushing ourselves. And, your viewers may or may not be familiar with the Drug User Liberation Front, a group in Vancouver that had been running a compassion club.
I was going to ask you about them.
Yeah, I mean, they've shut down now under intense pressure from the government and from the police after getting raided and having all kinds of legal conditions put on them. But they were doing great work providing a safe, reliable source of methamphetamine, cocaine, and heroin for their members. And that maybe sounds outrageous to some people, but the reality is these people are using these substances anyways, and by having access to a reliable, safe supply, none of them died in that time period. None of them had any those kind of serious health problems that come around from this, and we need more of that. We need more people stepping up. They're coming. It's happening as well. These substances perceived as the hard drugs, this is the hardest ones to kind of get people's minds around. But I approach that from a different angle with the Coca Leaf Cafe, where we sell coca leaf and coca tea and things like that. And of course, coca is the leaf you make cocaine out of. And I believe cocaine should be legal, but I also believe that in a system where coca leaf and cocaine were just as legal as coffee beans and caffeine, we would use them in similar ways. And so, you can go snort caffeine if you want to, and some people do snort caffeine and use caffeine in kind of unorthodox ways. But the reality is 99.999% of caffeine users, they don't want to snort caffeine, even though it's cheap and accessible and easy to get. They'd much rather drink coffee or energy drinks or things like that. And in countries where coca leaf is legal and available, the vast majority of people chew coca leaf or drink coca tea. They have no desire to move on to other substances or to anything else. And if Canada fully legalized cocaine in all of its forms, this would not mean everyone started snorting cocaine all the time. It would mean that people started drinking coca drinks and coca teas and things like that. And that's really, what I think is more natural. You don't need to prohibit, we didn't need to ban caffeine powder to stop anybody from storing caffeine. We just make safer, milder forms available. That's what people really want to have. And so, and there's another example of something called Doda tea. And Doda tea is made from dried opium poppies. And you get some dried opium poppies, grind them into a powder, add hot water, and let it steep. And you've got kind of a mild opium tea. And this is pretty popular in the Southeast Asian community in Canada, especially out west, but all across the country, and widely used. And then in the early 2000s, the police decided they were going to crack down on this. And they actually had to convince Health Canada. They would send samples of this Doda tea to Health Canada, and Health Canada would say, we can't find any opium in there. The opium level is so low, we can't even find it. And the police said they had to send someone to Health Canada and pressure them into changing their tests so they could find some opium in there to allow the police to do this crackdown. And of course, they start raiding shops that are selling Doda tea. They start going after people bringing in small quantities of Doda tea. What happens? 5 years later, 10 years later, massive heroin problem in the Southeast Asian community. And I read interviews with people who talk about, hey, I'm a truck driver. I used to drink Doda tea. Help me with my pain, help me get to sleep. Now it's gone. Now I'm injecting heroin. Now I'm using fentanyl because I can't get heroin. Now my life is all fucked up and my family's in chaos and things are really bad and I'm worried I'm going to die. Well, that person was fine drinking Doda tea, but now they've been pushed by prohibition into these really hard, more difficult substances to use responsibly, more potentially deadly substances. I say bring back the Doda tea, bring back the coca tea, bring back these options for people that are safer, that have historical benefits and health benefits, and that are the more natural, easier way to use these things, right? But prohibition pushes people to the harder forms, right? Prohibition can push people away from cannabis towards spice, which can be more available. That pushes people away from opium tea and towards heroin and fentanyl. If you think about it, it's very odd that it's easier to buy cocaine and fentanyl than it is to buy coca tea and opium tea, or even opium. It doesn't really make any sense. Shouldn't a good drug policy make it easier to access the milder, safer forms and harder to access the more risky and dangerous forms? But our drug policy does the opposite. It makes it so the only forms that are available are the most deadly, harmful forms of these substances, and the more natural forms are impossible to get, right? You can buy cocaine in 15 minutes in any big city, but I'm the only place in North America where you can walk in and buy coca leaves. And even I have trouble getting coca leaves in, right? So it just shows how these laws have the opposite effect of what you intend. And we saw this during alcohol prohibition, where getting a glass of beer or a cup of wine was impossible during alcohol prohibition, but getting bathtub gin and drinks with alcohol with methanol and poisonous things in it was very easy to get and caused a lot of harm and a lot of deadly results, right? And so we've seen this over and over again, but we can't seem to learn as a society what the truth is about these policies. We seem to keep going back over and over again over these terrible policies and recreating them to our detriment. So that's where I stand and what I'm working on and the change we're trying to make.
Wow.
Boom.
That's pretty damn awesome, man. Pretty deep.
Yeah, mic drop. Yeah. So you literally were just a young fella who saw this and got and said that you needed to make change. It wasn't something happened to you. You just saw the wrong things happening and needed to change them.
I will say that for the most part, a lot of people that I meet who become activists, they usually do so because of a personal reason, right? And that makes sense. I believe a lot of different things, but the ones you really work on and become active for, those are the things that affect you personally and that you have a deeper belief in, right? And so, it's not unsurprising that LGBTQ people are at the forefront for fighting for rights for LGBTQ people. But other people don't believe in it. Others may become activists, but those who are really most affected by it become the people who lead the front lines. And I've met a lot of people who have become involved in cannabis because they or someone they love has a need for medical cannabis. That's often a turning point for people when they see the benefit and they can't access it for them or their child or their parent or someone in their family. Or often it's the case that this person or someone they love has been adversely affected by a prohibition and has been arrested or gone to jail or been penalized or lost their children or their job for some reason, and that motivates them to want to get involved and get changed. But for me, it wasn't really like that. For me, it was more of an idealistic kind of thing. I never really, I mean, I've suffered challenges from being an activist, but it wasn't anything like that that turned me into an activist. I started doing this because I believed in it and because it just seemed like the right path for me to go on as a young person. And I don't regret any of it, you know. But that's my story. I came into it from a slightly different way. But, you know, some are motivated by idealistic issues and some are motivated by things that have happened to them and this and that. And you know, I'm not sure it matters necessarily what brought you into this movement, but we've all got to push this movement together. And whatever the reason we come into it is, you know, we got to work together and make these changes happen in our society. What we do, you know, I say what we do in Vancouver resonates across Canada. What we do in Canada resonates around the world. You know, this is a thing that affects every country on earth. Every city and town on earth is affected by this in different ways. These policies are very difficult for any country to change on their own. You know, we complain about cannabis legalization's flaws in Canada, but we also got to recognize that we are the only country on earth, other than, I guess, Uruguay, that has full legalization at the federal level. Of course, it's not going to be perfect. Of course, it's going to suck and have all these flaws and problems. We're the only country that's done this at the beginning, right? We're not going to be able to get it perfect the first time as the only country. It's going to take a lot of other countries doing this too and moving forward kind of together. And if any one country goes too far, they can be punished by other countries. You know, Canada would not have been able to legalize without many American states doing it first and weakening the sort of moral authority of America to tell everybody else how to run their drug laws and their prohibition laws when their own states are decriminalizing, right? So it's got to happen at the same time or in sequence to a lot of different countries all around the world. No one wants to go too far on this or they become a global pariah, right? So it's very challenging. And we got to recognize that when we look for these changes and be aware that nobody can make this perfect. It's going to take a lot of countries doing things, you know, different ways to get to where we are. And we are still many years, if not decades and decades away from really seeing the end of this war.
Yeah, I got to agree there.
Yeah.
But it's nice to see it start. It's nice to know there's warriors at the forefront that are, you know, that's one of the things I always sat there and admired about you. I always work in the background, you know. I don't like playing that whack-a-mole game. I tend to get whacked. But I notice, you know, you're out there in the forefront. You're putting your face and your name out there, and you're standing behind your convictions. I see the news put out their, you know, their different little stories, and a lot of times they try to make you look like not a very good person in their stories. And, you know, as a person that has a couple of daughters in fentanyl addiction on the downtown east side, I have to say I completely appreciate everything you do. And through that, I've learned to understand what decriminalizing drugs actually means and the pressure that it takes away. And if we could make that happen on a national scale, then there'd be a better chance of making healing happen on a national scale.
Yeah, I mean, decrim is important, but ultimately it doesn't really solve the problems of prohibition, right? It takes the boot off of users and opens, you know, allows them to lead a bit more of a normal life without being afraid of being arrested and penalized at any moment. But it doesn't really solve the problems of a safe drug supply. And that's really the key issue, right? Is having access to this. And to me, a safe drug supply doesn't just mean like fentanyl or crack or these things, right? Like a safe drug supply should go the whole gamut. And so, you know, I support safe access to these things, but I also think if you've got someone who's an opiate user, for instance, who's using fentanyl, if they need safe fentanyl, okay, let them have some safe fentanyl, but maybe offer them some heroin or some opium tea or a really strong cannabis edible or some kratom or things like that are also safer options for a lot of people. And these things aren't available either, right? And so when we do make a safe supply available, it's often only the most strong kind of forms, right? We offer hydromorphone tablets and things like that. And I fully support that. That should be allowed. But why are we not offering other alternatives? Why isn't kratom part of the conversation? Most Canadians aren't aware of what kratom is. We sell it at our shops, and it really helps a lot of people that are opiate users have a safer option, right? And offering things like Dota tea and opium tea and things like that should also be available. I've talked to drug users who have told me This was a few years ago. I met a guy who uses heroin when he's in Vancouver. He said he went and lived in Vietnam for many years. When he was there, he stopped using heroin and started drinking opium tea. He said he found it fine for what he needed. When he came back to Canada, he couldn't get opium tea anymore, so he went back to heroin. Now, I'm not sure how many users are like that, whether it's 10% or 90% that could switch from their current substance to a milder form. But whatever the number is, they should have that option, right? But there's no safe opium tea supply going on. There's no safe kratom supply coming from the government. Kratom is still prohibited. There's no safe, try some extra strong cannabis edibles as an alternative. These things aren't going to work for everybody, but they're going to work for some people, and they should have that option, right? And I believe if we have these milder forms, many folks would never move to the harder forms in the first place. No one's going to be drinking bathtub gin if they've got nice beer and wine available, right? Same kind of situation.
I agree. On that note, we've hit the halfway point, so we've got to take a break and let our sponsors have their moment. So we'll be right back shortly after our sponsors here on paceradio.net with our awesome guest, Dana Larson. See you in 3.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyendinaga.
We have 2 lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day. We're back on the Mushy Moment, live with our awesome guest, Dana Larson, and my wicked co-host, Reverend Cindy.
So we're back. There's always a ton of stuff to talk about. First off, I just want to say that I have even more respect for you now than I did before, knowing that you're just here to help. You're literally just, you got into it to help. And I think that's amazing. And for somebody that it has personally benefited, myself, thank you. Not to mention, as Steve mentioned, his daughters, and that opens us up to a whole world of humans that we've met, especially Steve, and is very close to. So, yeah. So the most recent thing that you were in the news for, there were two things. The raid was one, but the other thing that I got the biggest kick out of was your generosity to the politicians in your area at Christmas time. I mean, I thought that was beautiful. The cards that you sent out with the golden teachers.
Yeah, well, we got raided in November last year, November 1st, and I wasn't really expecting that, although maybe I should have, but there's a lot of other mushroom dispensaries in the city, and we're the only ones being hit by the police. Of course, we do a lot of things other mushroom dispensaries don't do. We sell LSD and DMT and kratom and coca leaf, and I think actually that raid was about the coca leaf. They don't tell you when they come in what triggered it, but looking back, the police said they started investigating us in June last year. Well, in May last year, there was a story about this company in British Columbia that got licensed to import coca leaves to make cocaine for research purposes. And this became a big story, even though it's a very small amount of cocaine, probably to be given to rats and things like that for research. But we got tied into that story. And of course, being the blabbermouth that I am, I was in the news talking about how we import coca leaves from South America for our cafe. And under the law in Canada, coca leaves are considered the same as cocaine as a product. They're both Schedule 1. So here I am in the news talking about how I'm importing Schedule 1 drugs for my cafe, and I think that's what actually triggered the raid, right? But I'm not really sure. They don't really tell us, but it was pretty devastating. They emptied out all 3 of our shops. We lost a lot of money, a lot of product. It was very challenging to us. We were about to expand the Get Your Drugs Tested program, and that got delayed by several months as we had to rebuild and pay off debts and go through some very serious challenges that we're now kind of coming out of. But after that raid, I wanted to respond, and I thought about, I had this idea, maybe I should send some mushrooms and coca leaves to the members of the legislature. And I was pretty nervous about doing that. And I'm not always, some of these things come off as just an easy thing, but I wasn't really sure this was a good idea or not, right? But I thought about it, and I decided, okay, this is what I'm going to do. I wrote a nice letter to our members to the members of the legislature in British Columbia, inviting them to come to our dispensary, come to get your drugs tested, meet the kind of clients that we have, see the work that we're doing. Maybe we'll change your mind about us. And I included a gram of mushrooms, the golden teacher mushrooms, and 1 single coca leaf for each of them. And a lot of them, a couple of them texted me that I know. I mean, I know a lot of these guys, especially in the NDP. I ran for the leadership of the NDP in 2011 against John Horgan and Adrian Dix and Mike Farnworth, names that are familiar to anybody who follows British Columbia politics, right? But I sent out the sample, and I actually, the most over-the-top response came from a member of the BC United Party, formerly the BC Liberals, a woman named Eleanor Sturko. And she's the addictions critic for the United Party. And she was very over the top and opened up the parcel with gloves on and called the police and said that she thought that probably, it could be that somebody died or somebody was murdered over this coca leaf, and that she didn't want to be involved in something that could have resulted in death and murder. And of course, the coca leaves are legal in Peru and Bolivia and Colombia for people there. They're not supposed to export them out of the country, but they're grown in large quantities legally. These aren't cartel leaves. They're not sending me, the whole thing is ridiculous, right? But Eleanor Sturko she's got kind of a compelling story, right? I mean, she as a young woman, she wanted to help people. She joined the RCMP, became a police officer, was exposed to some terrible things and dead bodies and murders and stuff, which kind of messed her up, gave her PTSD. She started drinking excessively to deal with her PTSD, descended into alcoholism, eventually got her act together, went sober, stopped drinking, ran for office, and became a member of the legislature. But But the thing is, she didn't have to ban alcohol for anybody else to stop using alcohol. We didn't need to prohibit and punish alcohol drinkers for her to be able to get off of alcohol. But her lesson from this is that all these substances are bad, and that, you know, it's triggering for me to send her a mushroom because it's a drug and everything. And of course, a lot of people find mushrooms very helpful to stop using alcohol and other substances, and very beneficial to understand themselves better, to deal with the PTSD and trauma and underlying issues.
Oh,
And
yeah.
she would probably benefit very much from having a mushroom experience, or even from microdosing, right? But you know, you kind of need that pushback also to make a point, right? So her over-the-top reaction got a lot of media, got me a chance to be in the news, to talk about these issues, to explain there's nothing to be afraid of when it comes to a magic mushroom, nothing to be afraid of when it comes to a coca leaf. In fact, both of these things have centuries and millennia, really, of cultural, social, spiritual, medicinal use by millions and millions of people who find them beneficial and positive plants and then very good for you. And so it got me a chance to talk about that and bring that forward. And it was kind of fun as well, and kind of teasing them all a little bit. You come raid my store, well, I'll show you. I'm going to send you a gram of mushrooms and a coca leaf in the mail, right? I mean, as a retribution, it's pretty gentle. You know, I'm not really getting anybody. I'm just trying to sort of tease them. So I'm still here. We're not going anywhere.
It made me quite laugh,
And
actually.
right. Yeah, that was the point, to have kind of a lighthearted moment in a way out of something that was really quite serious, because that raid was really, you know, where we lost a lot of employees who didn't want the risk of working for us anymore, or felt things were going to happen. And like I said, we had to delay our Get Your Drugs Tested expansion, which I think is a life-saving, important project. And you know, it wasn't easy, right? But
thank you for
we
putting
recovered
that.
from that.
Thank
and
you for
that's
putting
how I
that
get
together.
my revenge, is I send them free gifts and embarrass them by sending them free stuff in the mail.
I thought it was awesome. And one thing that I did note, because I read that story and I kind of was like, wow, this is way over the top. But then I was also subject to going to the Richmond City Hall to speak on a vote about maybe putting in a safe usage site at the hospital here. And I got mobbed there, and it blew up because a lot of people think like that lady did. There's a lot of programming around things where a lot of it is almost absurd. If you're in the community, you can see the absurdity in a lot of it. But you know, they run a program that's so heavy in fear, and it's like, well, we don't want the drugs here. We don't want the drugs here. And what they miss is the drugs are already here. You can't stop them. They're already here. So let's make them safe for the people using them, so that we're not burying our kids. You know, I've got so many friends that have already buried their kids. I'm an extremely lucky man. Mine are still alive. But you know, if there was a safe supply, those people wouldn't be dead. So I'm a big advocate for that myself, and I thank you for for taking your hard-earned money and putting it towards getting drugs tested so that people like my daughters can stay alive.
Well, you know, there's a public perception among people that of what a drug user looks like or what they are, and it is a very inaccurate perception. And even the phrase drug user, of course, everybody uses drugs in some form or another, right? From coffee to cannabis to tobacco to alcohol to whatever else.
Aspirin.
Drugs. So when we say a drug user in that context, we really mean opiate users, right? Typically we mean that substance. We're not really referring to pot smokers or to psychedelic users when we say drug users, even though all those things apply. But really, the reality is that drug users or users of banned drugs are the last group you're legally allowed to hate in Canada, and that the government is promoting a hate campaign against, right? I mean, all the same things they used to say about gay people, they used to say about black people and racialized people, they say about drug users. Or after your kids, they need treatment, especially like the gay community, and the way they were treated and the kind of rhetoric that was used against them is very, very similar to that that's now used against drug users, and often the same groups, right? I mean, if you go back a few decades, the RCMP, for instance, put out a statement that they opposed legalization of cannabis and legalization of homosexuality because they both lead to degradation of the individual. So they tied those two issues together as the police, right? That these are both things that are the same to us, being gay and being a drug user, being a pot smoker at the time, but more broadly, being a drug user. This is both deviant behavior. You just need some treatment to be like everybody else. We just got to get you in some mandatory treatment, you know, and this idea that drug users need treatment. What the treatment is for drug use, I have no idea, and no one else really does either, because there isn't really any treatment, because the whole treatment complex is full of bullshit. And most of what we call treatment is really abusing young people, often violently, sexually, emotionally. And we see this in these treatment programs that are often loci of some terrible behavior and really traumatizing stuff, often with kind of a religious overtone to it. But you know, some people need help with their substance use and with those issues, but usually it's about getting a better relationship with that substance, and it is about this idea of treatment. And of course, we didn't solve the mass death crisis caused by alcohol prohibition with forced treatment for alcoholics, right? We've solved the mass death problem of alcohol prohibition with a safe legal supply of alcohol. And that's the solution ultimately here as well, right? So, you know, I'm not saying some people don't need help or therapy when it comes to their substance use. Some people need help and therapy when it comes to their sexuality and with the way they behave sexually, right? That they act out or do things that are risky. They need some therapy and counseling so they can deal with those kind of issues. But that's not the same as saying that everyone who's gay is immoral and messed up in the head and needs treatment to be made straight again. Nor is everybody who uses opiates or illegal substances need treatment. They're not all messed up in the head. They're mostly, for the vast majority, are normal people who look and act like everybody else. Our perception of drug users is that they are the people living in the downtown east side who are homeless and who are mentally ill, but often it's the other way around, that becoming homeless leads you to problematic drug use because it's more difficult to use things responsibly when you're in that kind of situation. And of course, prohibition makes it very, very difficult to use something in a responsibly limited kind of way. There's nowhere to go use it, no knowing what's in the substance. You know, there's all these issues in British Columbia claiming that drug users are using in playgrounds and public areas, which isn't really true, but also like, you got to create safe, legal indoor spaces to be allowed to use these things if you're going to eliminate use outdoors. In fact, that's the same thing with gay people too, you know. There used to be people in parks and stuff, and certain areas, you'd go there at night and all the gay people would be hanging out there because there's nowhere else legally for them to go, right? So they would end up going to public areas to meet other people in their community and to socialize and do the things they wanted to do. And you had the same kind of problems, right? There was like, the gays are in the parks and they're all doing gay stuff in the parks and we got to get them out of the parks. And like, that was a real thing, but it wasn't because being gay intrinsically makes you want to go to a park to meet other people. It's because that's the only place you could go. Everywhere else, you're going to be ostracized or punished or beaten or criminalized for being who you are. So we need safe,
I remember
legal
that
spaces.
period. That was the period where gay bashing was going on here in Vancouver.
Right across the country.
To me, I mean, it's not a perfect parallel. Obviously, there's differences, and I don't want to draw out the parallel too much, but I think there is a real valid comparison there, right? That when you push things down and you don't allow people to do things in a natural way, it becomes unnatural. Like it becomes public. It becomes uncontrolled. Same with alcohol prohibition. You know, during alcohol prohibition, public drinking increased. People were drinking in public all the time because there was nowhere else to go. And so people were drinking in public, having alcoholism issues in public, drinking shitty rot gut bathtub gin that was poisonous, dying in large quantities, all in public. And when alcohol prohibition ended and people could drink in private spaces again, all those problems were drastically reduced, right? And so, you know, this idea now that they're trying to portray it as decriminalization as the cause of these drug poisoning deaths and the cause of all these problems. No, decriminalization
They were all happening
is not
already.
Or the solution either, right? It's more, we got to go deeper than that.
No, and the drugs keep getting more toxic. You know, what is it? Xylazine, Trank, and there's another one now in there as well, along with the benzo.
Yeah, it's an ongoing thing. The fentanyl's not even clean. People come into our place they think they bought fentanyl, and like you're saying, it's not fentanyl, it's carfentanil, or it's got xylazine in it, or other things. as well. And that's a natural result of the prohibition market. The more we clamp down, the harder we make it for the quote unquote drug dealers, the lower the quality gets and the more problems everybody has. And like, you know, I mean, ideally, if you just had a totally unregulated, uncontrolled market with no prohibition, that'd be better than what we have now. But the ideal one is a regulated system with proper rules in place. You know, if you buy something in a store and it's got a label on it, well, you want that label to accurately represent what's in the product, right? So we need rules like that in place, right? Those kind of controls. But beyond that, prohibition is just causing, like I always say, it causes all the problems that it claims to solve. We've seen this with alcohol prohibition. We've seen this with other prohibitions and other types of cultures and behaviors, and it's not the way to go. Proper regulation makes sense, but it's hard for a lot of people to see that, and I do understand that. You know, if your perception of a drug user is well as a homeless person on the downtown east side, that's what a drug user is, and that person needs treatment or help in some way. Like, I'm sympathetic with that ideology, but you're greatly mistaken as to what a drug user is and how to deal with these problems, right? And so we got to show people that, and it's a challenge. And the media, you know, these days especially, is so biased against this, right? The National Post has been running so many articles, and these Adam Zivo and these other so-called journalists just hammering again and again, with nothing on the other side really be getting out there in a public way about the truth of this. You know, we saw this with cannabis for years, where the perception of cannabis users was also very negative and stereotypical. And now we've gone beyond that, because most people, if they don't use pot themselves, they know someone else who uses it, and they can see that person's actually pretty normal, and so their perception of that goes away. But just like it was with being gay, there's a lot of drug users out there who don't want to come out as being drug users, right? And so your perception of a drug user is only the ones that are identified publicly, and those ones are the ones in the worst situations. Just like your perception of a gay person might be very stereotypical or very harmful, because the only ones you see are in the news or ones who act in certain ways. And you don't realize that you actually know a lot of gay people, but you can't tell they're gay because they're just like everybody else, because that's how it is. And the same with drug users. Most drug users, you can't pick out of a lineup because they look like everybody else, because they're just normal people, right? But they don't come out
you don't
as drug
start
users.
on the downtown east side.
Yeah, but they don't admit it, right? They're not going to admit it, because what's the benefit? They're going to lose their job. They're going to lose their kids. They're going to lose everything they have. Their life's going to be ruined. So they're never going to come out and admit, yeah, I use heroin on the weekends. Yeah, I snort cocaine once in a while. No one is going to come out in public and say that, because the social and legal repercussions are so damaging. So as a result, people are left with stereotypes. The only ones that they see publicly are the ones that conform to those stereotypes. And it's going to require a lot of people to come out of the closet, you know, and like be open about this. But who wants to be the first one to do that? Not many people want to be the first one to come out of the closet, you know. And this so much reminds me of other groups and of this history that we've gone through. And we got to see these parallels and make these changes.
Yeah, I have to agree. It's going to be a long, hard fight, but you know, I think we got some good people doing the battle, and it's just kind of standing strong and dealing with the convictions, and both the convictions, your conviction and any that might come along from the authorities.
Our convictions too, right? And those are challenging. And yeah, I mean, that's part of my work, I guess, is try to show the plant origins of these things, and try to show people what coca leaf is and what opium poppies are, and why these plants are so important to the cultures that use them and revere them, and why in many ways what we call the war on drugs is a genocide, certainly a cultural genocide. You know, when you go to someone in South America whose culture has used coca leaves since long before recorded history, and you say, well, you know, the United Nations policy is to completely eradicate coca leaves from the face of the earth and drive this plant extinct. Well, that's kind of cultural genocide, you know, and also like a real biological genocide to wipe out these useful plants. But really, you're trying to destroy a culture, an indigenous culture, and that's like, we shouldn't be doing that, right? And I think most people recognize that as a bad policy, and rooted in just like the worst aspects of colonialism and these policies we got to really put behind. You know, these laws came in over 100 years ago, and so many other policies and viewpoints and ideals from 100 years ago we have set aside, right? If you talked about women or racial groups or homosexuality or things the way they did a century ago, you'd be seen as a dinosaur. But you talk about drugs the way they did a century ago, and you are right up to current times, right? There's one policy left from that era that we got to change and that we got to set aside and forget, but has just somehow become deeply embedded in our culture. Boom.
Yeah,
I'm glad
boom
you,
again.
I'm glad you
Like,
decided to come on our show, my friend. This is awesome. I'm really enjoying this.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
thanks for having me on. It's good to talk about these issues.
It's amazing to hear you speak. You have a lot of passion when you speak, and these are very important words. I don't know if you've been paying attention to what's been happening in Ontario lately, but Toronto, the mayor is behind the decriminalization of drugs there. But she's working, she believes that, you know, recovery centers and places where these people can go, as you were saying, is definitely what is most important. So I you know, it's reaching. Like, I mean, like, because, you know, they are looking at Vancouver. So what Vancouver is, you know, had done before they rescinded it, you know, is reaching across the country. And, you know, I drove last summer from BC to Nova Scotia, and, you know, I watch the issue in Vancouver grow every time I come out for a visit. And I've got to say, I don't know if you've ever been to Thunder Bay, but they're probably their rivals what is going on in the downtown east side. Like, I mean, almost the entire city has been, you know, taken up by homelessness, and you know, the bad drugs are running rampant. Like, I mean, when I was in Thunder Bay, the ambulances and the police cars were on the constant go. You know,
it's very expensive too, you know, having all those ambulance trips. I mean, aside from the human cost, people dying all the time, it's incredibly expensive to deal with this as an emergency and send all these emergency places out all the time to deal with the results of prohibition.
And the first responders that are getting messed up because of it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
And of course, there's harms that come from a drug poisoning, even if you don't die. You know, there's often can be psychological and mental and brain and physical issues that come out of that. So it's not just a question of, you know, overdose death numbers going up or down, because there's a lot of repercussions from drug poisonings that don't necessarily mean death, but still mean lifelong health issues and that kind of things, right? So it's deeper than that, and it is in every city and town across the country and really around the world in different ways. This is an issue, right? And these are important issues, and people are suffering, and it's easy to blame the substances, but the reality is prohibition is what makes these substances much more dangerous. And homelessness also leads people to these kind of things. You know, if you're homeless, you got to be on the watch a lot of the time, especially as a woman, but as anybody. You don't want to get raped or murdered or have your possessions stolen and robbed. So a drug that helps you stay up later at night, well, that can be kind of useful for you maybe, right? So maybe you decide to take some meth to stay awake tonight so you don't fall asleep in a dangerous situation. Maybe you're in pain because you're sleeping rough and you don't have a home. And being chronic pain is a definite result of being homeless, right? I mean, number one result of being homeless, you're in pain all the time. You're not sleeping properly. You're not eating properly. You're not sleeping in a nice cozy mattress in a quiet room. You're sleeping on the sidewalk or in a park where it's noisy and problematic. Someone offers you something to relieve that pain, even if you know that thing is dangerous and might cause you long-term issues. Pain makes you crazy. Chronic pain is terribly psychologically damaging for people. The opportunity to be relieved of pain for a short time becomes very enticing. And that's very normal and natural, and a decision we would all make in that same situation. We'd be doing the exact same thing. So often it's the homelessness that leads to problematic drug use and not the other way around. We see folks using drugs in a public area. You go, oh, well, they're there because they use drugs and now they're homeless. That happens sometimes, sure, but by and large, it's the other way around. They became homeless for other reasons, economic reasons, which can lead to problematic drug use, or even just public drug use, because you don't have a place to do it in private. So now you're doing it on the street, right? So the cause and effect are often reversed in our perception of these things, right? And That's a key issue that I think gets missed a lot of the time. What causes this and what the effect? They get it backwards, right? Homelessness itself causes a lot of problematic drug use, and prohibition only makes that worse.
Yeah.
Oh, we're at that time.
An hour.
Yeah, it's been an hour. Do you have anything that you wish to add on to what you've already said before we say our goodbyes?
You've had our websites at the bottom of the screen. So, getyourdrugtested.com. We've got all our test results online. We accept samples really from anywhere in the world by mail and drop in Vancouver. And we've hit over 65,000 tests. So we're very busy. Of course, mushroomdispensary.com, cannabisdispensary.ca. If you're in Canada looking for safe access to these substances, we've got you covered from our websites. If you want to find out about me, DanaLarson.com. And I got a YouTube channel at Dank Arson because we burned down the Dank.
Oh, yes, I missed that
do
one.
some shows
Sorry.
on YouTube as well. I'm not too busy on YouTube, but I've got a few things out there and more to come. So those are some places you can check out my work and see what I'm up to, what I'm doing. And I guess potheadbooks.com for my Harry Pothead and the Marijuana Stone, and a few of my other fun and educational books about Canada and cannabis and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I own a few of those. Are awesome books.
There you go.
Well, I guess we have to say goodbye. It kind of bums me out because I'd like to hear more. So hopefully we can get you back on the show. That would be incredibly awesome. And, maybe we'll talk a little more about your dispensary and stuff.
Yeah, always lots to talk about, and I can just go off. But it's been a great hour. It flew by. Thanks for having me, and I look forward to coming back again sometime soon.
Thank you, Dana. We really appreciate you coming on.
All right, take care.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you from paceradio.net, streaming to you live everywhere here on The Mushy Moment with Dana Larson, Rev Cindy, and myself, Steve. Have an awesome day.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace